THE PIRATE'S OWN BOOK by Charles Ellms. Chapter 1. The Danish and Norman Pirates. The Saxons, a people supposed to be derived from the Cimbri, uniting the occupations of fishing and piracy, commenced at an early period their ravages in the German Ocean, and the shores of Gaul and Britain were for ages open to their depredations. About the middle of the 5th century, the unwarlike Vortigern, then king of Britain, embraced the fatal resolution of requesting these hardy warriors to deliver him from the harassing inroads of the Picts and Scots, and the expedition of Hengist and Horsa was the consequence. Our mention of this memorable epoch is not for its political importance, great as that is, but for its effects on piracy, for the success attending such enterprises seems to have turned the whole of the northern nations towards sea warfare. The Danes, Norwegians, and Swedes, from their superior knowledge of navigation, gave into it most, and on whatever coast the winds carried them, they made free with all that came in their way. Canute IV. endeavored in vain to repress these lawless disorders among his subjects, but they felt so galled by his restrictions that they assassinated him. On the king of Sweden being taken by the Danes, permission was given to such of his subjects as chose to arm themselves against the enemy, pillage his possessions, and sell their prizes at Ribnitz and Gulnitz. This proved a fertile nursery of pirates, who became so formidable under the name of Victellian Broaders, that several princes were obliged to arm against them, and hang some of their chiefs. Even the females of the north caught the epidemic spirit, and proudly betook themselves to the dangers of sea life. Saxo Grammaticus relates an interesting story of one of them. Alwilda, the daughter of Synardus, a Gothic king, to deliver herself from the violence imposed on her inclination by a marriage with Alf, the son of Sagarus, king of Denmark, embraced the life of a rover, and, attired as a man, she embarked in a vessel of which the crew was composed of other young women of tried courage, dressed in the same manner. Among the first of her cruises, she landed at a place where a company of pirates were bewailing the loss of their commander, and the strangers were so captivated with the air and agreeable manners of Alwilda, that they unanimously chose her for their leader. By this reinforcement she became so formidable that Prince Alf was dispatched to engage her. She sustained his attacks with great courage and talent, but during a severe action in the Gulf of Finland, Alf boarded her vessel, and having killed the greatest part of her crew, seized the captain, namely herself, whom nevertheless he knew not, because she had a casque which covered her visage. The prince was agreeably surprised, on removing the helmet, to recognize his beloved Alwilda, and it seems that his valor had now recommended him to the fair princess, for he persuaded her to accept his hand, married her on board, and then led her to partake of his wealth and share his throne. Charlemagne, though represented as naturally generous and humane, had been induced, in his extravagant zeal for the propagation of those tenets which he had himself adopted, to enforce them throughout Germany at the point of the sword, and his murders and decimations on that account disgrace humanity. The more warlike of the pagans flying into Jutland, from whence the Saxons had issued forth, were received with kindness, and furnished with the means of punishing their persecutor by harassing his coasts. The maritime towns of France were especially ravaged by those pirates called Normans, or men of the north, and it was owing to their being joined by many malcontents in the provinces since called Normandy that the district acquired its name. Charlemagne, roused by this effrontery, besides fortifying the mouths of the great rivers, determined on building himself a fleet, which he did, consisting of 400 of the largest galleys then known, some having 5 or 6 benches of oars. His people were, however, extremely ignorant of maritime affairs, and in the progress of having them taught, he was suddenly called to the south by the invasion of the Saracens. Another division of Normans, some years afterwards, in the same spirit of emigration, and thirsting, perhaps, to avenge their injured ancestors, burst into the provinces of France, which the degeneracy of Charlemagne's posterity, and the dissensions which prevailed there, rendered an affair of no great difficulty. Louis le Debonair had taken every means of keeping on good terms with them, annually persuading some to become Christians, and then sending them home so loaded with presents that it was discovered they came to be baptized over and over again merely for the sake of the gifts, as Duchesne tells us. But on the subsequent division of the empire among the undutiful sons of Louis, the pirates did not fail to take advantage of the general confusion, braving the sea almost every summer in their light coracles, sailing up the Seine, Sumet, and Loire, and devastating the best parts of France almost without resistance. In 845 they went up to Paris, pillaged it, and were on the point of attacking the royal camp at St. Denis. But, receiving a large sum of money from Charles the Bald, they retreated from thence, and with the new means thus supplied them, ravaged Bordeaux, and were there joined by Pepin, king of Aquitaine. A few years afterwards they returned in great numbers. Paris was again sacked, and the magnificent abbey of St. Germain-des-Prés burnt. In 861, Wayland, a famous Norman pirate, returning from England, took up his winter quarters on the banks of the Loire, devastated the country as high as Touraine, shared the women and girls among his crews, and even carried off the male children, to be brought up in his own profession. Charles the Bald, not having the power to expel him, engaged the freebooter, for 500 pounds of silver, to dislodge his countrymen, who were harassing the vicinity of Paris. In consequence of this subsidy, Wayland, with a fleet of 260 sail, went up the Seine, and attacked the Normans in the Isle of Oiselle. After a long and obstinate resistance, they were obliged to capitulate, and having paid 6,000 pounds of gold and silver, by way of ransom, had leave to join their victors. The riches thus acquired rendered a predatory life so popular that the pirates were continually increasing in number, so that under a sea king called Eric, they made a descent in the Elbe and Weser, pillaged Hamburg, penetrated far into Germany, and after gaining 2 battles, retreated with immense booty. The pirates, thus reinforced on all sides, long continued to devastate Germany, France, and England. Some penetrated into Andalusia and Hetruria, where they destroyed the flourishing town of Luni, whilst others, descending the Dnieper, penetrated even into Russia. Meanwhile, the Danes had been making several attempts to effect a lodgment in England, and allured by its fertility, were induced to try their fortune in various expeditions, which were occasionally completely successful, and at other times most fatally disastrous. At length, after a struggle of several years, their success was so decided that King Alfred was obliged for a time to abandon his kingdom, as we all know, to their ravages. They immediately passed over to Ireland, and divided it into 3 sovereignties. That of Dublin fell to the share of Olaf, that of Waterford to Citra, and that of Limerick to Yavar. These arrangements dispersed the forces of the enemy, and watching his opportunity, Alfred issued from his retreat, fell on them like a thunderbolt, and made a great carnage of them. This prince, too wise to exterminate the pirates after he had conquered them, sent them to settle Northumberland, which had been wasted by their countrymen, and by this humane policy gained their attachment and services. He then retook London, embellished it, equipped fleets, restrained the Danes in England, and prevented others from landing. In the 12 years of peace which followed his 56 battles, this great man composed his body of laws, divided England into counties, hundreds, and tithings, and founded the University of Oxford. But after Alfred's death, fresh swarms of pirates visited the shores, among the most formidable of whom were the Danes, who spread desolation and misery along the banks of the Thames, the Medway, the Severn, the Tamar, and the Avon, for more than a century, though repeatedly tempted to desist by weighty bribes, raised by an oppressive and humiliating tax called Danegeld, from its object, and which, like most others, were continued long after it answered its intent. About the end of the 9th century, one of the sons of Rognwald, Count of the Orcades, named Horolf, or Rollo, having infested the coasts of Norway with piratical descents, was at length defeated and banished by Harold, King of Denmark. He fled for safety to the Scandinavian island of Sodoro, where finding many outlaws and discontented fugitives, he addressed their passions, and succeeded in placing himself at their head. Instead of measuring his sword with his sovereign again, he adopted the wiser policy of imitating his countrymen, in making his fortune by plundering the more opulent places of southern Europe. The first attempt of this powerful gang was upon England, where, finding Alfred too powerful to be coped with, he stood over to the mouth of the Seine, and availed himself of the state to which France was reduced. Horolf, however, did not limit his ambition to the acquisition of booty. He wished permanently to enjoy some of the fine countries he was ravaging, and after many treaties made and broken, received the duchy of Normandy from the hands of Charles the Simple as a fief, together with Gisla, the daughter of the French monarch, in marriage. Thus did a mere pirate found the family which in a few years gave sovereigns to England, Naples, and Sicily, and spread the fame of their talents and prowess throughout the world. Nor was Europe open to the depredations of the northern pirates only. Some Asiatic Moslems, having seized on Syria, immediately invaded Africa, and their subsequent conquest in Spain facilitated their irruption into France, where they pillaged the devoted country, with but few substantial checks. Masters of all the islands in the Mediterranean, their corsairs insulted the coasts of Italy, and even threatened the destruction of the Eastern Empire. While Alexis was occupied in a war with Pansignaces on the banks of the Danube, Zachas, a Saracen pirate, scoured the archipelago, having, with the assistance of an able Smyrniote, constructed a flotilla of 40 brigantines, and some light fast-rowing boats, manned by adventurers like himself. After taking several of the surrounding islands, he established himself sovereign of Smyrna, that place being about the centre of his newly acquired dominions. Here his fortunes prospered for a time, and Solomon, Sultan of Nicaea, son of the Grand Solomon, sought his alliance, and married his daughter about A.D. 1093. But in the following year, young Solomon being persuaded that his father-in-law had an eye to his possessions, with his own hand stabbed Zachas to the heart. The success of this freebooter shows that the Eastern emperors could no longer protect or even assist their islands. Maritime pursuits had now revived, the improvement of nautical science was progressing rapidly, and the advantages of predatory expeditions, especially when assisted and masked by commerce, led people of family and acquirements to embrace the profession. The foremost of these were the Venetians and Genoese, among whom the private adventurers, stimulated by an enterprising spirit, fitted out armaments, and volunteered themselves into the service of those nations who thought proper to retain them; or they engaged in such schemes of plunder as were likely to repay their pains and expense. About the same time, the Roxolani, or Russians, became known in history, making their début in the character of pirates, ravenous for booty, and hungry for the pillage of Constantinople, a longing which 900 years have not yet satisfied. Pouring hundreds of boats down the Borysthenes, the Russian marauders made 4 desperate attempts to plunder the city of the Caesars, in less than 2 centuries, and appear only to have been repulsed by the dreadful effects of the celebrated Greek fire. England, in the meantime, had little to do with piracy, nor had she anything worthy the name of a navy. Yet Coeur de Lion had given maritime laws to Europe. Her seamen, in point of skill, were esteemed superior to their contemporaries, and King John enacted that those foreign ships which refused to lower their flags to that of Britain should, if taken, be deemed lawful prizes. Under Henry III., though Hugh de Burgh, the governor of Dover Castle, had defeated a French fleet by casting lime into the eyes of his antagonists, the naval force was impaired to such a degree that the Normans and Britons were too powerful for the Cinque Ports, and compelled them to seek relief from the other ports of the kingdom. The taste for depredation had become so general and contagious that privateers were now allowed to be fitted out, which equipments quickly degenerated to the most cruel of pirates. Nay more, on the disputes which took place between Henry and his barons, in 1244, the Cinque Ports, who had shown much indifference to the royal requisitions, openly espoused the cause of the revolted nobles, and under the orders of Simon de Montfort burnt Portsmouth. From this, forgetful of their motives for arming, they proceeded to commit various acts of piracy, and considering nothing but their private interests, extended their violence not only against the shipping of all countries unfortunate enough to fall in their way, but even to perpetrate the most unwarrantable ravages on the property of their own countrymen. Nor was this confined to the Cinque Port vessels only. The example and the profits were too stimulating to the restless, and one daring association on the coast of Lincolnshire seized the Isle of Ely, and made it their receptacle for the plunder of all the adjacent countries. One William Marshall fortified the little island of Lundy, in the mouth of the Severn, and did so much mischief by his piracies, that at length it became necessary to fit out a squadron to reduce him, which was accordingly done, and he was executed in London. Yet the example did not deter other persons from similar practices. The sovereign, however, did not possess sufficient naval means to suppress the enormities of the great predatory squadrons, and their ravages continued to disgrace the English name for upwards of 20 years, when the valour and conciliation of the gallant Prince Edward brought them to that submission which his royal parent had failed in procuring. Those harum-scarum expeditions, the Crusades, were perhaps influential in checking piracy, although the rabble that composed the majority of them had as little principle as the worst of the freebooters. From the time that Peter the Hermit set Europe in a blaze, all ranks and all nations streamed to the east, so that few vessels were otherwise employed than in conveying the motley groups who sought the shores of Palestine, some from religious zeal, some from frantic fanaticism, some from the desire of distinction, some for the numberless privileges which the Crusaders acquired, and the rest and greater portion for the spoil and plunder of which they had a prospect. The armaments, fitted in no fewer than 9 successive efforts, were mostly equipped with such haste and ignorance, and with so little choice, that ruinous delays, shipwrecks, and final discomfiture were naturally to be expected. Still the effect of such incredible numbers of people betaking themselves to foreign countries advanced civilization, although vast means of forwarding its cause were buried in the East, and those who assert that no benefit actually resulted cannot deny that at least some evils were thereby removed. Montesquieu says that Europe then required a general shock, to teach her, by the sight of contrast, the theorems of public economy most conducive to happiness; and it is evident that notwithstanding these follies wasted the population of Europe, squandered its treasures, and infected us with new vices and diseases, still the Crusades diminished the bondage of the feudal system, by augmenting the power of the king and the strength of the commons, while they also occasioned a very increased activity in commerce, thus taming the voracity of men's spirits, increasing agriculture in value from the safety it enjoyed, and establishing a base for permanent prosperity. End of chapter 1.
The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 2. Adventures and Exploits of Captain Avery. Containing an account of his capturing one of the Great Mogul's ships laden with treasure, and an interesting history of a colony of pirates on the island of Madagascar. During his own time, the adventures of Captain Avery were the subject of general conversation in Europe. It was reported that he had married the Great Mogul's daughter, who was taken in an Indian ship that fell into his hands, and that he was about to be the founder of a new monarchy, that he gave commissions in his own name to the captains of his ships and the commanders of his forces, and was acknowledged by them as their prince. In consequence of these reports, it was at one time resolved to fit out a strong squadron to go and take him and his men, and at another time it was proposed to invite him home with all his riches, by the offer of his Majesty's pardon. These reports, however, were soon discovered to be groundless, and he was actually starving without a shilling, while he was represented as in the possession of millions. Not to exhaust the patience or lessen the curiosity of the reader, the facts of Avery's life shall be briefly related. He was a native of Devonshire, England, and at an early period sent to sea. Advanced to the station of a mate in a merchantman, he performed several voyages. It happened previous to the peace of Ryswick, when there existed an alliance between Spain, England, Holland, and other powers against France, that the French in Martinique carried on a smuggling trade with the Spaniards on the continent of Peru. To prevent their intrusion into the Spanish dominions, a few vessels were commanded to cruise upon that coast, but the French ships were too strong for them. The Spaniards, therefore, came to the resolution of hiring foreigners to act against them. Accordingly, certain merchants of Bristol fitted out 2 ships of 30 guns, well manned, and provided with every necessary munition, and commanded them to sail for Corunna to receive their orders. Captain Gibson commanded one of these ships, and Avery appears to have been his mate, in the year 1715. He was a fellow of more cunning than courage, and insinuating himself into the confidence of some of the boldest men in the ship, he represented the immense riches which were to be acquired upon the Spanish coast, and proposed to run off with the ship. The proposal was scarcely made when it was agreed upon, and put in execution at 10 o'clock the following evening. Captain Gibson was one of those who mightily loved their bottle, and spent much of his time on shore, but he remained on board that night, which did not, however, frustrate their design, because he had taken his usual dose, and so went to bed. The men who were not in the confederacy went also to bed, leaving none upon deck but the conspirators. At the time agreed upon, the long boat of the other ship came, and Avery hailing her in the usual manner, he was answered by the men in her. "Is your drunken boatswain on board?" which was the watchword agreed between them. Avery replying in the affirmative, the boat came alongside with 16 stout fellows, who joined in the adventure. They next secured the hatches, then softly weighed anchor, and immediately put to sea without bustle or noise. There were several vessels in the bay, besides a Dutchman of 40 guns, the captain of which was offered a considerable reward to go in pursuit of Avery, but he declined. When the captain awoke, he rang his bell, and Avery and another conspirator, going into the cabin, found him yet half asleep. He inquired, saying, "What is the matter with the ship? Does she drive? What weather is it?" supposing that it had been a storm, and that the ship was driven from her anchors. "No, no," answered Avery. "We're at sea, with a fair wind and good weather." "At sea!" said the captain. "How can that be?" "Come," answered Avery, "don't be in a fright, but put on your clothes, and I'll let you into a secret. You must know that I am captain of this ship now, and this is my cabin. Therefore you must walk out. I am bound to Madagascar with the design of making my own fortune, and that of all the brave fellows joined with me." The captain, having a little recovered his senses, began to understand his meaning. However, his fright was as great as before, which Avery perceiving, desired him to fear nothing. "For," said he, "if you have a mind to make one of us, we will receive you, and if you turn sober and attend to business, perhaps in time I may make you one of my lieutenants. If not, here's a boat, and you shall be set on shore." Gibson accepted of the last proposal, and the whole crew being called up to know who was willing to go on shore with the captain, there were only about 5 or 6 who chose to accompany him. Avery proceeded on his voyage to Madagascar, and it does not appear that he captured any vessels upon his way. When he arrived at the northeast part of that island, he found 2 sloops at anchor, which, upon seeing him, slipped their cables and ran themselves ashore, while the men all landed and concealed themselves in the woods. These were 2 sloops which the men had run off with from the East Indies, and seeing Avery's ship, supposed that he had been sent out after them. Suspecting who they were, he sent some of his men on shore to inform them that they were friends, and to propose a union for their common safety. The sloop's men, being well armed, had posted themselves in a wood, and placed sentinels to observe whether the ship's men were landing to pursue them. The sentinels, only observing 2 or 3 men coming towards them unarmed, did not oppose them. Upon being informed that they were friends, the sentinels conveyed them to the main body, where they delivered their message. They were at first afraid that it was a stratagem to entrap them, but when the messengers assured them that their captain had also run away with his ship, and that a few of their men along with him would meet them unarmed to consult matters for their common advantage, confidence was established, and they were mutually well pleased, as it added to their strength. Having consulted what was most proper to be attempted, they endeavoured to get off the sloops, and hastened to prepare all things in order to sail for the Arabian coast. Near the river Indus, the man at the masthead espied a sail, upon which they gave chase. As they came nearer to her, they discovered that she was a tall vessel, and might turn out to be an East Indiaman. She, however, proved a better prize, for when they fired at her she hoisted Mogul colours, and seemed to stand upon her defence. Avery only cannonaded at a distance, when some of his men began to suspect that he was not the hero they had supposed. The The sloops, however, attacked, the one on the bow, and another upon the quarter of the ship, and so boarded her. She then struck her colours. She was one of the Great Mogul's own ships, and there were in her several of the greatest persons in his court, among whom, it was said, was one of his daughters going upon a pilgrimage to Mecca, and they were carrying with them rich offerings to present at the shrine of Mahomet. It is a well known fact that the people of the East travel with great magnificence, so that these had along with them all their slaves and attendants, with a large quantity of vessels of gold and silver, and immense sums of money to defray their expenses by land. The spoil, therefore, which they received from that ship was almost incalculable. Taking the treasure on board their own ships, and plundering their prize of everything valuable, they then allowed her to depart. As soon as the Mogul received this intelligence, he threatened to send a mighty army to extirpate the English from all their settlements upon the Indian coast. The East India Company were greatly alarmed, but found means to calm his resentment by promising to search for the robbers and deliver them into his hands. The noise which this made over all Europe gave birth to the rumours that were circulated concerning Avery's greatness. In the meantime, our adventurers made the best of their way back to Madagascar, intending to make that place the deposit of all their treasure, to build a small fort, and to keep always a few men there for its protection. Avery, however, disconcerted this plan, and rendered it altogether unnecessary. While steering their course, Avery sent a boat to each of the sloops, requesting that the chiefs would come on board his ship to hold a conference. They obeyed, and being assembled, he suggested to them the necessity of securing the property which they had acquired in some safe place on shore, and observed that the chief difficulty was to get it safe on shore, adding that if either of the sloops should be attacked alone, they would not be able to make any great resistance, and thus she must either be sunk or taken with all the property on board. That, for his part, his ship was so strong, so well manned, and such a swift sailing vessel, that he did not think it was possible for any other ship to take or overcome her. Accordingly, he proposed that all their treasure should be sealed up in 3 chests, that each of the captains should have keys, and that they should not be opened until all were present. That the chests should be then put on board his ship, and afterwards lodged in some safe place upon land. This proposal seemed so reasonable, and so much for the common good, that it was without hesitation agreed to, and all the treasure deposited in 3 chests and carried to Avery's ship. The weather being favourable, they remained all 3 in company during that and the next day. Meanwhile Avery, tampering with his men, suggested that they had now on board what was sufficient to make them all happy. And what, continued he, should hinder us from going to some country where we are not known, and living on shore all the rest of our days in plenty? They soon understood his hint, and all readily consented to deceive the men of the sloops and fly with all the booty. This they effected during the darkness of the following night. The reader may easily conjecture what were the feelings and indignation of the other 2 crews in the morning, when they discovered that Avery had made off with all their property. Avery and his men hastened towards America, and being strangers in that country, agreed to divide the booty, to change their names, and each separately to take up his residence, and live in affluence and honour. The first land they approached was the island of Providence, then newly settled. It, however, occurred to them that the largeness of their vessel, and the report that one had been run off with from the Groyne, might create suspicion. They resolved, therefore, to dispose of their vessel at Providence. Upon this resolution, Avery, pretending that his vessel had been equipped for privateering, and having been unsuccessful, he had orders from the owners to dispose of her to the best advantage, soon found a merchant. Having thus sold his own ship, he immediately purchased a small sloop. In this he and his companions embarked, and landed at several places in America, where, none suspecting them, they dispersed and settled in the country. Avery, however, had been careful to conceal the greater part of the jewels and other valuable articles, so that his riches were immense. Arriving at Boston, he was almost resolved to settle there, but, as the greater part of his wealth consisted of diamonds, he was apprehensive that he could not dispose of them at that place without being taken up as a pirate. Upon reflection, therefore, he resolved to sail for Ireland, and in a short time arrived in the northern part of that kingdom, and his men dispersed into several places. Some of them obtained the pardon of King William and settled in that country. The wealth of Avery, however, now proved of small service, and occasioned him great uneasiness. He could not offer his diamonds for sale in that country without being suspected. Considering, therefore, what was best to be done, he thought there might be some person at Bristol he could venture to trust. Upon this he resolved, and going into Devonshire, sent to one of his friends to meet him at a town called Bideford. When he had unbosomed himself to him and other pretended friends, they agreed that the safest plan would be to put his effects into the hands of some wealthy merchants, and no inquiry would be made how they came by them. One of these friends told him he was acquainted with some who were very fit for the purpose, and if he would allow them a handsome commission, they would do the business faithfully. Avery liked the proposal, particularly as he could think of no other way of managing this matter, since he could not appear to act for himself. Accordingly, the merchants paid Avery a visit at Bideford, where, after strong protestations of honour and integrity, he delivered them his effects, consisting of diamonds and some vessels of gold. After giving him a little money for his present subsistence, they departed. He changed his name, and lived quietly at Bideford, so that no notice was taken of him. In a short time his money was all spent, and he heard nothing from his merchants, though he wrote to them repeatedly. At last they sent him a small supply, but it was not sufficient to pay his debts. In short, the remittances they sent him were so trifling that he could with difficulty exist. He therefore determined to go privately to Bristol and have an interview with the merchants himself, where, instead of money, he met with a mortifying repulse. For, when he desired them to come to an account with him, they silenced him by threatening to disclose his character, the merchants thus proving themselves as good pirates on land as he was at sea. Whether he was frightened by these menaces, or had seen some other person who recognised him, is not known. However, he went immediately to Ireland, and from thence solicited his merchants very strongly for a supply, but to no purpose, so that he was reduced to beggary. In this extremity he was determined to return, and cast himself upon the mercy of these honest Bristol merchants, let the consequences be what it would. He went on board a trading vessel, and worked his passage over to Plymouth, from whence he travelled on foot to Bideford. He had been there but a few days, when he fell sick and died, not being worth so much as would buy him a coffin. We shall now turn back and give our readers some account of the other two sloops. Deceiving themselves in the supposition that Avery had outsailed them during the night, they held on their course to the place of rendezvous; but arriving there, to their sad disappointment, no ship appeared. It was now necessary for them to consult what was most proper to do in their desperate circumstances. Their provisions were nearly exhausted, and both fish and fowl were to be found on shore, yet they were destitute of salt to cure them. As they could not subsist at sea without salt provisions, they resolved to form an establishment upon land. Accordingly, making tents of the sails, and using the other materials of the sloops for what purposes they could serve, they encamped upon the shore. It was also a fortunate circumstance that they had plenty of ammunition and small arms. Here they met with some of their countrymen, and as the digression is short, we will inform our readers how they came to inhabit this place. Captain George Dew and Thomas Tew had received a commission from the governor of Bermuda to sail for the river Gambia in Africa, that, with the assistance of the Royal African Company, they might seize the French factories situated upon that coast. Dew, in a violent storm, not only sprang a mast, but lost sight of his companion. Upon this he returned to refit. Instead of proceeding in his voyage, Tew made towards the Cape of Good Hope, doubled that cape, and sailed for the Straits of Bab el Mandeb. There he met with a large ship, richly laden, coming from the Indies, and bound for Arabia. Though she had on board 300 soldiers, besides seamen, yet Tew had the courage to attack her, and soon made her his prize. It is reported that by this one prize every man shared near £3,000. Informed by the prisoners that 5 other ships were to pass that way, Tew would have attacked them, but was prevented by the remonstrances of his quartermaster and others. This difference of opinion terminated in a resolution to abandon the sea, and to settle on some convenient spot on shore, and the island of Madagascar was chosen. Tew, however, and a few others, in a short time went for Rhode Island, and obtained a pardon. The natives of Madagascar are negroes, but differ from those of Guinea in the length of their hair and in the blackness of their complexion. They are divided into small nations, each governed by its own prince, who carry on a continual war upon each other. The prisoners taken in war are either rendered slaves to the conquerors, sold, or slain, according to pleasure. When the pirates first settled among them, their alliance was much courted by these princes, and those whom they joined were always successful in their wars, the natives being ignorant of the use of firearms. Such terror did they carry along with them, that the very appearance of a few pirates in an army would have put the opposing force to flight. By these means they, in a little time, became very formidable, and the prisoners whom they took in war they employed in cultivating the ground, and the most beautiful of the women they married. Nor were they contented with one, but married as many as they could conveniently maintain. The natural result was, that they separated, each choosing a convenient place for himself, where he lived in a princely style, surrounded by his wives, slaves, and dependents. Nor was it long before jarring interests excited them also to draw the sword against each other, and they appeared at the head of their respective forces in the field of battle. In these civil wars their numbers and strength were greatly lessened. The servant, exalted to the condition of a master, generally becomes a tyrant. These pirates, unexpectedly elevated to the dignity of petty princes, used their power with the most wanton barbarity. The punishment of the very least offence was to be tied to a tree and instantly shot through the head. The negroes, at length, exasperated by continued oppression, formed the determination of extirpating them in one night. Nor was it a difficult matter to accomplish this, since they were now so much divided both in affection and residence. Fortunately, however, for them, a negro woman, who was partial to them, ran 20 miles in 3 hours, and warning them of their danger, they were united and in arms to oppose the negroes before the latter had assembled. This narrow escape made them more cautious, and induced them to adopt the following system of policy. Convinced that fear was not a sufficient protection, and that the bravest man might be murdered by a coward in his bed, they laboured to foment wars among the negro princes, while they themselves declined to aid either party. It naturally followed that those who were vanquished fled to them for protection, and increased their strength. When there was no war, they fomented private discords, and encouraged them to wreak their vengeance against each other; nay, even taught them how to surprise their opponents, and furnished them with firearms, with which to dispatch them more effectually and expeditiously. The consequences were, that the murderer was constrained to fly to them for protection, with his wives, children, and kindred. These, from interest, became true friends, as their own safety depended upon the lives of their protectors. By this time the pirates were so formidable, that none of the negro princes durst attack them in open war. Pursuing this system of policy, in a short time each chief had his party greatly increased, and they divided like so many tribes in order to find ground to cultivate, and to choose proper places to build places of residence and erect garrisons of defence. The fears that agitated them were always obvious in their general policy, for they vied with each other in constructing places of safety, and using every precaution to prevent the possibility of sudden danger, either from the negroes or from one another. A description of one of these dwellings will show both the fears that agitated these tyrants, and prove entertaining to the reader. They selected a spot overgrown with wood, near a river, and raised a rampart or ditch around it, so straight and steep that it was impossible to climb it, more particularly by those who had no scaling ladders. Over that ditch there was one passage into the wood. The dwelling, which was a hut, was built in that part of the wood which the prince thought most secure, but so covered that it could not be discovered until you came near it. But the greatest ingenuity was displayed in the construction of the passage that led to the hut, which was so narrow that no more than one person could go abreast, and it was contrived in so intricate a manner that it was a perfect labyrinth, the way going round and round with several small crossways, so that a person unacquainted with it might walk several hours without finding the hut. Along the sides of these paths certain large thorns, which grew on a tree in that country, were stuck into the ground with their points outwards, and the path itself being serpentine, as before mentioned, if a man should attempt to approach the hut at night, he would certainly have struck upon these thorns. Thus like tyrants they lived, dreading and dreaded by all; and in this state they were found by Captain Woodes Rogers, when he went to Madagascar in the Delicia, a ship of 40 guns, with the design of purchasing slaves. He touched upon a part of the island at which no ship had been seen for 7 or 8 years before, where he met with some pirates who had been put upon the island above 25 years. There were only 11 of the original stock then alive, surrounded with a numerous offspring of children and grandchildren. They were struck with terror upon the sight of the vessel, supposing that it was a man of war sent out to apprehend them. They, therefore, retired to their secret habitations; but when they found some of the ship's crew on shore, without any signs of hostility, and proposing to treat with them for slaves, they ventured to come out of their dwellings, attended like princes. Having been so long upon the island, their cloaks were so much worn, that their majesties were extremely out at elbows. It cannot be said that they were ragged, but they had nothing to cover them but the skins of beasts in their natural state, not even a shoe or stocking, so that they resembled the picture of Hercules in the lion skin, and being overgrown with beard and hair upon their bodies, they appeared the most savage figures that the human imagination could well conceive. The sale of the slaves in their possession soon provided them with more suitable clothes, and all other necessaries, which they received in exchange. Meanwhile, they became very familiar when frequently on board, and were very eager in examining the inside of the ship, talking very familiarly with the men, and inviting them on shore. Their design was to surprise the ship during the night. They had a sufficient number of men and boats to effect their purpose, but the captain, suspecting them, kept so strong a watch upon deck, that they found it in vain to hazard an attempt. When some of the men went on shore, they entered into a plan to seize the ship, but the captain, observing their familiarity, prevented any one of his men from speaking to the pirates, and only permitted a confidential person to purchase their slaves. Thus he departed from the island, leaving these pirates to enjoy their savage royalty. One of them had been a waterman upon the Thames, and having committed a murder, fled to the West Indies. The rest had all been foremast men, nor was there one among them who could either read or write. End of chapter.
The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 3. The Remarkable History of the Joassamee Pirates of the Persian Gulf. Containing a description of their chief town, Ras el Khyma, and an account of the capture of several European vessels and the barbarous treatment of their crews, with interesting details of the several expeditions sent against them, and their final submission to the troops of the English East India Company. The line of coast from Case Musandam to Bahrain on the Arabian side of the Persian Gulf had been from time immemorial occupied by a tribe of Arabs called Joassamees. These, from local position, were all engaged in maritime pursuits. Some traded in their own small vessels to Bassorah, Bushire, Muscat, and even India. Others annually fished in their own boats on the pearl banks of Bahrain, and a still greater number hired themselves out as sailors to navigate the coasting small craft of the Persian Gulf. The Joassamees, at length perceiving that their local position enabled them to reap a rich harvest by plundering vessels in passing this great highway of nations, commenced their piratical career. The small coasting vessels of the Gulf, from their defenseless state, were the first object of their pursuit, and these soon fell an easy prey, until, emboldened by success, they directed their views to more arduous enterprises, and having tasted the sweets of plunder in the increase of their wealth, had determined to attempt more promising victories. About the year 1797, one of the East India Company's vessels of war, the Viper, of 10 guns, was lying at anchor in the inner roads of Bushire. Some dhows of the Joassamees were at the same moment anchored in the harbour, but as their warfare had hitherto been waged only against what are called native vessels, and they had either feared or respected the British flag, no hostile measures were ever pursued against them by the British ships. The commanders of these dhows had applied to the Persian agent of the East India Company there for a supply of gunpowder and cannon shot for their crews, and as this man had no suspicions of their intentions, he furnished them with an order to the commanding officer on board for the quantity required. The captain of the Viper was on shore at the time, in the agent's house, but the order being produced to the officer on board, the powder and shot were delivered, and the dhows weighed and made sail. Crew of the Viper were at this moment taking their breakfast on deck, and the officers below, when on a sudden a cannonading was opened on them by two of the dhows, who attempted also to board. The officers, leaping on deck, called the crew to quarters, and cutting their cable, got sail upon the ship, so as to have the advantage of manoeuvring. A regular engagement now took place between this small cruiser of 4 dhows, all armed with great guns, and full of men. In the contest Lieutenant Carruthers, the commanding officer, was once wounded by a ball in his loins, but after girding a handkerchief around his waist, he still kept the deck, till a ball entering his forehead, he fell. Mr. Salter, the midshipman on whom the command devolved, continued the fight with determined bravery, and after a stout resistance beat them off, chased them some distance out to sea, and subsequently regained the anchorage in safety. Several years elapsed before the wounds of the first defeat were sufficiently healed to induce a second attempt on vessels under the British flag, though a constant state of warfare was still kept up against the small craft of the Gulf. In 1804, the East India Company's cruiser Fly was taken by a French privateer off the island of Ken in the Persian Gulf, but before the enemy boarded her, she ran into shoal water near that island, and sunk the government dispatches, and some treasure with which they were charged, in about 2½ fathoms of water, taking marks for the recovery of them, if possible, at some future period. The passengers and crew were taken to Bushire, where they were set at liberty, and having purchased a country dhow by subscription, they fitted her out and commenced their voyage down the Gulf, bound for Bombay. On their passage down, as they thought it would be practical to recover the government packet and treasure sunk off Ken, they repaired to that island, and were successful, after much exertion, in recovering the former, which being in their estimation of the first importance, as the dispatches were from England to Bombay. They sailed with them on their way thither, without loss of time. Near the mouth of the Gulf they were captured by a fleet of Joassamee boats, after some resistance, in which several were wounded and taken into their chief port at Ras el Khyma. Here they were detained in hope of ransom, and during their stay were shown to the people of the town as curiosities, no similar beings having been before seen there within the memory of man. The Joassamee ladies were so minute in their enquiries, indeed, that they were not satisfied without determining in what respect an uncircumcised infidel differed from a true believer. When these unfortunate Englishmen had remained for several months in the possession of the Arabs, and no hope of their ransom appeared, it was determined to put them to death, and thus rid themselves of unprofitable enemies. An anxiety to preserve life, however, induced the suggestion, on their part, of a plan for the temporary prolongation of it, at least. With this view they communicated to the chief of the pirates the fact of their having sunk a quantity of treasure near the island of Ken, and of their knowing the marks of the spot, by the bearings of objects on shore, with sufficient accuracy to recover it, if furnished with good divers. They offered, therefore, to purchase their own liberty, by a recovery of this money for their captors, and on the fulfilment of their engagement it was solemnly promised to be granted to them. They soon sailed for the spot, accompanied by divers accustomed to that occupation on the pearl banks of Bahrain, and on their anchoring of the precise points of bearing taken, they commenced their labors. The first divers who went down were so successful that all the crew followed in their turns, so that the vessel was at one time almost entirely abandoned at anchor. As the men, too, were all so busily occupied in their golden harvest, the moment appeared favorable for escape, and the still captive Englishmen were already at their stations to overpower the few on board, cut the cable, and make sail. Their motions were either seen or suspected, as the divers repaired on board in haste, and the scheme was thus frustrated. They were now given their liberty as promised, by being landed on the island of Ken, where, however, no means offered for their immediate escape. The pirates, having at the same time landed themselves on the island, commenced a general massacre of the inhabitants, in which their released prisoners, fearing they might be included, fled for shelter to clefts and hiding places in the rocks. During their refuge here they lived on such food as chanced through their way, going out under cover of the night to steal a goat and drag it to their haunts. When the pirates had at length completed their work of blood, and either murdered or driven off every former inhabitant of the island, they quitted it themselves, with the treasure which they had thus collected from the sea and shore. The Englishmen now ventured to come out from their hiding places, and to think of devising some means of escape. Their good fortune, in a moment of despair, threw them on a wreck of a boat near the beach, which was still capable of repair. In searching about the now deserted town, other materials were found, which were of use to them, and sufficient plank and logs of wood for the construction of a raft. These were both completed in a few days, and the party embarked on them in 2 divisions, to effect a passage to the Persian shore. One of these rafts was lost in an attempt, and all aboard her perished, while the raft, with the remainder of the party, reached land. Having gained the mainland, they now set out on foot towards Bushire, following the line of the coast for the sake of the villages and water. In this way they are said to have suffered incredible hardships and privations of every kind. No one knew the language of the country perfectly, and the roads and places of refreshment still less. They were in general destitute of clothes and money, and constantly subject to plunder and imposition, poor as they were. Their food was therefore often scanty, and always of the worst kind, and they had neither shelter from the burning sun of the day, nor from the chilling dews of night. The Indian sailors, sipakis, and servants, of whom a few were still remaining when they set out, had all dropped off by turns, and even Europeans had been abandoned on the road, in the most affecting way, taking the last adieu of their comrades, who had little else to expect but soon to follow their fate. One instance is mentioned of their having left one who could march no further, at the distance of only a mile from a village, and on returning to the spot on the morrow to bring him in, nothing was found but his mangled bones, as he had been devoured in the night by jackals. The packet, being light, was still, however, carried by turns, and preserved through all obstacles and difficulties, and with it they reached at length the island of Bushire, to which they crossed over in a boat from the main. Here they were detained by the sheik, but at length he provided them with a boat for the conveyance of themselves and dispatches to Bushire. From this place they proceeded to Bombay, but of all the company only 2 survived, a Mr. Jowell, an officer of a merchant ship, and an English sailor named Penmel, together with the bag of letters and dispatches. In the following year 2 English brigs, the Shannon, Captain Babcock, and the Trimmer, Captain Cummings, were on their voyage from Bombay to Bussorah. These were both attacked, near the islands of Polior and Ken, by several boats, and after a slight resistance on the part of the Shannon only, were taken possession of, and a part of the crew of each cruelly put to the sword. Captain Babcock, having been seen by one of the Arabs to discharge a musket during the contest, was taken by them on shore, and after a consultation on his fate, it was determined that he should forfeit the arm by which this act of resistance was committed. It was accordingly severed from his body by one stroke of a sabre, and no steps were taken either to bind up the wound, or to prevent his bleeding to death. The captain himself had yet sufficient presence of mind left, however, to think of his own safety, and there being left near him some clarified butter, he procured this to be heated, and while yet warm, thrust the bleeding stump of his arm into it. It had the effect of lessening the effusion of blood, and ultimately of saving a life that would otherwise most probably have been lost. The crew were then all made prisoners, and taken to a port of Arabia, from whence they gradually dispersed and escaped. The vessels themselves were additionally armed, one of them mounting 20 guns, manned with Arab crews, and sent from Ras al Khaimah to cruise in the Gulf, where they committed many piracies. In the year 1808 the force of the Joassamees having gradually increased, and becoming flushed with the pride of victory, their insulting attacks on the British flag were more numerous and more desperate than ever. The first of these was on the ship Minerva of Bombay, on her voyage to Bussorah. The attack was commenced by several boats, for they never cruised singly, and a spirited resistance in a running fight was kept up at intervals for several days in succession. A favorable moment offered, however, for boarding. The ship was overpowered by numbers, and carried amidst a general massacre. The captain was said to have been cut up into separate pieces and thrown overboard by fragments. The second mate and carpenter alone were spared, probably to make use of their services, and an Armenian lady, the wife of Lieutenant Taylor, then at Bushire, was reserved perhaps for still greater sufferings, but was subsequently ransomed for a large sum. A few weeks after this, the Sylph, one of the East India Company's cruisers, of 60 tons and mounting 8 guns, was accompanying the mission under Sir Hartford Jones from Bombay to Persia, when, being separated from the rest of the squadron, she was attacked in the Gulf by a fleet of dhows. These bore down with all the menacing attitude of hostility, but as the commander, Lieutenant Graham, had received orders from the Bombay government not to open his fire on any of these vessels until he had been first fired on himself, the ship was hardly prepared for battle, and the colors were not even hoisted to apprise them to what nation she belonged. The dhows approached, threw their long overhanging prows across the Sylph's beam, and pouring in a shower of stones on her deck, beat down and wounded almost everyone who stood on it. They then boarded, and made the ship an easy prize, before more than a single shot had been fired, and in their usual way put everyone whom they found alive to the sword. Lieutenant Graham fell, covered with wounds, down the fore hatchway of his own vessel, where he was dragged by some of the crew into a storeroom, in which they had secreted themselves, and barricaded the door with a crowbar from within. The cruiser was thus completely in the possession of the enemy, who made sail on her, and were bearing her off in triumph to their own port, in company with their boats. Soon after, however, the commodore of the squadron, in the Nereid frigate hove in sight, and perceiving this vessel in company with the dhows, judged her to be a prize to the pirates. She accordingly gave them all chase, and coming up with a brig, the Arabs took to their boats and abandoned her. The chase was continued after the dhows, but without success. These repeated aggressions at length opened the eyes of the East India government, and an expedition was accordingly assembled at Bombay. The naval force consisted of La Chiffone, frigate, Captain Wainwright as commodore, the Caroline, of 38 guns, and 8 of the East India Company's cruisers, namely, the Mornington, Ternate, Aurora, Prince of Wales, Ariel, Nautilus, Vestal, and Fury, with 4 large transports, and the Stromboli bomb ketch. The fleet sailed from Bombay in September, and after a long passage they reached Muscat, where they remained for many days to refresh and arrange their future plans. They sailed and soon reached Ras el Khyma, the chief port of the pirates within the Gulf. Here the squadron anchored abreast of the town, and the troops were landed under cover of the ships and boats. The inhabitants of the town assembled in crowds to repel the invaders, but the firm line, the regular volleys, and the steady charge of the troops at the point of the bayonet overcame every obstacle, and multiplied the heaps of the slain. A general conflagration was then ordered, and a general plunder to the troops was permitted. The town was set on fire in all parts, and about 60 sails of boats and dhows, with the Minerva, a ship which they had taken, then lying in the roads, were all burnt and destroyed. The complete conquest of the place was thus effected with very trifling loss on the part of the besiegers, and some plunder collected, though it was thought that most of the treasure and valuables had been removed into the interior. This career of victory was suddenly damped by the report of the approach of a large body of troops from the interior, and although none of these were seen, this ideal reinforcement induced the besiegers to withdraw. The embarkation took place at daylight in the morning, and while the fleet remained at anchor during the whole of the day, parties were still seen assembling on the shore, displaying their colors, brandishing their spears, and firing muskets from all points, so that the conquest was scarcely as complete as could be wished, since no formal act of submission had yet been shown. The expedition now sailed to Linga, a small port of the Joassamees, and burnt it to the ground. The force had now become separated, the greater portion of the troops being sent to Muscat for supplies, or being deemed unnecessary, and some of the vessels were sent on separate services of blockading passages and etc. The remaining portion of the blockading squadron, consisting of La Chiffone frigate, and 4 of the cruisers, the Mornington, Ternate, Nautilus, and Fury, and 2 transports, with 500 troops from Linga, then proceeded to Luft, another port of the Joassamees. As the channel here was narrow and difficult of approach, the ships were warped into their stations of anchorage, and a summons sent on shore, as the people had not here abandoned their town, but were found at their posts of defence, in a large and strong castle with many batteries, redoubts, and etc. The summons being treated with disdain, the troops were landed with Colonel Smith at their head, and while forming on the beach, a slight skirmish took place with such of the inhabitants of the town as fled for shelter to the castle. The troops then advanced towards the fortress, which is described to have had walls 14 feet thick, pierced with loopholes, and only one entrance through a small gate, well cased with iron bars and bolts, in the strongest manner. With a howitzer taken for the occasion, it was intended to have blown this gate open, and to have taken the place by storm, but on reaching it, while the ranks opened, and the men sought to surround the castle to seek for some other entrance, at the same time, they were picked off so rapidly and unexpectedly from the loopholes above, that a general flight took place. The howitzer was abandoned, even before it had been fired, and both the officers and the troops sought shelter by lying down behind the ridges of sand and little hillocks immediately underneath the castle walls. An Irish officer, jumping up from his hiding place and calling on some of his comrades to follow him in an attempt to rescue the howitzer, was killed in the enterprise. Such others as even raised their heads to look around them were picked off by the musketry from above, and the whole of the troops lay therefore hidden in this way, until the darkness of night favored their escape to the beach, where they embarked after sunset, the enemy having made no sally on them from the fort. A second summons was sent to the chief in the castle, threatening to bombard the town from a nearer anchorage if he did not submit, and no quarter afterwards shown. With the dawn of morning all eyes were directed to the fortress, when, to the surprise of the whole squadron, a man was seen waving the British Union flag on the summit of its walls. It was Lieutenant Hall, who commanded the Fury, which was one of the vessels nearest the shore. During the night he had gone on shore alone, taking a Union Jack in his hand, and advanced singly to the castle gate. The fortress had already been abandoned by the greater number of inhabitants, but some few still remained there. These fled at the approach of an individual, supposing him to be the herald of those who were to follow. Be this as it may, the castle was entirely abandoned, and the British flag waved on its walls by this daring officer, to the surprise and admiration of all the fleet. The town and fortifications were then taken possession of. After sweeping round the bottom of the gulf, the expedition returned to Muscat. On the sailing of the fleet from hence, the forces were augmented by a body of troops belonging to the Imam of Muscat, destined to assist in the recovery of a place called Shenaz, on the coast, taken by the Joassamees. On their arrival at this place a summons was sent, commanding the fort to surrender, which being refused, a bombardment was opened from the ships and boats, but without producing much effect. On the following morning the whole of the troops were landed, and a regular encampment formed on the shore, with sand batteries and other necessary works for a siege. After several days' bombardment, in which about 4,000 shots and shells were discharged against the fortress, to which the people had fled for refuge after burning down the town, a breach was reported to be practicable, and the castle was accordingly stormed. The resistance still made was desperate, the Arabs fighting as long as they could wield the sword, and even thrusting their spears up through the fragments of towers, in whose ruins they remained irrevocably buried. The loss in killed and wounded was upwards of 1,000 men, notwithstanding that the object of this expedition might be said to be incomplete, inasmuch as nothing less than a total extirpation of their race could secure the tranquillity of these seas. Yet the effect produced by this expedition was such as to make them reverence or dread the British flag for several years afterwards. At length, in 1815, their boats began to infest the entrance to the Red Sea, and in 1816 their numbers had so increased on that coast that a squadron of them, commanded by a chief called Amir Ibrahim, captured, within sight of Mocha, 4 vessels bound from Surat to that port, richly laden and navigating under the British flag, and the crews were massacred. A squadron consisting of His Majesty's ship Challenger, Captain Bridges, and the East India Company's cruisers Mercury, Ariel, and Vestal were dispatched to the chief port of the Joassamees, Ras el Khaimah. Mr. Buckingham, the great Oriental traveller, accompanied the expedition from Bushire. Upon their arrival at Ras el Khaimah, a demand was made for the restoration of the 4 Surat vessels and their cargoes, or, in lieu thereof, 12 lakhs of rupees. Also, that the command of the piratical squadron, Amir Ibrahim, should be delivered up for punishment. The demand was made by letter, and answer being received, Captain Bridges determined to go on shore and have an interview with the pirate chieftain. Mr. Buckingham says he requested me to accompany him on shore as an interpreter. I readily assented. We quitted the ship together around 9 o'clock, and pulled straight to the shore, sounding all the way as we went, and gradually shoaling our waters from 6 to 2 fathoms, within a quarter of a mile of the beach, where 4 large dhows lay at anchor, ranged in a line, with their heads seaward, each of them mounting several pieces of cannon, and being full of men. On landing on the beach we found its whole length guarded by a line of armed men, some bearing muskets, but the greater part armed with swords, shields, and spears. Most of them were negroes, whom the Joassamees spare in their wars, looking on them rather as property and merchandise than in the light of enemies. We were permitted to pass this line, and upon our communicating our wish to see the chief, we were conducted to the gate of the principal building, nearly in the center of town, and were met by the pirate chieftain, attended by 50 armed men. I offered him the Mahometan salutation of peace, which he returned without hesitation. The chief, Hassan ben Rama, whom we had seen, was a small man, apparently about 40 years of age, with an expression of cunning in his looks, and something particularly sarcastic in his smile. He was dressed in the usual Arab garments, with a cashmere shawl, turban, and a scarlet benish, of the Persian form, to distinguish him from his followers. They were habited in the plainest garments. One of his eyes had been wounded, but his other features were good, his teeth beautifully white and regular, and his complexion very dark. The town of Ras al Khaimah stands on a narrow tongue of sandy land, pointing to the northeastward, presenting its northwest edge to the open sea, and its southeast one to a creek, which runs up within it to the southwestward, and affords a safe harbor for boats. There appeared to be no continued wall of defense around it, though round towers and portions of walls were seen in several parts, probably once connected in a line, but not yet repaired since their destruction. The strongest points of defense appear to be in the fortress at the northeast angle, and a double round tower near the center of the town, in each of which guns are mounted, but all the other towers appear to afford only shelter for musketeers. The rest of the town is composed of ordinary buildings of unhewn stone, and huts of rushes and long grasses, with narrow avenues winding between them. The present number of inhabitants may be computed at 10,000 at least. There are thought to have been at present, in 1816, 60 large boats out from their own port, manned with crews from 80 to 300 men each, and 40 other boats that belong to other ports. Their force concentrated would probably amount to at least 100 boats and 8,000 fighting men. After several fruitless negotiations, the signal was now made to weigh and stand closer in towards the town. It was then followed by the signal to engage the enemy. The squadron bore down nearly in line, under easy sail, and with the wind right aft, or on shore, the Mercury being on the starboard bow, the Challenger next in order, in the center, the Vestal following in the same line as the Ariel, completing the division. A large fleet of small boats were seen standing in from Cape Mussendom at the same time, but these escaped by keeping closer along shore, and at length passing over the bar and getting into the backwater behind the town. The squadron continued to stand on in a direct line toward the 4 anchored dhows, gradually shoaling from the depth of our anchorage to 2½ fathoms, where stream anchors were dropped underfoot, with springs on the cables, so that each vessel lay with her broadsides to the shore. A fire was now opened by the whole squadron, directed at the 4 dhows. These boats were full of men, brandishing their weapons in the air, their whole number exceeding probably 600. Some of the shot from the few long guns of the squadron reached the shore, and were buried in the sand. Others fell across the bows and near the hulls of the dhows to which they were directed, but the cannonades all fell short, as we were then fully a mile from the beach. The Arab colors were displayed on all the forts. Crowds of armed men were assembled on the beach, bearing large banners on poles, and dancing around them with their arms, as if rallying around a sacred standard, so that no sign of submission or conquest was witnessed throughout. The Ariel continued to discharge about 50 shot after all the others had desisted, but with as little avail as before, and thus ended this wordy negotiation, and the bloodless battle to which it eventually led. In 1818 these pirates grew so daring that they made an irruption into the Indian Ocean, and plundered vessels and towns on the islands and coasts. A fleet was sent against them, and intercepted them off Ashlola Island, proceeding to the westward in 3 divisions, and drove them back into the Gulf. The Eden and Psyche fell in with 2 trankies, and these were so closely pursued that they were obliged to drop a small captured boat they had in tow. The Thetes was one day kept in close chase by 17 vessels, but they were enabled to get away owing to their superior sailing. The cruisers met with the Joassamees 17 times, and were constantly employed in hunting them from place to place. At length, in 1819, they became such a scourge to the commerce that a formidable expedition under the command of Major General Sir W. Grant Keir sailed against them. It arrived before the chief town in December, and commenced operations. In his dispatches General Keir says, "I have the satisfaction to report the town of Ras el Khyma, after a resistance of 6 days, was taken possession of this morning by the force under my command." On the 18th, after completing my arrangements at Muscat, the Liverpool sailed for the rendezvous at Kishme. On the 21st we fell in with the fleet of the Persian Gulf, and anchored off the island of Larak on the 24th of November. As it appeared probable that a considerable period would elapse before the junction of the ships which were detained at Bombay, I conceived it would prove highly advantageous to avail myself of all the information that could be procured respecting the strength and resources of the pirates we had to deal with. No time was lost in making the necessary preparations for landing, which was effected the following morning without opposition, at a spot which had been previously selected for that purpose, about 2 miles to the westward of the town. The troops were formed across the isthmus connecting the peninsula on which the town is situated with the neighboring country, and the whole of the day was occupied in getting the tents on shore, to shelter the men from rain, landing engineers, tools, sandbags, and etc., and making arrangements preparatory to commencing our approaches the next day. On the morning of the 4th, our light troops were ordered in advance, supported by the pickets, to dislodge the enemy from a bank within 900 yards of the outer fort, which was expected to afford good cover for the men. The whole of the light companies of the force under Captain Backhouse moved forward, and drove the Arabs with great gallantry from a date grove and over the bank close under the walls of the fort, followed by the pickets under Major Molesworth, who took post at the sandbanks, whilst the European light troops were skirmishing in front. The enemy kept up a sharp fire of musketry and cannon. During these movements Major Molesworth, a gallant officer, was here killed. The troops kept their position during the day, and in the night effected a lodgment within 300 yards of the southernmost tower, and erected a battery of 4 guns, together with a mortar battery. The weather having become rather unfavourable for the disembarkation of the stores required for the siege, but this important object being effected on the morning of the 6th, we were enabled to open 3 18-pounders on the fort. A couple of howitzers and 6-pounders were also placed in the battery on the right, which played on the defences of the towers and nearly silenced the enemy's fire, who, during the whole of our progress, exhibited a considerable degree of resolution in withstanding, and ingenuity in counteracting our attacks. Sallied out at 8 o'clock this evening along the whole front of our entrenchments, crept close up to the mortar battery without being perceived, and entered it over the parapet, after spearing the advance entries. The party which occupied it were obliged to retire, but being immediately reinforced, charged the assailants, who were driven out of the battery with great loss. The enemy repeated his attacks toward morning, but was vigorously repulsed. During the 7th every exertion was made to land and bring up the remaining guns and mortars, which was accomplished during the night. They were immediately placed on the battery, together with 2 24-pounders, which were landed from the Liverpool, and in the morning the whole of the ordnance opened on the fort and fired with scarcely any intermission till sunset, when the breach of the curtain was reported nearly practicable and the towers almost untenable. Immediate arrangements were made for the assault, and the troops ordered to move down to the entrenchments by daylight the next morning. The party moved forward about 8 o'clock, and entered the fort through the breaches without firing a shot, and it soon appeared the enemy had evacuated the place. The town was taken possession of and found almost entirely deserted, only 18 or 20 men and a few women remaining in their houses. The expedition next proceeded against Rumps, a piratical town, 8 miles north of Ras el Khyma, but the inhabitants abandoned the town and took refuge in the hill fort of Zayah, which is situated at the head of a navigable creek nearly 2 miles from the sea coast. This place was a resistance of Hussein bin Ali, a sheik of considerable importance among the Joassamee tribes, and a person who, from his talents and lawless habits, as well as from the strength and advantageous situation of the fort, was likely to attempt the revival of the piratical system upon the first occasion. It became a desirable object to reduce the power of this chieftain. On the 18th December the troops embarked at Ras el Khyma at daybreak in the boats of the fleet under command of Major Warren, with the 65th Regiment and the flank companies of the 1st and 2nd Regiment, and at noon arrived within 4 miles of their destination. This operation was attending with considerable difficulty and risk, owing to the heavy surf that beat on the shore, and which was the occasion of some loss of ammunition and of a few boats being upset and stove in. At 3:30 p.m., having refreshed the men, says Major Warren, we commenced our march, and fording the creek or backwater, took up our position at sunset, to the northeastward of the fort, the enemy firing at us as we passed, notwithstanding that our messenger, whom we had previously sent in to summon the sheik, was still in the place, and I lost no time in pushing our riflemen and pickets as far forward as I could, without exposing them too much to the firing of the enemy, whom I found strongly posted under secure cover in the date tree groves in front of the town. Captain Cock, with the light company of his battalion, was at the same time sent to the westward to cut off the retreat of the enemy on that side. At daybreak the next morning, finding it necessary to drive the enemy still further in, to get a nearer view of his defenses, I moved forward the rifle company of the 65th Regiment, and after a considerable opposition from the enemy, I succeeded in forcing him to retire some distance, but not without disputing every inch of ground, which was well calculated for resistance, being intersected at every few yards by banks and water courses raised for the purpose of irrigation and covered with date trees. The next morning the riflemen, supported by the pickets, were again called into play, and soon established their position within 300 and 400 yards of the town, which was the base of the hill, was so completely surrounded as to render the escape of any of the garrison now almost impossible. This advantage was gained by a severe loss, 2 24-pounders and the 2 12s, the landing of which had been retarded by the difficulty of communication with the fleet from which we derived all our supplies. Having been now brought on shore, we broke ground in the evening, and notwithstanding the rocky soil, had them to play next morning at daylight. Aware, however, that the families of the enemy were still in the town, and humanity dictating that some effort should be made to save the innocent from the fate that awaited the guilty, an opportunity was afforded for that purpose by an offer to the garrison of security to their women and children should they be sent out within the hour. But the infatuated chief, either from an idea that his fort on the hill was not to be reached by our shot, or with the vain hope to gain time by procrastination, returning no answer to our communication, while he detained our messenger, we opened our fire at 8:30 in the morning, and such was the precision of the practice that in 2 hours we perceived the breach would soon be practicable. I was in the act of ordering the assault when a white flag was displayed, and the enemy, after some little delay in assembling from the different quarters of the place, marched out without their arms, with Hussein bin Ali at their head, to the number of 398, and at 1:30 p.m. the British flags were hoisted on the hill fort and at the sheik's house. The women and children, to the number of 400, were at the same time collected together in a place of security, and sent on board the fleet, together with the men. The service has been short but arduous. The enemy defended themselves with great obstinacy and ability worthy of a better cause. From 2 prisoners retaken from the Joassamees, they learnt that the plunder is made a general stock, and distributed by the chief, but in what proportions the deponents cannot say. Water is generally very scarce. There is a quantity of fish caught on the bank, upon which and dates they live. There were a few horses, camels, cows, sheep, and goats, the greatest part of which they took with them. They were in general lean, as the sandy plain produces little or no vegetation, except a few dates and coconut trees. The pirates who abandoned Ras el Khyma encamped about 3 miles in the interior, ready to retreat into the desert at a moment's warning. The Sheik of Rumps is an old man, but looks intelligent, and is said to be the man who advises upon all occasions the movements of the different tribes of pirates on the coast. And when he was told that it was the wish of the company to put a stop to their piracy, and to make an honest people of them by encouraging them to trade, seemed to regret much that those intentions were not made known, as they would have been most readily embraced. Rumps is the key to Ras el Khyma, and by its strength is defended from a strong banditti infesting the mountains, as also the Bedouin Arabs, who are their enemies. A British garrison of 1,200 men is stationed at Ras el Khyma, and a guard ship. The outer places sent in tokens of submission, as driven out of their fortresses on the margin of the sea, they had to contend with the interior hostile tribes. End of chapter 3.
The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 4. The barbarous conduct and romantic death of the Joassamee chief Rama ben Jabir. The town of Bushire on the Persian Gulf is seated in a low peninsula of sand, extending out of the general line of the coast so as to form a bay on both sides. One of these bays was, in 1816, occupied by the fleet of a certain Arab named Rama ben Jabir, who has been for more than 20 years the terror of the Gulf, and who was the most successful and the most generally tolerated pirate, perhaps, that ever infested any sea. This man by birth was a native of Grain, on the opposite coast, and nephew of the governor of that place. His fellow citizens had all the honesty, however, to declare him an outlaw, from abhorrence of his profession, but he found that aid and protection at Bushire which his own townsmen denied him. With 5 or 6 vessels, most of which were very large, and manned with crews of from 200 to 300 each, he sailed forth and captured whatever he thought himself strong enough to carry off as a prize. His followers, to the number of 2,000, were maintained by the plunder of his prizes, and as the most of these were his own bought African slaves, and the remainder equally subject to his authority, he was sometimes as prodigal of their lives in a fit of anger as he was of his enemies, whom he was not content to slay in battle only, but basely murdered in cold blood after they had submitted. An instance is related of his having put a great number of his own crew, who used mutinous expressions, into a tank on board, in which they usually kept their water, and this being shut close at the top, the poor wretches were all suffocated, and afterwards thrown overboard. This butcher chief, like the celebrated Jazar of Acre, affecting great simplicity of dress, manners, and living, and whenever he went out could not be distinguished by a stranger from the crowd of his attendants. He carried this simplicity to a degree of filthiness which was disgusting, as his usual dress was a shirt which was never taken off to be washed from the time it was first put on till worn out, no drawers or coverings for the legs of any kind, and a large black goat's hair cloak wrapped over all with a greasy and dirty handkerchief, called the keffiyeh, thrown loosely over his head. Infamous as was this man's life and character, he was not only cherished and courted by the people of Bushire, who dreaded him, but was courteously received and respectfully entertained whenever he visited the British factory. On one occasion, says Buckingham, at which I was present, he was sent for to give some medical gentlemen of the Navy and Company's cruisers an opportunity of inspecting his arm, which had been severely wounded. The wound was at first made by grape shot and splinters, and the arm was one mass of blood about the part for several days, while the man himself was with difficulty known to be alive. He gradually recovered, however, without surgical aid, and the bone of the arm between the shoulder and the elbow being completely shivered to pieces, the fragments progressively worked out, and the singular appearance was left of the forearm and elbow connected to the shoulder by flesh and skin and tendons without the least vestige of bone. This man, when invited to the factory for the purpose of making an exhibition of his arm, was himself admitted to sit at the table and take some tea, as it was breakfast time, and some of his followers took chairs around him. They were all as disgustingly filthy in appearance as could well be imagined, and some of them did not scruple to hunt for vermin on their skins, of which there was an abundance, and throw them on the floor. Rama Ben Jabir's figure presented a meagre trunk with 4 lank members, all of them cut and hacked and pierced with wounds of sabres, spears, and bullets, in every part, to the number, perhaps, of more than 20 different wounds. He had, besides, a face naturally ferocious and ugly, and now rendered still more so by several scars there, and by the loss of one eye. When asked by one of the English gentlemen present, with a tone of encouragement and familiarity, whether he could not still dispatch an enemy with his boneless arm, he drew a crooked dagger, or jambeya, from the girdle round his shirt, and placing his left hand, which was sound, to support the elbow of the right, which was the one that was wounded, he grasped the dagger firmly with his clenched fist and drew it backward and forward, twirling it at the same time, and saying that he desired nothing better than to have the cutting of as many throats as he could effectually open with his lame hand. Instead of being shocked at the uttering of such a brutal wish and such a savage triumph at still possessing the power to murder unoffending victims, I knew not how to describe my feelings of shame and sorrow when a loud roar of laughter burst from the whole assembly, when I ventured to express my dissent from the general feeling of admiration for such a man. Illustration of Rama Ben Jabir, a Joassamee chief. This barbarous pirate in the year 1827 at last experienced the fate characteristic of the whole course of his life. His violent aggressions having united the Arabs of Bahrein and Ratif against him, they blockaded his port of Daman, from which Rama Ben Jabir, having left a garrison in the fort under his son, had sailed in a well-appointed bungalow for the purpose of endeavoring to raise a confederacy of his friends in his support. Having failed in this object, he returned to Daman, and in spite of the boats blockading the port, succeeded in visiting his garrison, and immediately re-embarked, taking with him his youngest son. On arriving on board his bungalow, he was received by his followers with a salute, which decisive indication of his presence immediately attracted the attention of his opponents, one of whose boats, commanded by the nephew of the Sheik of Bahrein, proceeded to attack him. A desperate struggle ensued, and the Sheik, finding after some time that he had lost nearly the whole of his crew by firing off Rama's boat, retired for reinforcements. These being obtained, he immediately returned singly to the contest. The fight was renewed with redoubled fury, when at last Rama, being informed, for he had been long blind, that his men were falling fast around him, mustered the remainder of the crew, and issued orders to close and grapple with his opponent. When this was effected, and after embracing his son, he was led with a lighted torch to the magazine, which instantly exploded, blowing his own boat to atoms and setting fire to the sheiks, which immediately afterwards shared the same fate. Sheikh Ahmed and few of his followers escaped to the other boats, but only one of Rahmah's brave crew was saved, and it is supposed that upwards of 300 men were killed in this heroic contest. End of chapter 4.
The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms, Chapter 5. The Life of Lafitte, the famous pirate of the Gulf of Mexico, with a history of the pirates of Barataria and an account of their volunteering for the defense of New Orleans, and their daring intrepidity under General Jackson during the battle of the 8th of January, 1815, for which important service they were pardoned by President Madison. Jean Lafitte was born at St. Malo in France in 1781, and went to sea at the age of 13. After several voyages in Europe and to the coast of Africa, he was appointed mate of a French East Indiaman bound to Madras. On the outward passage they encountered a heavy gale off the Cape of Good Hope, which sprung the mainmast and otherwise injured the ship, which determined the captain to bear up for the Mauritius, where he arrived in safety. A quarrel having taken place on the passage out between Lafitte and the captain, he abandoned the ship and refused to continue the voyage. Several privateers were at this time fitting out at this island, and Lafitte was appointed captain of one of these vessels. After a cruise during which he robbed the vessels of other nations besides those of England, and thus committing piracy, he stopped at the Seychelles and took in a load of slaves for the Mauritius. But being chased by an English frigate as far north as the equator, he found himself in a very awkward condition, not having provisions enough on board his ship to carry him back to the French colony. He therefore conceived the bold project of proceeding to the Bay of Bengal in order to get provisions from on board some English ships. In his ship of 200 tons, with only 2 guns and 26 men, he attacked and took an English armed schooner with a numerous crew. After putting 19 of his own crew on board the schooner, he took the command of her and proceeded to cruise upon the coast of Bengal. He there fell in with the Pagoda, a vessel belonging to the English East India Company, armed with 26 12-pounders and manned with 150 men. Expecting that the enemy would take him for a pilot of the Ganges, he manoeuvred accordingly. The Pagoda manifested no suspicions, whereupon he suddenly darted with his brave followers upon her decks, overturned all who opposed them, and speedily took the ship. After a very successful cruise, he arrived safe at the Mauritius, and took the command of La Confiance of 26 guns and 250 men, and sailed for the coast of British India. Off the Sands Heads in October 1807, Lafitte fell in with the Queen East Indiaman, with a crew of nearly 400 men and carrying 40 guns. He conceived the bold project of getting possession of her. Never was there beheld a more unequal conflict. Even the height of the vessel compared to the feeble privateer augmented the chances against Lafitte, but the difficulty and danger, far from discouraging this intrepid sailor, acted as an additional spur to his brilliant valor. After electrifying his crew with a few words of hope and ardor, he maneuvered and ran on board of the enemy. In this position he received a broadside when close to, but he expected this, and made his men lay flat upon the deck. After the first fire they all rose, and from the yards and tops threw bombs and grenades at the forecastle of the Indiaman. This sudden and unforeseen attack caused a great havoc. In an instant, death and terror made them abandon a part of the vessel near the mizzenmast. Lafitte, who observed everything, seized the decisive moment, beat to arms, and 40 of his crew prepared to board, with pistols in their hands and daggers held between their teeth. As soon as they got on deck, they rushed upon the affrighted crowd, who retreated to the steerage and endeavoured to defend themselves there. Lafitte thereupon ordered a second division to board, which he headed himself. The captain of the Indiaman was killed, and all were swept away in a moment. Lafitte caused a gun to be loaded with grape, which he pointed towards the place where the crowd was assembled, threatening to exterminate them. The English, deeming resistance fruitless, surrendered, and Lafitte hastened to put a stop to the slaughter. This exploit hitherto unparalleled, resounded through India, and the name of Lafitte became the terror of English commerce in these latitudes. As British vessels now traversed the Indian Ocean under strong convoys, game became scarce, and Lafitte determined to visit France. After doubling the Cape of Good Hope, he coasted up to the Gulf of Guinea, and in the Bight of Benin he took 2 valuable prizes loaded with gold dust, ivory, and palm oil. With this booty he reached St. Malo in safety. After a short stay at his native place, he fitted out a brigantine mounting 20 guns and 150 men, and sailed for Guadeloupe. Amongst the West India Islands he made several valuable prizes, but during his absence on a cruise, the island having been taken by the British, he proceeded to Carthagena, and from thence to Barataria. After this period, the conduct of Lafitte at Barataria does not appear to be characterized by the audacity and boldness of his former career. But he had amassed immense sums of booty, and as he was obliged to have dealings with the merchants of the United States and the West Indies, who frequently owed him large sums, and the cautious dealings necessary to found and conduct a colony of pirates and smugglers in the very teeth of a civilized nation, obliged Lafitte to cloak as much as possible his real character. As we have said before, at the period of taking Guadeloupe by the British, most of the privateers commissioned by the government of that island, and which were then on a cruise, not being able to return to any of the West India Islands, made for Barataria, there to take in a supply of water and provisions, recruit the health of their crews, and dispose of their prizes, which could not be admitted into any of the ports of the United States, being at that time in peace with Great Britain. Most of the commissions granted to privateers by the French government at Guadeloupe having expired some time after the declaration of the independence of Carthagena, many of the privateers repaired to that port for the purpose of obtaining from the new government commissions for cruising against Spanish vessels. Having duly obtained their commissions, they in a manner blockaded for a long time all the ports belonging to the royalists, and made numerous captives, which they carried into Barataria. Under this denomination is comprised part of the coast of Louisiana to the west of the mouths of the Mississippi, comprehended between Bastion Bay on the east, and the mouths of the river or Bayou La Forge on the west. Not far from the sea are lakes called the Great and Little Lakes of Barataria, communicating with one another by several large bayous with a great number of branches. There is also the island of Barataria, at the extremity of which is a place called the Temple, which denomination it owes to several mounds of shells thrown up there by the Indians. The name of Barataria is also given to a large basin which extends the whole length of the cypress swamps from the Gulf of Mexico to 3 miles above New Orleans. These waters disembogue into the Gulf by 2 entrances of the Bayou Barataria, between which lies an island called Grande Terre, 6 miles in length and from 2 to 3 miles in breadth, running parallel with the coast. In the western entrance is the Great Pass of Barataria, which has from 9 to 10 feet of water. Within this pass, about 2 leagues from the open sea, lies the only secure harbour on the coast, and accordingly this was the harbour frequented by the pirates, so well known by the name of Baratarians. At Grande Terre, the privateers publicly made sale by auction of the cargoes of their prizes. From all parts of Lower Louisiana, people resorted to Barataria, without being at all solicitous to conceal the object of their journey. The most respectable inhabitants of the state, especially those living in the country, were in the habit of purchasing smuggled goods coming from Barataria. The government of the United States sent an expedition under Commodore Patterson to disperse the settlement of marauders at Barataria. The following is an extract of his letter to the Secretary of War. Sir, I have the honor to inform you that I departed from this city on the 11th of June, accompanied by Colonel Ross, with a detachment of 70 of the 44th Regiment of Infantry. On the 12th reached the schooner Carolina of Plaquemine, and formed a junction with the gun vessels at the Belize on the 13th, sailed from the Southwest Pass on the evening of the 15th, and at 8:30 a.m. on the 16th made the island of Barataria, and discovered a number of vessels in the harbour, some of which showed Carthaginian colours. At 2 o'clock perceived the pirates forming their vessels, 10 in number, including prizes, into a line of battle near the entrance of the harbour, and making every preparation to offer me battle. At 10 o'clock, wind light and variable, formed the order of battle with 6 gunboats and the Seahorse tender, mounting 1 6-pounder and 15 men, and a launch mounting 1 12-pounder carronade, the schooner Carolina drawing too much water to cross the bar. At 10:30 o'clock, perceived several smokes along the coast as signals, and at the same time a white flag hoisted on board a schooner at the fort, an American flag at the mainmast head, and a Carthaginian flag, under which the pirates' cruise, at her topping lift. Replied with a white flag at my main. At 11 o'clock, discovered that the pirates had fired 2 of their best schooners, hauled down my white flag, and made the signal for battle, hoisting with a large white flag bearing the words "Pardon for deserters," having heard there was a number on shore from the army and navy. At 11:15 o'clock, 2 gunboats grounded and were passed agreeably to my previous orders by the other 4 which entered the harbour, manned by my barge and the boats belonging to the grounded vessels, and proceeded in to my great disappointment. I perceived that the pirates abandoned their vessels and were flying in all directions. I immediately sent the launch and 2 barges with small boats in pursuit of them. At meridian, took possession of all their vessels in the harbour, consisting of 6 schooners and 1 felucca, cruisers and prizes of the pirates, 1 brig, a prize, and 2 armed schooners under the Carthaginian flag, both in the line of battle with the armed vessels of the pirates, and apparently with an intention to aid them in any resistance they might make against me, as their crews were at quarters, tompions out of their guns, and matches lighted. Colonel Ross at the same time landed, and with his command took possession of their establishment on shore, consisting of about 40 houses of different sizes, badly constructed, and thatched with palmetto leaves. When I perceived the enemy forming their vessels into a line of battle, I felt confident from their number and very advantageous position, and their number of men, that they would have fought me. Their not doing so I regret, for had they, I should have been enabled more effectually to destroy or make prisoners of them and their leaders. But it is a subject of great satisfaction to me, to have effected the object of my enterprise without the loss of a man. The enemy had mounted on their vessels 20 pieces of cannon of different calibre, and, as I have since learnt, from 800 to 1,000 men of all nations and colours. Early in the morning of the 20th, the Carolina at anchor, about 5 miles distant, made the signal of a strange sail in sight to eastward. Immediately after, she weighed anchor and gave chase the strange sail, standing for Grande-Terre with all sail. At 8:30 o'clock, the chase hauled her wind offshore to escape, sent acting Lieutenant Spedding with 4 boats, manned and armed, to prevent her passing the harbour. At 9 o'clock a.m. the chase fired upon the Carolina, which was returned. Each vessel continued firing during the chase when their long guns could reach. At 10 o'clock the chase grounded outside of the bar, at which time the Carolina was from the shoalness of the water obliged to haul her wind offshore and give up the chase, opened a fire upon the chase across the island from the gun vessels. At 10:30 o'clock she hauled down her colours and was taken possession of. She proved to be the armed schooner General Bolivar. By grounding she broke both her rudder pintles and made water. Took from her armament, consisting of 1 long brass 18-pounder, 1 long brass 6-pounder, 2 12-pounders, small arms, etc., and 21 packages of dry goods. On the afternoon of the 23rd, got under way with the whole squadron, in all 17 vessels, but during the night 1 escaped, and the next day arrived at New Orleans with my whole squadron. At different times the English had sought to attack the pirates at Barrataria, in hopes of taking their prizes and even their armed vessels. Of these attempts of the British, suffice it to instance that of June 23, 1813, when 2 privateers, being at anchor off Cat Island, a British sloop of war anchored at the entrance of the pass and sent her boats to endeavour to take the privateers, but they were repulsed with considerable loss. Such was the state of affairs when on the 2nd of September 1814 there appeared an armed brig on the coast opposite the pass. She fired a gun at a vessel about to enter, and forced her to run aground. She then tacked and shortly after came to an anchor at the entrance of the pass. It was not easy to understand the intentions of this vessel, who, having commenced with hostilities on her first appearance, now seemed to announce an amicable disposition. Mr. Lafitte then went off in a boat to examine her, venturing so far that he could not escape from the pinnace sent from the brig and making towards the shore, bearing British colours and a flag of truce. In this pinnace were 2 naval officers. One was Captain Lockyer, commander of the brig. The first question they asked was, where was Mr. Lafitte? He, not choosing to make himself known to them, replied that the person they inquired for was on shore. They then delivered to him a packet directed to Mr. Lafitte Barataria, requesting him to take particular care of it and to deliver it into Mr. Lafitte's hands. He now prevailed on them to make for the shore, and as soon as they got near enough to be in his power, he made himself known, recommending to them at the same time to conceal the business on which they had come. Upwards of 200 persons lined the shore, and it was a general cry amongst the crews of the privateers at Grande Terre that those British officers should be made prisoners and sent to New Orleans as spies. It was with much difficulty that Lafitte dissuaded the multitude from this intent and led the officers in safety to his dwelling. He thought, very prudently, that the papers contained in the packet might be of importance towards the safety of the country, and that the officers, if well watched, could obtain no intelligence that might turn to the detriment of Louisiana. He now examined the contents of the packet, in which he found a proclamation addressed by Colonel Edward Nichols in the service of His Britannic Majesty and commander of the land forces on the coast of Florida, to the inhabitants of Louisiana. A letter from the same to Mr. Lafitte, the commander of Barataria, an official letter from the Honourable W. H. Percy, captain of the sloop of war Hermes, directed to Lafitte. When he had perused these letters, Captain Lockyer enlarged on the subject of them, and proposed to him to enter into the service of His Britannic Majesty with the rank of post captain, and to receive the command of a 44-gun frigate, also all those under his command or over whom he had sufficient influence. He was also offered $30,000 payable at Pensacola, and urged him not to let slip this opportunity of acquiring fortune and consideration. On Lafitte's requiring a few days to reflect upon these proposals, Captain Lockyer observed to him that no reflection could be necessary respecting proposals that obviously precluded hesitation, as he was a Frenchman and proscribed by the American government. But to all his splendid promises and daring insinuations, Lafitte replied that in a few days he would give a final answer, his object in this procrastination being to gain time to inform the officers of the state government of this nefarious project. Having occasion to go some distance for a short time, the persons who had proposed to send the British officers prisoners to New Orleans went and seized them in his absence, and confined both them and the crew of the pinnace in a secure place, leaving a guard at the door. The British officers sent for Lafitte, but he, fearing an insurrection of the crews of the privateers, thought it advisable not to see them until he had first persuaded their captains and officers to desist from the measures on which they seemed bent. With this view, he represented to the latter that, besides the infamy that would attach to them if they treated as prisoners people who had come with a flag of truce, they would lose the opportunity of discovering the projects of the British against Louisiana. Early the next morning, Lafitte caused them to be released from their confinement and saw them safe on board their pinnace, apologizing the detention. He now wrote to Captain Lockyer the following letter. To Captain Lockyer, Barataria, 4th September 1814. Sir, the confusion which prevailed in our camp yesterday and this morning, and of which you have a complete knowledge, has prevented me from answering in a precise manner to the object of your mission, nor even at this moment can I give you all the satisfaction that you desire. However, if you could grant me a fortnight, I would be entirely at your disposal at the end of that time. This delay is indispensable to enable me to put my affairs in order. You may communicate with me by sending a boat to the eastern point of the pass, where I will be found. You have inspired me with more confidence than the Admiral, your superior officer, could have done himself. With you alone I wish to deal, and from you also I will claim, in due time, the reward of the services which I may render to you. Yours, etc., J. Lafitte. His object in writing that letter was, by appearing disposed to accede to their proposals, to give time to communicate the affair to the officers of the state government, and to receive from them instructions how to act, under circumstances so critical and important to the country. He accordingly wrote on the 4th of September to Mr. Blanc, one of the representatives of the state, sending him all the papers delivered to him by the British officers, with a letter addressed to His Excellency Governor Claiborne of the state of Louisiana. To Governor Claiborne, Barataria, September 4th, 1814. Sir, in the firm persuasion that the choice made of you to fill the office of first magistrate of this state was dictated by the esteem of your fellow citizens and was conferred on merit, I confidently address you on an affair on which may depend the safety of this country. I offer to you to restore to this state several citizens who perhaps in your eyes have lost that sacred title. I offer you them, however, such as you could wish to find them, ready to exert their utmost efforts in defense of the country. This point of Louisiana which I occupy is of great importance in the present crisis. I tender my services to defend it, and the only reward I ask is that a stop be put to the proscription against me and my adherents, by an act of oblivion, for all that has been done hitherto. I am the stray sheep wishing to return to the fold. If you are thoroughly acquainted with the nature of my offences, I should appear to you much less guilty, and still worthy to discharge the duties of a good citizen. I have never sailed under any flag but that of the Republic of Carthagena, and my vessels are perfectly regular in that respect. If I could have brought my lawful prizes into the ports of this state, I should not have employed the illicit means that have caused me to be proscribed. I decline saying more on the subject until I have the honour of your Excellency's answer, which I am persuaded can be dictated only by wisdom. Should your answer not be favourable to my ardent desires, I declare to you that I will instantly leave the country to avoid the imputation of having cooperated towards an invasion on this point which cannot fail to take place, and to rest secure in the acquittal of my conscience. I have the honour to be your Excellency's, etc., J. Lafitte. The contents of these letters do honour to Lafitte's judgment, and evince his sincere attachment to the American cause. On the receipt of this package from Lafitte, Mr. Blanc immediately laid its contents before the governor, who convened the committee of defence lately formed, of which he was president, and Mr. Rancher, the bearer of Lafitte's packet, was sent back with a verbal answer to desire Lafitte to take no steps until it should be determined what was expedient to be done. The message also contained an assurance that, in the meantime, no steps should be taken against him for his past offences against the laws of the United States. At the expiration of the time agreed on with Captain Lockyer, his ship appeared again on the coast with 2 others, and continued standing off and on before the pass for several days. But he pretended not to perceive the return of the sloop of war, who, tired of waiting to no purpose, put out to sea and disappeared. Lafitte, having received a guarantee from General Jackson for his safe passage from Barataria to New Orleans and back, he proceeded forthwith to the city, where he had an interview with Governor Claiborne and the General. After the usual formalities and courtesies had taken place between these gentlemen, Lafitte addressed the Governor of Louisiana nearly as follows: I have offered to defend for you that part of Louisiana I now hold, but not as an outlaw would I be its defender. In that confidence with which you have inspired me, I offer to restore to the state many citizens now under my command. As I have remarked before, the point I occupy is of great importance in the present crisis. I tender not only my own services to defend it, but those of all I command, and the only reward I ask is that a stop be put to the proscription against me and my adherents by an act of oblivion for all that has been done hitherto. My dear sir, said the governor, who together with General Jackson was impressed with admiration of his sentiments, your praiseworthy wishes shall be laid before the council of the state, and I will confer with my august friend here present upon this important affair, and send you an answer tomorrow. As Lafitte withdrew, the general said, Farewell. When we meet again, I trust it will be in the ranks of the American army. The result of the conference was the issuing of the following order: The governor of Louisiana, informed that many individuals implicated in the offences heretofore committed against the United States at Barataria express a willingness at the present crisis to enroll themselves and march against the enemy, he does hereby invite them to join the standard of the United States, and is authorized to say, should their conduct in the field meet the approbation of the Major General, that that officer will unite with the governor in a request to the President of the United States to extend to each and every individual so marching and acting a free and full pardon. These general orders were placed in the hands of Lafitte, who circulated them amongst his dispersed followers, most of whom readily embraced the conditions of pardon they held out. In a few days many brave men and skilful artillerists, whose services contributed greatly to the safety of the invaded state, flocked to the standard of the United States, and by their conduct received the highest approbation of General Jackson. By the President of the United States of America, a proclamation. Among the many evils produced by the wars, which with little intermission have afflicted Europe and extended their ravages into other quarters of the globe for a period exceeding 20 years, the dispersion of a considerable portion of the inhabitants of different countries in sorrow and in want has not been the least injurious to human happiness, nor the least severe in the trial of human virtue. It has been long ascertained that many foreigners, flying from the dangers of their own home, and that some citizens, forgetful of their duty, had cooperated in forming an establishment on the island of Barataria, near the mouth of the river Mississippi, for the purpose of a clandestine and lawless trade. The government of the United States caused the establishment to be broken up and destroyed, and, having obtained the means of designating the offenders of every description, it only remained to answer the demands of justice by inflicting an exemplary punishment. But it has since been represented that the offenders have manifested a sincere penitence, that they have abandoned the prosecution of the worst cause for the support of the best, and particularly that they have exhibited in the defense of New Orleans unequivocal traits of courage and fidelity. Offenders who have refused to become the associates of the enemy in the war upon the most seducing terms of invitation, and who have aided to repel his hostile invasion of the territory of the United States, can no longer be considered as objects of punishment, but as objects of a generous forgiveness. It has therefore been seen with great satisfaction that the General Assembly of the State of Louisiana earnestly recommend those offenders to the benefit of a full pardon, and in compliance with that recommendation, as well as in consideration of all the other extraordinary circumstances in the case, I, James Madison, President of the United States of America, do issue this proclamation, hereby granting, publishing, and declaring a free and full pardon of all offences committed in violation of any act or acts of the Congress of the said United States, touching the revenue, trade, and navigation thereof, or touching the intercourse and commerce of the United States with foreign nations, at any time before the 8th day of January in the present year 1815, by any person or persons whatsoever, being inhabitants of New Orleans and the adjacent country, or being inhabitants of the said island of Barataria and the places adjacent, provided that every person claiming the benefit of this full pardon in order to entitle himself thereto, shall produce a certificate in writing from the governor of the state of Louisiana, stating that such person has aided in the defense of New Orleans and the adjacent country during the invasion thereof as aforesaid. And I do hereby further authorize and direct all suits, indictments, and prosecutions for fines, penalties, and forfeitures against any person or persons who shall be entitled to the benefit of this full pardon, forthwith to be stayed, discontinued, and released. All civil officers are hereby required, according to the duties of their respective stations, to carry this proclamation into immediate and faithful execution. Done at the city of Washington, the 6th day of February, in the year 1815, and of the independence of the United States the 39th, by the President, James Madison, James Monroe, Acting Secretary of State. The morning of the 8th of January was ushered in with the discharge of rockets, the sound of cannon, and the cheers of the British soldiers advancing to the attack. The Americans, behind the breastwork, awaited in calm intrepidity their approach. The enemy advanced in close column of 60 men in front, shouldering their muskets and carrying fascines and ladders. A storm of rockets preceded them, and an incessant fire opened from the battery, which commanded the advanced column. The musketry and rifles from the Kentuckians and Tennesseans joined the fire of the artillery, and in a few moments was heard along the line a ceaseless rolling fire whose tremendous noise resembled the continued reverberation of thunder. One of these guns, a 24-pounder, placed upon the breastwork in the third embrasure from the river, drew, from the fatal skill and activity with which it was managed, even in the heat of battle, the admiration of both Americans and British, and became one of the points most dreaded by the advancing foe. Here were stationed Lafitte and his lieutenant Dominique, and a large band of his men, who, during the continuance of the battle, fought with unparalleled bravery. The British already had been twice driven back in the utmost confusion, with the loss of their commander-in-chief and 2 general officers. 2 other batteries were manned by the Barratarians, who served their pieces with the steadiness and precision of veteran gunners. In the first attack of the enemy, a column pushed forward between the levee and river, and so precipitate was their charge that the outposts were forced to retire, closely pressed by the enemy. Before the batteries could meet the charge, clearing the ditch, they gained the redoubt through the embrasures, leaping over the parapet and overwhelming by their superior force the small party stationed there. Lafitte, who was commanding in conjunction with his officers at one of the guns, no sooner saw the bold movement of the enemy than, calling a few of his best men by his side, he sprung forward to the point of danger, and clearing the breastwork of the entrenchments, leapt, cutlass in hand, into the midst of the enemy, followed by a score of his men, who in many a hard-fought battle upon his own deck had been well tried. Astonished at the intrepidity which could lead men to leave their entrenchments and meet them hand to hand, and pressed by the suddenness of the charge, which was made with the recklessness, skill, and rapidity of practised boarders bounding upon the deck of an enemy's vessel, they began to give way, while one after another 2 British officers fell before the cutlass of the pirate, as they were bravely encouraging their men. All the energies of the British were now concentrated to scale the breastwork, which one daring officer had already mounted, while Lafitte and his followers, seconding a gallant band of volunteer riflemen, formed a phalanx which they in vain essayed to penetrate. The British, finding it impossible to take the city and the havoc in their ranks being dreadful, made a precipitate retreat, leaving the field covered with their dead and wounded. General Jackson, in his correspondence with the Secretary of War, did not fail to notice the conduct of the corsairs of Barrataria, who were, as we have already seen, employed in the artillery service. In the course of the campaign they proved, in an unequivocal manner, that they had been misjudged by the enemy, who a short time previous to the invasion of Louisiana had hoped to enlist them in his cause. Many of them were killed or wounded in the defense of the country. Their zeal, their courage, and their skill were remarked by the whole army, who could no longer consider such brave men as criminals. In a few days peace was declared between Great Britain and the United States. The piratical establishment of Barrataria having been broken up, and Lafitte not being content with leading an honest, peaceful life, procured some fast-sailing vessels, and with a great number of his followers proceeded to Galveston Bay in Texas during the year 1819, where he received a commission from General Long and had 5 vessels generally cruising and about 300 men. 2 open boats bearing commissions from General Humbert of Galveston, having robbed a plantation on the Momento River of Negroes' money, etc., were captured in the Sabine River by the boats of the United States schooner Lynx. One of the men was hung by Lafitte, who dreaded the vengeance of the American government. The Lynx also captured one of his schooners and her prize that had been for a length of time smuggling in the Comento. One of his cruisers, named the Jupiter, returned safe to Galveston after a short cruise with a valuable cargo, principally specie. She was the first vessel that sailed under the authority of Texas. The American government, well knowing that where Lafitte was, piracy and smuggling would be the order of the day, sent a vessel of war to cruise in the Gulf of Mexico and scour the coasts of Texas. Lafitte having been appointed governor of Galveston, and one of the cruisers being stationed off the port to watch his motions, it so annoyed him that he wrote the following letter to her commander, Lieutenant Madison. To the commandant of the American cruiser off the port of Galveston. Sir, I am convinced that you are a cruiser of the Navy, ordered by your government. I have therefore deemed it proper to inquire into the cause of your living before this port without communicating your intention. I shall, by this message, inform you that the port of Galveston belongs to, and is in the possession of, the Republic of Texas, and was made a port of entry the 9th October last. And whereas the Supreme Congress of said Republic have thought proper to appoint me as governor of this place, in consequence of which, if you have any demands on said government, or persons belonging to or residing in the same, you will please to send an officer with such demands, whom you may be assured will be treated with the greatest politeness, and receive every satisfaction required. But if you are ordered or should attempt to enter this port in a hostile manner, my oath and duty to the government compels me to rebut your intentions at the expense of my life. To prove to you my intentions towards the welfare and harmony of your government, I send enclosed the declaration of several prisoners who were taken in custody yesterday, and by a court of inquiry appointed for that purpose, were found guilty of robbing the inhabitants of the United States of a number of slaves and specie. The gentleman bearing this message will give you any reasonable information relating to this place that may be required. Yours, etc., J. Lafitte. About this time, one Mitchell, who had formerly belonged to Lafitte's gang, collected upwards of 150 desperadoes and fortified himself on an island near Barataria with several pieces of cannon, and swore that he and all his comrades would perish within their trenches before they would surrender to any man. 4 of this gang having gone to New Orleans on a frolic, information was given to the city watch and the house surrounded, when the whole 4, with cocked pistols in both hands, sallied out and marched through the crowd, which made way for them, and no person dared to make an attempt to arrest them. The United States cutter Alabama, on her way to the station off the mouth of the Mississippi, captured a piratical schooner belonging to Lafitte. She carried 2 guns and 25 men, and was fitted out at New Orleans, and commanded by one of Lafitte's lieutenants, named Lafage. The schooner had a prize in company, and being hailed by the cutter, poured into her a volley of musketry. The cutter then opened upon the privateer, and a smart action ensued, which terminated in favour of the cutter, which had 4 men wounded, and 2 of them dangerously, but the pirate had 6 men killed. Both vessels were captured and brought into the Bayou St. John. An expedition was now sent to dislodge Mitchell and his comrades from the island he had taken possession of. After coming to anchor, a summons was sent for him to surrender, which was answered by a brisk cannonade from his breastwork. The vessels were warped close inshore, and the boats manned and sent on shore whilst the vessels opened up upon the pirates. The boats' crews landed under a galling fire of grape shot, and formed in the most undaunted manner, and although a severe loss was sustained, they entered the breastwork at the point of the bayonet. After a desperate fight, the pirates gave way. Many were taken prisoners, but Mitchell and the greatest part escaped to the cypress swamps, where it was impossible to arrest them. A large quantity of dry goods and specie, together with other booty, was taken. 20 of the pirates were taken and brought to New Orleans, and tried before Judge Hall of the Circuit Court of the United States. 16 were brought in guilty, and after the judge had finished pronouncing sentence of death upon the hardened wretches, several of them cried out in open court, "Murder, by God!" Accounts of these transactions having reached Lafitte, he plainly perceived there was a determination to sweep all his cruisers from the sea, and a war of extermination appeared to be waged against him. In a fit of desperation he procured a large and fast-sailing brigantine mounting 16 guns, and having selected a crew of 160 men, he started without any commission as a regular pirate, determined to rob all nations, and neither to give or receive quarter. A British sloop of war, which was cruising in the Gulf of Mexico, having heard that Lafitte himself was at sea, kept a sharp lookout from the masthead, when one morning, as an officer was sweeping the horizon with his glass, he discovered a long dark-looking vessel, low in the water, but having very tall masts, with sails white as the driven snow. As the sloop of war had the weather gauge of the pirate, and could outsail her before the wind, she set her studding sails, and crowded every inch of canvas in chase. As soon as Lafitte ascertained the character of his opponent, he ordered the awnings to be furled, and set his big square sail, and shot rapidly through the water. But as the breeze freshened, the sloop of war came up rapidly with the pirate, who, finding no chance of escaping, determined to sell his life as dearly as possible. The guns were cast loose and the shot handed up, and a fire opened upon the ship which killed a number of men and carried away her foretopmast. But she reserved her fire until within cable's distance of the pirate, when she fired a general discharge from her broadside and a volley of small arms. The broadside was too much elevated to hit the low hull of the brigantine, but was not without effect. The foretopmast fell, the jaws of the main gaff were severed, and a large proportion of the rigging came rattling down on the deck. 10 of the pirates were killed, but Lafitte remained unhurt. The sloop of war entered her men over the starboard bow, and a terrific contest with pistols and cutlasses ensued. Lafitte received 2 wounds at this time which disabled him. A grape shot broke the bone of his right leg, and he received a cut in the abdomen. But his crew fought like tigers, and the deck was ankle deep with blood and gore. The captain of the boarders received such a tremendous blow on the head from the butt end of a musket as stretched him senseless on the deck near Lafitte, who raised his dagger to stab him to the heart. But the tide of his existence was ebbing like a torrent. His brain was giddy, his aim faltered, and the point descended into the captain's right thigh. Dragging away the blade with the last convulsive energy of a death struggle, he lacerated the wound. Again the reeking steel was upheld, and Lafitte placed his left hand near the captain's heart to make his aim more sure. Again the dizziness of dissolution spread over his sight. Down came the dagger into the captain's left thigh, and Lafitte was a corpse. The upper deck was cleared, and the boarders rushed below on the main deck to complete their conquest. Here the slaughter was dreadful, till the pirates called out for quarter, and the carnage ceased. All the pirates that surrendered were taken to Jamaica and tried before the Admiralty Court, where 16 were condemned to die. 6 were subsequently pardoned, and 10 executed. Thus perished Lafitte, a man superior in talent, in knowledge of his profession, in courage, and moreover in physical strength. But unfortunately his reckless career was marked with crimes of the darkest dye. End of chapter 5.
The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 6. The Life of Captain Roberts. Bartholomew Roberts was trained to a seafaring life. Among other voyages which he made during the time that he lawfully procured his maintenance, he sailed for the Guinea coast in November 1719, where he was taken by the pirate Davis. He was at first very averse to that mode of life, and would certainly have deserted had an opportunity occurred. It happened to him, however, as to many upon another element, that preferment calmed his conscience, and reconciled him to that which he formerly hated. Davis having fallen in the manner related, those who had assumed the title of lords assembled to deliberate concerning the choice of a new commander. There were several candidates who by their services had risen to eminence among their brethren, and each of them thought themselves qualified to bear rule. One addressed the assembled lords, saying, that the good of the whole and the maintenance of order demanded a head, but that the proper authority was deposited in the community at large, so that if one should be elected who did not act and govern for the general good, he could be disposed, and another be substituted in his place. "We the original," said he, "of this claim, and should a captain be so saucy as to exceed prescription at any time, why, down with him. It will be a caution, after he is dead, to his successors, to what fatal results any undue assumption may lead. However, it is my advice, while we are sober, to pitch upon a man of courage, and one skilled in navigation, one who, by his prudence and bravery, seems best able to defend this commonwealth, and ward us from the dangers and tempests of an unstable element, and the fatal consequences of anarchy. And such a one I take Roberts to be, a fellow in all respects worthy of your esteem and favour." This speech was applauded by all but Lord Simpson, who had himself strong expectations of obtaining the highest command. He at last, in a surly tone, said he did not regard whom they chose as a commander, provided he was not a papist, for he had conceived a mortal hatred to papists, because his father had been a sufferer in Monmouth's rebellion. Thus, though Roberts had only been a few weeks among them, his election was confirmed by the Lords and Commons. He, with the best face he could, accepted the dignity, saying, that since he had dipped his hand in muddy water, and must be a pirate, it was better being a commander than a private man. The governor being settled, and other officers chosen in the room of those who had fallen with Davis, it was resolved not to leave this place without revenging his death. Accordingly, 30 men, under the command of one Kennedy, a bold and profligate fellow, landed, and under cover of the fire of the ship, ascended the hill upon which the fort stood. They were no sooner discovered by the Portuguese than they abandoned the fort and took shelter in the town. The pirates then entered without opposition, set fire to the fort, and tumbled the guns into the sea. Not satisfied with this injury, some proposed to land and set the town in flames. Roberts, however, reminded them of the great danger to which this would inevitably expose them, that there was a thick wood at the back of the town where the inhabitants could hide themselves, and that, when their all was at stake, they would make a bolder resistance, and that the burning or destroying of a few houses would be a small return for their labour, and the loss that they might sustain. This prudent advice had the desired effect, and they contented themselves with lightening the French vessel, and battering down several houses of the town, to show their high displeasure. Roberts sailed southward, captured a Dutch Guineaman, and, having emptied her of everything they thought proper, returned her to the commander. 2 days after, he captured an English ship, and, as the men joined in pirating, emptied and burned the vessel, and then sailed for St. Thomas. Meeting with no prize, he sailed for Anamaboa, and there watered and repaired. Having again put to sea, a vote was taken whether they should sail for the East Indies or for Brazil. The latter place was decided upon, and they arrived there in 28 days. Upon this coast our rovers cruised for about 9 weeks, keeping generally out of sight of land, but without seeing a sail, which discouraged them so that they determined to leave the station and steer for the West Indies; and, in order thereto, they stood in to make the land for the taking of their departure, by which means they fell in unexpectedly with a fleet of 42 sail of Portuguese ships off the bay of Los Todos Santos, with all their lading in for Lisbon, several of them of good force, who lay there waiting for 2 men of war of 70 guns each for their convoy. However, Roberts thought it should go hard with him, but he would make up his market among them, and thereupon he mixed with the fleet, and kept his men concealed till proper resolutions could be formed. That done, they came close up to one of the deepest, and ordered her to send the master on board quietly, threatening to give them no quarter, if any resistance or signal of distress was made. The Portuguese, being surprised at these threats, and the sudden flourish of cutlasses from the pirates, submitted without a word, and the captain came on board. Roberts saluted him in a friendly manner, telling him that they were gentlemen of fortune, and that their business with him was only to be informed which was the richest ship in that fleet, and if he directed them right he should be restored to his ship without molestation, otherwise he must expect instant death. He then pointed to a vessel of 40 guns and 150 men, and though her strength was greatly superior to Roberts', yet he made towards her, taking the master of the captured vessel with him. Coming alongside her, Roberts ordered the prisoner to ask how Señor Captain did, and to invite him on board, as he had a matter of importance to impart to him. He was answered that he would wait upon him presently. Roberts, however, observing more than ordinary bustle on board, at once concluded that they were discovered, and pouring a broadside into her, they immediately boarded, grappled, and took her. She was a very rich prize, laden with sugar, skins, and tobacco, with 4,000 moidores of gold, besides other valuable articles. In possession of so much riches, they now became solicitous to find a safe retreat in which to spend their time in mirth and wantonness. They determined upon a place called the Devil's Island, upon the river Surinam, where they arrived in safety, and met with a kind reception from the governor and the inhabitants. In this river they seized a sloop, which informed them that she had sailed in company with a brigantine loaded with provisions. This was welcome intelligence, as their provisions were nearly exhausted. Deeming this too important a business to trust to foreign hands, Roberts, with 40 men in the sloop, gave chase to that sail. In the keenness of the moment, and trusting in his usual good fortune, Roberts supposed that he had only to take a short sail in order to bring in the vessel with her cargo. But to his sad disappointment, he pursued her during 8 days, and instead of gaining, was losing way. Under these circumstances, he came to anchor, and sent off the boat to give intelligence of their distress to their companions. In their extremity of want, they took up part of the floor of the cabin, and patched up a sort of tray with rope yarns, to paddle on shore to get a little water to preserve their lives. When their patience was almost exhausted, the boat returned, but instead of provisions, brought the unpleasing information that the lieutenant, one Kennedy, had run off with both the ships. The misfortune and misery of Roberts were greatly aggravated by reflecting upon his own imprudence and want of foresight, as well as from the baseness of Kennedy and his crew. Impelled by the necessity of his situation, he now began to reflect upon the means he should employ for future support. Under the foolish supposition that any laws, oaths, or regulations could bind those who had bidden open defiance to all divine and human laws, he proceeded to form a code of regulations for the maintenance of order and unity in his little commonwealth. But present necessity compelled them to action, and with their small sloop they sailed for the West Indies. They were not long before they captured 2 sloops, which supplied them with provisions, and a few days after a brigantine, and then proceeded to Barbados. When off that island, they met a vessel of 10 guns, richly laden from Bristol. After plundering and detaining her 3 days, they allowed her to prosecute her voyage. This vessel, however, informed the governor of what had befallen them, who sent a vessel of 20 guns and 80 men in quest of the pirates. The vessel was commanded by one Rogers, who, on the 2nd day of his cruise, discovered Roberts. Ignorant of any vessel being sent after them, they made toward each other. Roberts gave him a gun, but instead of striking, the other returned a broadside, with 3 huzzas. A severe engagement ensued, and Roberts, being hard put to it, lightened his vessel and ran off. Roberts then sailed for the island of Dominica, where he watered and was supplied by the inhabitants with provisions, for which he gave them goods in return. Here he met with 15 Englishmen left upon the island by a Frenchman, who had made a prize of their vessel, and they, entering into his service, proved a seasonable addition to his strength. Though he did not think this a proper place for cleaning, yet, as it was absolutely necessary that it should be done, he directed his course to the Grenada Islands for this purpose. This, however, had well nigh proved fatal to him, for the governor of Martinique fitted out 2 sloops to go in quest of the pirates. They, however, sailed to the above mentioned place, cleaned with unusual despatch, and just left that place the night before the sloops in pursuit of them arrived. They next sailed for Newfoundland, arriving upon the Banks in June 1720, and entered the harbour of Trepassey, with their black colours flying, drums beating, and trumpets sounding. In that harbour there were no less than 22 ships, which the men abandoned upon the sight of the pirates. It is impossible to describe the injury which they did at this place, by burning or sinking the ships, destroying the plantations, and pillaging the houses. Power in the hands of mean and ignorant men renders them wanton, insolent, and cruel. They are literally like madmen, who cast firebrands, arrows, and death, and say, "Are we not in sport?" Roberts reserved a Bristol galley from his depredations in the harbour, which he fitted and manned for his own service. Upon the Banks he met 10 sail of French ships, and destroyed them all, except one of 26 guns, which he seized and carried off, and called her the Fortune. Then, giving the Bristol galley to the Frenchmen, They sailed in quest of new adventures, and soon took several prizes, and out of them increased the number of their own hands. The Samuel, one of these, was a very rich vessel, having some respectable passengers on board who were roughly used, and threatened with death if they did not deliver up their money and their goods. They stripped the vessel of every article, either necessary for their vessel or themselves, to the amount of 8,000 or 9,000 pounds. They then deliberated whether to sink or burn the Samuel, but in the meantime they discovered a sail, so they left the empty Samuel and gave the other chase. At midnight they overtook her, and she proved to be the Snow from Bristol, and because she was an Englishman, they used the master in a cruel and barbarous manner. 2 days after, they took the Little York of Virginia, and the Love of Liverpool, both of which they plundered and sent off. In 3 days they captured 3 other vessels, removing the goods out of them, sinking one, and sending off the other 2. They next sailed for the West Indies, but provisions growing short, proceeded to St. Christopher's, where, being denied provisions by the governor, they fired on the town and burnt 2 ships in the roads. They then repaired to the island of St. Bartholomew, where the governor supplied them with every necessary, and caressed them in the kindest manner. Satiated with indulgence, and having taken in a large stock of everything necessary, they unanimously voted to hasten to the coast of Guinea. In their way they took a Frenchman, and as she was fitter for the private service than their own, they informed the captain that, as a fair exchange was no robbery, they would exchange sloops with him. Accordingly, having shifted their men, they set sail. However, going by mistake out of the track of the trade winds, they were under the necessity of returning to the West Indies. They now directed their course to Surinam, but not having sufficient water for the voyage, they were soon reduced to a mouthful of water in the day. Their numbers daily diminished by thirst and famine, and the few who survived were reduced to the greatest weakness. They at last had not one drop of water or any other liquid, when, to their inexpressible joy, they anchored in 7 fathoms of water. This tended to revive exhausted nature and inspire them with new vigour, though as yet they had received no relief. In the morning they discovered land, but at such a distance that their hopes were greatly dampened. The boat was, however, sent off, and at night returned with plenty of that necessary element. But this remarkable deliverance produced no reformation in the manners of these unfeeling and obdurate men. Steering their course from that place to Barbados, in their way they met with a vessel which supplied them with all necessaries. Not long after, they captured a brigantine, the mate of which joined their association. Having from these 2 obtained a large supply, they changed their course and watered at Tobago. Informed, however, that there were 2 vessels sent in pursuit of them, they went to return their compliments to the governor of Martinique for this kindness. It was the custom of the Dutch interlopers, when they approached this island, to trade with the inhabitants, to hoist their jacks. Roberts knew the signal, and did so likewise. They, supposing that a good market was near, strove who could first reach Roberts. Determined to do them all possible mischief, he destroyed them one by one as they came into his power. He only reserved 1 ship to send the men on shore, and burnt the remainder, to the number of 20. Roberts and his crew were so fortunate as to capture several vessels, and to render their liquor so plentiful, that it was esteemed a crime against Providence not to be continually drunk. One man, remarkable for his sobriety, along with 2 others, found an opportunity to set off without taking leave of their friends. But a dispatch being sent after them, they were brought back, and in a formal manner tried and sentenced. But one of them was saved by the humorous interference of one of the judges, whose speech was truly worthy of a pirate, while the other 2 suffered the punishment of death. When necessity again compelled them, they renewed their cruising, and, dissatisfied with capturing vessels which only afforded them a temporary supply, directed their course to the Guinea coast to forage for gold. Intoxication rendered them unruly, and the brigantine at last embraced the cover of night to abandon the commodore. Unconcerned at the loss of his companion, Roberts pursued his voyage. He fell in with two French ships, the one of 10 guns and 65 men, and the other of 16 guns and 75 men. These dastards no sooner beheld the black flag than they surrendered. With these they went to Sierra Leone, constituting one of them a consort by the name of the Ranger, and the other a storeship. This port being frequented by the greater part of the traders to that quarter, they remained here 6 weeks, enjoying themselves in all the splendour and luxury of a piratical life. After this they renewed their voyage, and having captured a vessel, the greater part of the men united their fortunes with the pirates. On board of one of the ships was a clergyman, whom some of them proposed taking along with them, for no other reason than that they had not a chaplain on board. They endeavoured to gain his consent, and assured him that he should want for nothing, and his only work would be to make punch and say prayers. Depraved, however, as these men were, they did not choose to constrain him to go, but displayed their civility further by permitting him to carry along with him whatever he called his own. After several cruises, they now went into a convenient harbour at Old Calabar, where they cleaned, refitted, divided their booty, and for a considerable time caroused, to banish care and sober reflection. According to their usual custom, the time of festivity and mirth was prolonged until the want of means recalled them to reason and exertion. Leaving this port, they cruised from place to place with varied success, but in all their captures either burning, sinking, or devoting their prizes to their own use, according to the whim of the moment. The Swallow and another man of war being sent out expressly to pursue and take Roberts and his fleet, he had frequent and certain intelligence of their destination, but having so often escaped their vigilance, he became rather too secure and fearless. It happened, however, that while he lay off Cape Lopez, the Swallow had information of his being in that place, and made towards him. Upon the appearance of a sail, one of Robert's ships was sent to chase and take her. The pilot of the Swallow, seeing her coming, manoeuvred his vessel so well that though he fled at her approach, in order to draw her out of the reach of her associates, yet he at his own time allowed her to overtake the man of war. Upon her coming up to the Swallow, the pirate hoisted the black flag and fired upon her. But how greatly were her crew astonished when they saw that they had to contend with a man of war! And seeing that all resistance was vain, they cried out for quarter, which was granted, and they were made prisoners, having 10 men killed and 20 wounded, without the loss or hurt of one of the king's men. On the 10th, in the morning, the men of war bore away to round the cape. Robert's crew, discerning their masts over the land, went down into the cabin to acquaint him of it, he being then at breakfast with his new guest, Captain Hill, on a savoury dish of salmagundy, and some of his own beer. He took no notice of it, and his men almost as little, some saying she was a Portuguese ship, others a French slave ship. But the major part swore it was the French Ranger returning, and they were merrily debating for some time on the manner of reception, whether they should salute her or not. But as the Swallow approached nearer, things appeared plainer, and though they who showed any apprehension of danger were stigmatized in the name of cowards, yet some of them, now undeceived, declared it to Roberts. Especially one Armstrong, who had deserted from that ship and knew her well. These Roberts swore at as cowards, who meant to dishearten the men, asking them, if it were so, whether they were afraid to fight or not. In short, he hardly refrained from blows. What his own apprehensions were, till she hauled up her ports and hoisted her proper colours, is uncertain; but then, being perfectly convinced, he slipped his cable, got under sail, ordered his men to arms without any show of timidity, dropping a first-rate oath that it was a bite, but at the same time resolved, like a gallant rogue, to get clear or die. There was one Armstrong, as was just mentioned, a deserter from the Swallow, of whom they inquired concerning the trim and sailing of that ship. He told them she sailed best upon the wind, and therefore, if they designed to leave her, they should go before it. The danger was imminent, and the time very short, to consult about means to extricate himself. His resolution in this strait was as follows: to pass close to the Swallow with all their sails, and receive her broadside before they returned a shot. If disabled by this, or if they could not depend on sailing, then to run on shore at the point, and every one to shift for himself among the negroes, or failing these, to board and blow up together, for he saw that the greatest part of his men were drunk, passively courageous, and unfit for service. Roberts himself made a gallant figure at the time of the engagement, being dressed in a rich crimson damask waistcoat and breeches, a red feather in his hat, a gold chain round his neck, with a diamond cross hanging to it, a sword in his hand, and 2 pairs of pistols hanging at the end of a silk sling flung over his shoulders, according to the custom of the pirates. He is said to have given his orders with boldness and spirit. Coming, according to what he had proposed, close to the man of war, he received her fire, and then hoisted his black flag and returned it, shooting away from her with all the sail he could pack. And had he taken Armstrong's advice to have gone before the wind, he had probably escaped. But keeping his tracks down, either by the wind's shifting or ill steerage, or both, he was taken aback with his sails, and the Swallow came a second time very nigh to him. He had now, perhaps, finished the fight very desperately, if Death, who took a swift passage in a grape shot, had not interposed, and struck him directly on the throat. He settled himself on the tackles of a gun, which one Stevenson, from the helm observing, ran to his assistance, and not perceiving him wounded, swore at him, and bade him to stand up and fight like a man. But when he found his mistake, and that his captain was certainly dead, he burst into tears, and wished the next shot might be his portion. They presently threw him overboard, with his arms and ornaments on, according to his repeated request in his lifetime. This extraordinary man and daring pirate was tall, of dark complexion, about 40 years of age, and born in Pembrokeshire. His parents were honest and respectable, and his natural activity, courage, and invention were superior to his education. At a very early period, he, in drinking, would imprecate vengeance upon the head of him who ever lived to wear a halter. He went willingly into the pirate service, and served 3 years as a second man. It was not for want of employment, but from a roving, wild, and boisterous turn of mind. It was his usual declaration that, in an honest service, there are commonly low wages and hard labour; in this, plenty, satiety, pleasure, and ease, liberty and power; and who would not balance creditor on this side, when all the hazard that is run for it at worst is only a sour look or two at choking? No, a merry life and a short one shall be my motto. But it was one favourable trait in his character, that he never forced any man into the pirate service. The prisoners were strictly guarded while on board, and being conveyed to Cape Coast Castle, they underwent a long and solemn trial. The generality of them remained daring and impenitent for some time; but, when they found themselves confined within a castle, and their fate drawing near, they changed their course, and became serious, penitent, and fervent in their devotions. Though the judges found no small difficulty in explaining the law, and different acts of Parliament, yet the facts were so numerous and flagrant which were proved against them, that there was no difficulty in bringing a verdict of guilty. Chapter 6.
The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 7. The Life of Charles Gibbs, containing an account of his atrocities committed in the West Indies. This atrocious and cruel pirate, when very young, became addicted to vices uncommon in youths of his age; and so far from the gentle reproof and friendly admonition, or the more severe chastisement of a fond parent, having its intended effect, it seemed to render him still worse, and to incline him to repay those whom he ought to have esteemed as his best friends, and who had manifested so much regard for his welfare, with ingratitude and neglect. His infamous career and ignominious death on the gallows brought down the gray hairs of his parents in sorrow to the grave. This poignant affliction, which the infamous crimes of children bring upon their relatives, ought to be one of the most effective persuasions for them to refrain from vice. Charles Gibbs was born in the state of Rhode Island in 1794. His parents and connections were of the first respectability. When at school, he was very apt to learn, but so refractory and sulky that neither the birch nor good counsel made any impression on him, and he was expelled from the school. He was now made to labor on a farm, but having a great antipathy to work, when about 15 years of age, feeling a great inclination to roam, and like too many unreflecting youths of that age, a great fondness for the sea, he, in opposition to the friendly counsel of his parents, privately left them and entered on board the United States sloop of war Hornet, and was in the action when she captured the British sloop of war Peacock off the coast of Pernambuco. Upon the return of the Hornet to the United States, her brave commander, Captain Lawrence, was promoted for his gallantry to the command of the unfortunate Chesapeake, and to which he was followed by young Gibbs, who took a very distinguished part in the engagement with the Shannon, which resulted in the death of Lawrence and the capture of the Chesapeake. Gibbs states that while on board the Chesapeake, the crew, previous to the action, were almost in a state of mutiny, growing out of the non-payment of the prize money, and that the address of Captain Lawrence was received by them with coldness and murmurs. After the engagement, Gibbs became with the survivors of the crew a prisoner of war, and as such was confined in Dartmoor prison until exchanged. After his exchange he returned to Boston, where having determined to abandon the sea, he applied to his friends in Rhode Island to assist him in commencing business. They accordingly lent him $1,000 as a capital to begin with. He opened a grocery in Ann Street, near what was then called the Tin Pot, a place full of abandoned women and desolate fellows. As he dealt chiefly in liquor, and had a license to retail spirits, his drunkery was thronged with customers. But he sold his groceries chiefly to loose girls who paid him in their coin, which, although it answered his purpose, would neither buy him goods or pay his rent, and he found his stock rapidly dwindling away without his receiving any cash to replenish it. By dissipation and inattention his new business proved unsuccessful to him. He resolved to abandon it and again try the sea for a subsistence. With $100 in his pocket, the remnant of his property, he embarked in the ship John, for Buenos Ayres, and his means being exhausted soon after his arrival there, he entered on board a Buenos Ayrean privateer and sailed on a cruise. A quarrel between the officers and crew in regard to the division of prize money led eventually to a mutiny, and the mutineers gained the ascendancy, took possession of the vessel, landed the crew on the coast of Florida, and steered for the West Indies, with hearts resolved to make their fortunes at all hazards, and where in short time more than 20 vessels were captured by them, and nearly 400 human beings murdered. Havana was the resort of these pirates to dispose of their plunder, and Gibbs sauntered about the place with impunity, and was acquainted in all the out-of-the-way and by-places of that hotbed of pirates, the Regla. He and his commanders even lodged in the very houses with many of the American officers who were sent out to take them. He was acquainted with many of the officers, and was apprised of their intended movements before they left the harbor. On one occasion, the American ship Caroline was captured by 2 of their piratical vessels off Cape Antonio. They were busily engaged in landing the cargo, when the British sloop of war, Jersey, hove in sight and sent her barges to attack them. The pirates defended themselves for some time behind a small 4-gun battery which they had erected, but in the end were forced to abandon their own vessel and the prize, and fly to the mountains for safety. The Juris found here 12 vessels burnt to the water's edge, and it was satisfactorily ascertained that their crews, amounting to 150 persons, had been murdered. The crews, if it was thought not necessary otherwise to dispose of them, were sent adrift in their boats, and frequently without anything on which they could subsist a single day, nor were all so fortunate thus to escape. Dead men can tell no tales was a common saying among them, and as soon as a ship's crew was taken, a short consultation was held; and if it was the opinion of a majority that it would be better to take life than to spare it, a single nod or wink from the captain was sufficient. Regardless of age or sex, all entreaties for mercy were then made in vain. They possessed not the tender feelings to be operated upon by the shrieks and expiring groans of the devoted victims. There was a strife among them, who with his own hands could dispatch the greatest number, and in the shortest period of time. Without any other motives than to gratify their hellish propensities, in their intoxicated moments, blood was not unfrequently and unnecessarily shed, and many widows and orphans probably made, when the lives of the unfortunate victims might have been spared, and without the most distant prospect of any evil consequences as regarding themselves resulting therefrom. Gibbs states that sometime in the course of the year 1819 he left Havana and came to the United States, bringing with him about $30,000. He passed several weeks in the city of New York, and then went to Boston, whence he took passage for Liverpool in the ship Emerald. Before he sailed, however, he has squandered a large part of his money by dissipation and gambling. He remained in Liverpool a few months, and then returned to Boston. His residence in Liverpool at that time is satisfactorily ascertained from another source besides his own confession. A female, now in New York, was well acquainted with him there, where, she says, he lived like a gentleman, with apparently abundant means of support. In speaking of his acquaintance with this female, he says, "I fell in with a woman, who I thought was all virtue, but she deceived me, and I am sorry to say that a heart that never felt abashed at scenes of carnage and blood, was made a child of for a time by her, and I gave way to dissipation to drown the torment." How often when the fumes of liquor had subsided, have I thought of my good and affectionate parents, and of their godlike advice! But when the little monitor began to move within me, I immediately seized the cup to hide myself from myself, and drank until the sense of intoxication was renewed. My friends advised me to behave myself like a man, and promised me their assistance, but the demon still haunted me, and I spurned their advice. In 1826 he revisited the United States, and hearing of the war between Brazil and the Republic of Buenos Ayres, sailed from Boston in the brig Hitty, of Portsmouth, with a determination, as he states, of trying his fortune in defence of a republican government. Upon his arrival he made himself known to Admiral Brown, and communicated his desire to join their navy. The admiral accompanied him to the governor, and a lieutenant's commission being given him, he joined a ship of 34 guns, called the 25th of May. "Here," says Gibbs, "I found Lieutenant Dodge, an old acquaintance, and a number of other persons with whom I had sailed. When the governor gave me the commission he told me they wanted no cowards in their navy, to which I replied that I thought he would have no apprehension of my cowardice or skill when he became acquainted with me. He thanked me, and said he hoped he should not be deceived; upon which we drank to his health, and to the success of the Republic. He then presented me with a sword, and told me to wear that as my companion through the doubtful struggle in which the Republic was engaged. I told him I never would disgrace it, so long as I had a nerve in my arm. I remained on board the ship in the capacity of 5th lieutenant for about 4 months, during which time we had a number of skirmishes with the enemy. Having succeeded in gaining the confidence of Admiral Brown, he put me in command of a privateer schooner, mounting 2 long 24-pounders and 46 men. I sailed from Buenos Ayres, made 2 good cruises, and returned safely to port. I then bought 1/2 of a New Baltimore schooner, and sailed again, but was captured 7 days out, and carried into Rio Janeiro, where the Brazilians paid me my change. I remained there until peace took place, then returned to Buenos Ayres, and thence to New York. After the lapse of about a year, which I passed in travelling from place to place, the war between France and Algiers attracted my attention. Knowing that the French commerce presented a fine opportunity for plunder, I determined to embark for Algiers, and offer my services to the Dey. I accordingly took passage from New York in the Sally Ann, belonging to Bath, landed at Barcelona, crossed to Port Mahon, and endeavoured to make my way to Algiers. The vigilance of the French fleet prevented the accomplishment of my design, and I proceeded to Tunis. There, finding it unsafe to attempt a journey to Algiers across the desert, I amused myself with contemplating the ruins of Carthage, and reviving my recollections of her war with the Romans. I afterwards took passage to Marseilles, and thence to Boston. An instance of the most barbarous and cold-blooded murder of which the wretched Gibbs gives an account in the course of his confessions, is that of an innocent and beautiful female of about 17 or 18 years of age. She was with her parents a passenger on board a Dutch ship, bound from Curaçao to Holland. There were a number of other passengers, male and female, on board, all of whom, except the young lady above mentioned, were put to death. Her unfortunate parents were inhumanly butchered before her eyes, and she was doomed to witness the agonies and to hear the expiring heart-piercing groans of those whom she held most dear, and on whom she depended for protection. The life of their wretched daughter was spared for the most nefarious purposes. She was taken by the pirates to the west end of Cuba, where they had a rendezvous, with a small fort that mounted 4 guns. Here she was confined about 2 months, and where, as has been said by the murderer Gibbs, she received such treatment, the bare recollection of which causes me to shudder. At the expiration of the 2 months she was taken by the pirates on board one of their vessels, and among whom a consultation was soon after held, which resulted in the conclusion that it would be necessary for their own personal safety to put her to death; and to her a fatal dose of poison was accordingly administered, which soon proved fatal. When her pure and immortal spirit took its flight to that God whom we believe will avenge her wrongs, her lifeless body was then committed to the deep by 2 of the merciless wretches with as much unconcern as if it had been that of the meanest brute. Gibbs persists in the declaration that in this horrid transaction he took no part; that such was his pity for this poor ill-fated female, that he interceded for her life so long as he could do it with safety to his own. Gibbs in his last visit to Boston remained there but a few days, when he took passage to New Orleans, and there entered as one of the crew on board the brig Vineyard, and for assisting in the murder of the unfortunate captain and mate of which, he was justly condemned, and the awful sentence of death passed upon him. The particulars of the bloody transaction, agreeable to the testimony of Dawes and Brownrigg, the 2 principal witnesses, are as follows. The brig Vineyard, Captain William Thornby, sailed from New Orleans about the 9th of November for Philadelphia, with a cargo of 112 bales of cotton, 113 hogshead sugar, 54 casks of molasses, and $54,000 in specie. Besides the captain there were on board the brig, William Roberts, mate, 6 seamen shipped at New Orleans, and the cook. Robert Dawes, one of the crew, states on examination, that when, about 5 days out, he was told that there was money on board, Charles Gibbs, E. Church, and the steward then determined to take possession of the brig. They asked James Talbot, another of the crew, to join them. He said no, as he did not believe there was money in the vessel. They concluded to kill the captain and mate, and if Talbot and John Brownrigg would not join them, to kill them also. The next night they talked of doing it, and got their clubs ready. Dawes dared not say a word, as they declared they would kill him if he did. As they did not agree about killing Talbot and Brownrigg, 2 shipmates, it was put off. It was next concluded to kill the captain and mate on the night of November 22, but did not get ready. But on the night of the 23rd, between 12 and 1 o'clock, as Dawes was at the helm, saw the steward come up with a light and a knife in his hand. He dropped the light, and seizing the pump brake, struck the captain with it over the head or back of the neck. The captain was sent forward by the blow, and hallooed "Oh!" and "Murder!" once. He was then seized by Gibbs and the cook, one by the head and the other by the heels, and thrown overboard. Atwell and Church stood at the companionway, to strike down the mate when he should come up. As he came up and inquired what was the matter, they struck him over the head. He ran back into the cabin, and Charles Gibbs followed him down, but as it was dark he could not find him. Gibbs came on deck for the light, with which he returned. Dawes's light being taken from him, he could not see to steer, and in consequence left the helm to see what was going on below. Gibbs found the mate and seized him, while Atwell and Church came down and struck him with a pump brake and a club. He was then dragged upon deck. They called for Dawes to come to them, and as he came up the mate seized his hand and gave him a death grip. 3 of them then hove him overboard, but which 3 Dawes did not know. The mate when cast overboard was not dead, but called after them twice while in the water. Dawes says he was so frightened that he hardly knew what to do. They then requested him to call Talbot, who was in the forecastle saying his prayers. He came up and said it would be his turn next, but they gave him some grog and told him not to be afraid, as they would not hurt him. If he was true to them, he should fare as well as they did. One of those who had been engaged in the bloody deed got drunk, and another became crazy. After killing the captain and mate, they set about overhauling the vessel, and got up 1 keg of Mexican dollars. They then divided the captain's clothes and money, about $40, and a gold watch. Dawes, Talbot, and Brownrigg, who were all innocent of the murder, were obliged to do as they were commanded. The former, who was placed at the helm, was ordered to steer for Long Island. On the day following, they divided several kegs of the specie, amounting to $5,000 each. They made bags and sewed the money up. After this division they divided the remainder of the money without counting it. On Sunday, when about 15 miles south-southeast of Southampton Light, they got the boats out and put half the money in each. They then scuttled the vessel and set fire to it in the cabin, and took to the boats. Gibbs, after the murder, took charge of the vessel as captain. From the papers they learnt that the money belonged to Stephen Girard. With the boats they made the land about daylight. Dawes and his 3 companions were in the long boat. The others, with Atwell, were in the jolly boat. On coming to the bar, the boat struck. In the long boat they threw overboard a trunk of clothes and a great deal of money, in all about $5,000. The jolly boat foundered. They saw the boat fill, and heard them cry out, and saw them clinging to the masts. They went ashore on Barren Island, and buried the money in the sand, but very lightly. Soon after they met with a gunner, whom they requested to conduct them where they could get some refreshments. They were by him conducted to Johnson's, the only man living on the island, where they stayed all night. Dawes went to bed at about 10 o'clock. Jack Brownrigg set up with Johnson, and in the morning told Dawes that he had told Johnson all about the murder. Johnson went in the morning with the steward for the clothes, which were left on the top of the place where they buried the money, but does not believe they took away the money. The prisoners, Gibbs and Wansley, were brought to trial at the February term of the United States Court, holden in the city of New York, when the foregoing facts being satisfactorily proved, they were pronounced guilty, and on the 11th March last, the awful sentence of the law was passed upon them in the following affecting and impressive manner. The court opened at 11 o'clock, Judge Betts presiding. A few minutes after that hour, Mr. Hamilton, District Attorney, rose and said, "May it please the court, Thomas J. Wansley, the prisoner at the bar, having been tried by a jury of his country, and found guilty of the murder of Captain Thornby, I now move that the sentence of the court be pronounced upon that verdict." By the court: Thomas J. Wansley, you have heard what has been said by the District Attorney. By the Grand Jury of the South District of New York, you have been arraigned for the wilful murder of Captain Thornby, of the brig Vineyard. You have been put upon your trial, and after a patient and impartial hearing, you have been found guilty. The public prosecutor now moves for judgment on that verdict. Have you anything to say, why the sentence of the law should not be passed upon you? Thomas J. Wansley: I will say a few words, but it is perhaps of no use. I have often understood that there is a great deal of difference in respect of color, and I have seen it in this court. Dawes and Brownrigg were as guilty as I am, and these witnesses have tried to fasten upon me greater guilt than is just, for their life has been given to them. You have taken the blacks from their own country, to bring them here to treat them ill. I have seen this. The witnesses, the jury, and the prosecuting attorney consider me more guilty than Dawes, to condemn me. For otherwise the law must have punished him. He should have had the same verdict, for he was a perpetrator in the conspiracy. Notwithstanding my participating, they have sworn falsely for the purpose of taking my life. They would not even inform the court how I gave information of money being on board. They had the biggest part of the money, and have sworn falsely. I have said enough. I will say no more. By the court: The court will wait patiently and hear all you have to say. If you have anything further to add, proceed. Wansley: Then proceeding. In the first place, I was the first to ship on board the Vineyard at New Orleans. I knew nobody. I saw the money come on board. The judge that first examined me did not take my deposition down correctly. When talking with the crew on board, said the brig was an old craft, and when we arrived at Philadelphia, we all agreed to leave her. It was mentioned to me that there was plenty of money on board. Henry Atwell said, "Let's have it." I knew no more of this for some days. Atwell came to me again and asked, "What think you of taking the money?" I thought it was a joke, and paid no attention to it. The next day he said they had determined to take the brig and money, and that they were the strongest party, and would murder the officers, and he that informed should suffer with them. I knew Church in Boston, and in a joke asked him how it was made up in the ship's company. His reply, that it was he and Dawes. There was no arms on board as was ascertained. The conspiracy was known to the whole company, and had I informed, my life would have been taken, and though I knew if I was found out my life would be taken by law, which is the same thing, so I did not inform. I have committed murder, and I know I must die for it. By the Court. If you wish to add anything further, you will still be heard. Wansley. No, sir, I believe I have said enough. The District Attorney rose and moved for judgment on Gibbs, in the same manner as in the case of Wansley, and the Court having addressed Gibbs in similar terms, concluded by asking what he had to say why the sentence of the law should not now be passed upon him. Charles Gibbs said, "I wish to state to the Court how far I am guilty and how far I am innocent in this transaction. When I left New Orleans I was a stranger to all on board, except Dawes and Church. It was off Tortugas that Atwell first told me there was money on board, and proposed to me to take possession of the brig. I refused at that time. The conspiracy was talked of for some days, and at last I agreed that I would join. Brownrigg, Dawes, Church, and the whole agreed that they would. A few days after, however, having thought of the affair, I mentioned to Atwell what a dreadful thing it was to take a man's life, and commit piracy, and recommended him to abolish their plan. Atwell and Dawes remonstrated with me. I told Atwell that if ever he would speak of the subject again, I would break his nose. Had I kept to my resolution, I would not have been brought here to receive my sentence. It was 3 days afterwards that the murder was committed. Brownrigg agreed to call the captain from the cabin, and this man, pointing to Wansley, agreed to strike the first blow. The captain was struck and I suppose killed, and I lent a hand to throw him overboard. But for the murder of the mate, of which I have been found guilty, I am innocent. I had nothing to do with that. The mate was murdered by Dawes and Church. That I am innocent of this I commit my soul to that God who will judge all flesh, who will judge all murderers and false swearers, and the wicked who deprive the innocent of his right. I have nothing more to say. By the Court. Thomas J. Wansley and Charles Gibbs, the Court has listened to you patiently and attentively, and although you have said something in your own behalf, yet the Court has heard nothing to affect the deepest and most painful duty that he who presides over a public tribunal has to perform. You, Thomas J. Wansley, conceive that a different measure of justice has been meted out to you because of your color. Look back upon your whole course of life. Think of the laws under which you have lived, and you will find that to white or black, to free or bond, there is no ground for your allegations, that they are not supported by truth or justice. Admit that Browning and Dawes have sworn falsely. Admit that Dawes was concerned with you. Admit that Brownrigg is not innocent. Admit in relation to both that they are guilty. The whole evidence has proved beyond a doubt that you are guilty. And your own words admit that you were an active agent in perpetrating this horrid crime. Two fellow beings who confided in you, and in their perilous voyage called in your assistance, yet you, without reason or provocation, have maliciously taken their lives. If, peradventure, there was the slightest foundation for a doubt of your guilt in the mind of the Court, judgment would be arrested, but there is none, and it now remains to the Court to pronounce the most painful duty that devolves upon a civil magistrate. The Court is persuaded of your guilt. It can form no other opinion. Testimony has been heard before the Court and jury. From that we must form our opinion. We must proceed upon testimony, ascertain facts by evidence of witnesses, on which we must inquire, judge, and determine as to guilt or innocence by that evidence alone. You have been found guilty. You now stand for the last time before an earthly tribunal, and by your own acknowledgments the sentence of the law falls just on your heads. When men in ordinary cases come under the penalty of the law, there is generally some palliative, something to warm the sympathy of the court and jury. Men may be led astray, and under the influence of passion have acted under some long smothered resentment, suddenly awakened by the force of circumstances, depriving him of reason, and then they may take the life of a fellow being. Killing, under that kind of excitement, might possibly awaken some sympathy, but that was not your case. You had no provocation. What offence had Thornby or Roberts committed against you? They entrusted themselves with you, as able and trustworthy citizens, confiding implicitly in you. No one act of theirs, after a full examination, appears to have been offensive to you. Yet for the purpose of securing the money, you coolly determined to take their lives. You slept and deliberated over the act. You were tempted on, and yielded. You entered into the conspiracy, with cool and determined calculation, to deprive two human beings of their lives, and it was done. You, Charles Gibbs, have said that you are not guilty of the murder of Roberts. But were you not there, strongly instigating the murderers on, and without stretching out a hand to save him? It is murder as much to stand by and encourage the deed, as to stab with a knife, strike with a hatchet, or shoot with a pistol. It is not only murder in law, but in your own feelings and in your own conscience. Notwithstanding all this, I cannot believe that your feelings are so callous, so wholly callous, that your own minds do not melt when you look back upon the unprovoked deeds of yourselves, and those confederated with you. You are American citizens. This country affords means of instruction to all. Your appearance and your remarks have added evidence that you are more than ordinarily intelligent, that your education has enabled you to participate in the advantages of information open to all classes. The court will believe that when you were young, you looked with strong aversion on the course of life of the wicked. In early life, in boyhood, when you heard of the conduct of men, who engaged in robbery, nay more, when you heard of cold-blooded murder, how you must have shrunk from the recital. Yet now, after having participated in the advantages of education, after having arrived at full maturity, you stand here as robbers and murderers. It is a perilous employment of life that you have followed. In this way of life the most enormous crimes that man can commit are murder and piracy. With what detestation would you in early life have looked upon the man who would have raised his hand against his officer or committed piracy? Yet now you both stand here murderers and pirates, tried and found guilty. You, Wansley, of the murder of your captain, and you, Gibbs, of the murder of your mate. The evidence has convicted you of rising in mutiny against the master of the vessel. For that alone the law is death. Of murder and robbery on the high seas, for that crime the law adjudges death. Of destroying the vessel and embezzling the cargo, even for scuttling and burning the vessel alone the law is death. Yet of all these the evidence has convicted you, and it only remains now for the court to pass the sentence of the law. It is that you, Thomas J. Wansley, and Charles Gibbs, be taken hence to the place of confinement, there to remain in close custody, that thence you be taken to the place of execution, and on the 22nd April next, between the hours of 10 and 4 o'clock, you both be publicly hanged by the neck until you are dead, and that your bodies be given to the College of Physicians and Surgeons for dissection. The court added, that the only thing discretionary with it, was the time of execution. It might have been ordered that you should instantly have been taken from the stand to the scaffold, but the sentence has been deferred to as distant a period as prudent, 6 weeks. But this time has not been granted for the purpose of giving you any hope for pardon or commutation of the sentence. Just as sure as you live till the 22nd of April, as surely you will suffer death. Therefore indulge not a hope that this sentence will be changed. The court then spoke of the terror in all men of death, how they cling to life whether in youth, manhood, or old age. What an awful thing it is to die. How in the perils of the sea, when rocks or storms threaten the loss of the vessel, and the lives of all on board, how the crew will labor night and day in the hope of escaping shipwreck and death. Alluded to the tumult, bustle, and confusion of battle, yet even there the hero clings to life. The court adverted not only to the certainty of their coming doom on earth, but to think of hereafter, that they should seriously think and reflect of their future state, that they would be assisted in their devotions no doubt by many pious men. When the court closed, Charles Gibbs asked if during his imprisonment his friends would be permitted to see him. The court answered that that lay with the marshal, who then said that no difficulty would exist on that score. The remarks of the prisoners were delivered in a strong, full-toned, and unwavering voice, and they both seemed perfectly resigned to the fate which inevitably awaited them. While Judge Betts was delivering his address to them, Wansley was deeply affected and shed tears, but Gibbs gazed with a steady and unwavering eye, and no sign betrayed the least emotion of his heart. After his condemnation, and during his confinement, his frame became somewhat enfeebled, his face paler, and his eyes more sunken, but the air of his bold, enterprising, and desperate mind still remained. In his narrow cell he seemed more like an object of pity than vengeance, was affable and communicative, and when he smiled, exhibited so mild and gentle a countenance, that no one would take him to be a villain. His conversation was concise and pertinent, and his style of illustration quite original. Gibbs was married in Buenos Ayres, where he has a child now living. His wife is dead. By a singular concurrence of circumstances, the woman with whom he became acquainted in Liverpool, and who is said at that time to have borne a decent character, was lodged in the same prison with himself. During his confinement he wrote her 2 letters. One of them is subjoined, to gratify the perhaps innocent curiosity which is naturally felt to know the peculiarities of a man's mind and feelings under such circumstances, and not for the purpose of intimating a belief that he was truly penitent. The reader will be surprised with the apparent readiness with which he made quotations from Scripture. Bellevue Prison, March 20th, 1831. It is with regret that I take my pen in hand to address you with these few lines, under the great embarrassment of my feelings placed within these gloomy walls, my body bound with chains, and under the awful sentence of death. It is enough to throw the strongest mind into gloomy prospects. But I find that Jesus Christ is sufficient to give consolation to the most despairing soul. For he saith that he that cometh to me I will in no ways cast out. But it is impossible to describe unto you the horror of my feelings. My breast is like the tempestuous ocean, raging in its own shame, harrowing up the bottom of my soul. But I look forward to that serene calm when I shall sleep with kings and counselors of the earth. There the wicked cease from troubling, and there the weary are at rest. There the prisoners rest together. They hear not the voice of the oppressor, and I trust that there my breast will not be ruffled by the storm of sin, for the thing which I greatly feared has come upon me. I was not in safety, nor had I rest, yet trouble came. It is the Lord, let him do what seemeth to him good. When I saw you in Liverpool, and a peaceful calm wafted across both our breasts, and justice no claim upon us, little did I think to meet you in the gloomy walls of a strong prison, and the arm of justice stretched out with the sword of law, awaiting the appointed period to execute the dreadful sentence. I have had a fair prospect in the world. At last it budded, and brought forth the gallows. I am shortly to mount the scaffold, and to bid adieu to this world, and all that was ever dear to my breast. But I trust when my body is mounted on the gallows high, the heavens above will smile and pity me. I hope that you will reflect on your past, and fly to that Jesus who stands with open arms to receive you. Your character is lost, it is true. When the wicked turneth from the wickedness that they have committed, they shall save their soul alive. Let us imagine for a moment that we see the soul standing before the awful tribunal, and we hear its dreadful sentence, "Depart ye cursed into everlasting fire." Imagine you hear the awful lamentations of a soul in hell. It would be enough to melt your heart, if it was as hard as adamant. You would fall upon your knees and plead for God's mercy, as a famished person would for food, or as a dying criminal would for a pardon. We soon, very soon, must go the way whence we shall ne'er return. Our names will be struck off the records of the living, and enrolled in the vast catalogues of the dead. But may it ne'er be numbered with the damned. I hope it will please God to set you at your liberty, and that you may see the sins and follies of your past life. I shall now close my letter with a few words which I hope you will receive as from a dying man, and I hope that every important truth of this letter may sink deep in your heart, and be a lesson to you through life. Rising griefs distress my soul, and tears on tears successive roll. For many an evil voice is near, to chide my woes and mock my fear. And silent memory weeps alone, o'er hours of peace and gladness known. I still remain your sincere friend, Charles Gibbs. In another letter which the wretched Gibbs wrote after his condemnation to one who had been his early friend, he writes as follows: Alas, it is now, and not until now, that I have become sensible of my wicked life, from my childhood, and the enormity of the crime, for which I must shortly suffer an ignominious death. I would to God that I never had been born, or that I had died in my infancy. The hour of reflection has indeed come, but come too late to prevent justice from cutting me off. My mind recoils with horror at the thoughts of the unnatural deeds of which I have been guilty. My repose rather prevents than affords me relief, as my mind, while I slumber, is constantly disturbed by frightful dreams of my approaching awful dissolution. On Friday, April 22nd, Gibbs and Wansley paid the penalty for their crimes. Both prisoners arrived at the gallows at 12 o'clock, accompanied by the marshal, his aides, and some 20 or 30 United States Marines. 2 clergymen attended them to the fatal spot, where everything being in readiness, and the ropes adjusted about their necks, the throne of mercy was fervently addressed in their behalf. Wansley then prayed earnestly himself, and afterwards joined in singing a hymn. These exercises concluded, Gibbs addressed the spectators nearly as follows: My dear friends, my crimes have been heinous, and although I am now about to suffer for the murder of Mr. Roberts, I solemnly declare my innocence of the transaction. It is true, I stood by and saw the fatal deed done, and stretched not forth my arm to save him. The technicalities of the law believe me guilty of the charge. But in the presence of my God, before whom I shall be in a few minutes, I declare I did not murder him. I have made a full and frank confession to Mr. Hopson, which probably most of my hearers present have already read, and should any of the friends of those whom I have been accessory to, or engaged in the murder of, be now present, before my Maker I beg their forgiveness. It is the only boon I ask, and as I hope for pardon through the blood of Christ, surely this request will not be withheld by man, to a worm like myself, standing as I do, on the very verge of eternity. Another moment and I cease to exist. And could I find in my bosom room to imagine that the spectators now assembled had forgiven me, the scaffold would have no terrors, nor could the precept which my much respected friend, the Marshal of the District, is about to execute. Let me then, in this public manner, return my sincere thanks to him, for his kind and gentlemanly deportment during my confinement. He was to me like a father, and his humanity to a dying man I hope will be duly appreciated by an enlightened community. My first crime was piracy, for which my life would pay for forfeit on conviction. No punishment could be inflicted on me further than that, and therefore I had nothing to fear but detection. For had my offences been millions of times more aggravated than they are now, death must have satisfied all. Gibbs having concluded, Wansley began. He said he might be called a pirate, a robber, and a murderer, and he was all of these, but he hoped and trusted God would, through Christ, wash away his aggravated crimes and offences, and not cast him entirely out. His feelings, he said, were so overpowered that he hardly knew how to address those about him. But he frankly admitted the justness of the sentence, and concluded by declaring that he had no hope of pardon except through the atoning blood of his Redeemer, and wished that his sad fate might teach others to shun the broad road to ruin, and travel in that of virtue, which would lead to honor and happiness in this world, and an immortal crown of glory in that to come. He then shook hands with Gibbs, the officers and clergymen. Their caps were drawn over their faces. A handkerchief dropped by Gibbs as a signal to the executioner caused the cord to be severed, and in an instant they were suspended in air. Wansley folded his hands before him, soon died with very trifling struggles. Gibbs died hard, before he was run up, and did not again remove them, but after being near 2 minutes suspended, he raised his right hand and partially removed his cap, and in the course of another minute raised the same hand to his mouth. His dress was a blue round about jacket and trousers, with a foul anchor in white on his right arm. Wansley wore a white frock coat, trimmed with black, with trousers of the same color. After the bodies had remained on the gallows the usual time, they were taken down and given to the surgeons for dissection. Gibbs was rather below the middle stature, thick set and powerful. The form of Wansley was a perfect model of manly beauty. End of chapter 7.
The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 8. History of the Adventures, Capture, and Execution of the Spanish Pirates. In the autumn of 1832 there was anchored in the man-of-war grounds off the Havana a clipper-built vessel of the fairest proportions. She had great length and breadth of beam, furnishing stability to bear a large surface of sail, and great depth to take hold of the water and prevent drifting. Long, low in the waist, with lofty raking masts which tapered away till they were almost too fine to be distinguished, the beautiful arrowy sharpness of her bow and the fineness of her gradually receding quarters showed a model capable of the greatest speed in sailing. Her low sides were painted black, with one small narrow riband of white. Her raking masts were clean scraped, her ropes were hauled taut, and in every point she wore the appearance of being under the control of seamanship and strict discipline. Upon going on board, one would be struck with surprise at the deception relative to the tonnage of the schooner, when viewed at a distance. Instead of a small vessel of about 90 tons, we discover that she was upwards of 200, that her breadth of beam is enormous, and that those spars, which appeared so light and elegant, are of unexpected dimensions. In the center of the vessel, between the fore and main masts, there is a long brass 32-pounder, fixed upon a carriage revolving in a circle, and so arranged that in bad weather it can be lowered down and housed, while on each side of the deck were mounted guns of smaller caliber. This vessel was fashioned at the will of avarice, for the aid of cruelty and injustice. It was an African slave trader, the schooner Panda. She was commanded by Don Pedro Gilbert, a native of Catalonia in Spain, and son of a grandee, a man 36 years of age, and exceeding handsome, having a round face, pearly teeth, round forehead, and full black eyes, with beautiful raven hair, and a great favorite with the ladies. He united great energy, coolness, and decision, with superior knowledge in mercantile transactions, and the Guinea trade, having made several voyages after slaves. The mate and owner of the Panda was Don Bernardo de Soto, a native of Coruña, Spain, and son of Isidor de Soto, manager of the royal revenue in said city. He was now 25 years of age, and from the time he was 14 had cultivated the art of navigation, and at the age of 22 had obtained the degree of captain in the India service. After a regular examination, the correspondent diploma was awarded him. He was married to Donna Petrona Pereira, daughter of Don Benito Pereira, a merchant of Coruña. She was at this time just 15, and ripening into that slight fullness of form and roundness of limb which in that climate mark the early passing from girl into woman. Her complexion was the dark olive tinge of Spain, her eyes jet black, large and lustrous. She had great sweetness of disposition and ingenuousness. To the strictest discipline De Soto united the practical knowledge of a thorough seaman. But the master spirit of the whole was Francisco Ruiz, the carpenter of the Panda. This individual was of the middle size, but muscular, with a short neck. His hair was black and abundant, and projected from his forehead, so that he appeared to look out from under it like a bonnet. His eyes were dark chestnut, but always restless. His features were well defined, his eyelashes jet black. He was familiar with all the out-of-the-way places of the Havana, and entered into any of the dark abodes without ceremony. From report his had been a wild and lawless career. The crew were chiefly Spaniards, with a few Portuguese, South Americans, and half-castes. The cook was a young Guinea negro, with a pleasant countenance and good-humoured, with a sleek glossy skin and tattooed on the face, and although entered in the schooner's books as free, yet he was a slave. In all there were about 40 men. Her cargo was an assorted one, consisting in part of barrels of rum and gunpowder, muskets, cloth, and numerous articles, with which to purchase slaves. The Panda sailed from the Havana on the night of the 20th of August, and upon passing the Moro Castle, she was hailed and asked, "Where bound?" She replied, "St. Thomas." The schooner now steered through the Bahama Channel on the usual route towards the coast of Guinea. A man was constantly kept at the mast-head on the lookout. They spoke a corvette, and on the morning of the 20th September, before light, and during the second mate's watch, a brig was discovered heading to the southward. Captain Gilbert was asleep at the time, but got up shortly after she was seen, and ordered the Panda to go about and stand for the brig. A consultation was held between the captain, mate, and carpenter, when the latter proposed to board her, and if she had any specie to rob her. confine the men below, and burn her. This proposition was instantly acceded to, and a musket was fired to make her heave to. This vessel was the American brig Mexican, Captain Butman. She had left the pleasant harbor of Salem, Massachusetts, on the last Wednesday of August, and was quietly pursuing her voyage towards Rio Janeiro. Nothing remarkable had happened on board, says Captain B., until 2:30 in the morning of September 20th, in latitude 38° north, longitude 24:30 west, the attention of the watch on deck was forcibly arrested by the appearance of a vessel which passed across our stern about half a mile from us. At 4 a.m. saw her again passing across our bow so near that we could perceive that it was a schooner with a foretopsail and topgallant sail. As it was somewhat dark, she was soon out of sight. At daylight saw her about 5 miles off the weather quarter, standing on the wind on the same tack we were on. The wind was light at south-southwest, and we were standing about southeast. At 8 a.m. she was about 2 miles right to windward of us. Could perceive a large number of men upon her deck, and one man on the foretopgallant yard looking out, was very suspicious of her, but knew not how to avoid her. Soon after saw a brig on our weather bow steering to the northeast. By this time the schooner was about 3 miles from us, and 4 points forward of the beam. Expecting that she would keep on for the brig ahead of us, we tacked to the westward, keeping a little off from the wind to make good way through the water, to get clear of her if possible. She kept on the eastward about 10 or 15 minutes after we had tacked, then wore round, set square sail steering directly for us, came down upon us very fast, and was soon within gunshot of us, fired a gun and hoisted Patriot colors, and backed main topsail. She ran along to windward of us, hailed us to know where we were from, where bound, etc., then ordered me to come on board in my boat. Seeing that she was too powerful for us to resist, I accordingly went, and soon as I got alongside of the schooner, 5 ruffians instantly jumped into my boat, each of them being armed with a large knife, and told me to go on board the brig again. When they got on board they insisted that we had got money, and drew their knives, threatening us with instant death, and demanding to know where it was. As soon as they found out where it was, they obliged my crew to get it up out of the run upon deck, beating and threatening them at the same time, because they did not do it quicker. When they had got it all upon deck, and hailed the schooner, they got out their launch and came and took it back on board the schooner, with 10 boxes containing $20,000. Then returned to the brig again, drove all the crew into the forecastle, ransacked the cabin, overhauling all the chests, trunks, etc., and rifled my pockets, taking my watch and 3 doubloons which I had previously put there for safety, robbed the mate of his watch and $200 in specie, still insisting that there was more money in the hold. Being answered in the negative, they beat me severely over the back, said they knew there was more, that they should search for it, and if they found any they would cut all our throats. They continued searching about in every part of the vessel for some time longer, but not finding any more specie, they took 2 coils of rigging, a side of leather, and some other articles, and went on board the schooner, probably to consult what to do with us, for in 8 or 10 minutes they came back, apparently in great haste, shut us all below, fastened up the companionway, forescuttle and after hatchway, stove our compasses to pieces in the binnacles, cut away tiller ropes, halyards, braces, and most of our running rigging, cut our sails to pieces badly, took a tub of tarred rope yarn, and what combustibles they could find about deck, put them in the caboose house and set them on fire, then left us, taking with them our boat and colors. When they got alongside the schooner, they scuttled our boat, took in their own, and made sail, steering to the eastward. As soon as they left us, we got up out of the cabin scuttle, which they had neglected to secure, and extinguished the fire, which if it had been left a few minutes, would have caught the mainsail and set our masts on fire. Soon after we saw a ship to leeward of us steering to the southeast, the schooner being in pursuit of her, did not overtake her whilst she was in sight of us. It was doubtless their intention to burn us up altogether, but seeing the ship and being eager for more plunder, they did not stop fully to accomplish their design. She was a low, straight schooner of about 150 tons, painted black with a narrow white streak, a large head with the horn of plenty painted white, large main topmast, but no yards or sail on it. Mast raked very much, mainsail very square at the head, sails made with split cloth and all new. Had 2 long brass 12-pounders and a large gun on a pivot amidships, and about 70 men, who appeared to be chiefly Spaniards and mulattoes. The object of the voyage being frustrated by the loss of the specie, nothing now remained but for the Mexican to make the best of her way back to Salem, which she reached in safety. The government of the United States, struck with the audacity of this piracy, dispatched a cruiser in pursuit of them. After a fruitless voyage, in which every exertion was made and many places visited on the coast of Africa, where it was supposed the rascals might be lurking, the chase was abandoned as hopeless, no clue being found to their whereabouts. The Panda, after robbing the Mexican, pursued her course across the Atlantic and made Cape Monte. From this she coasted south, and after passing Cape Palmas, entered the Gulf of Guinea and steered for Cape Lopez, which she reached in the first part of November. Cape Lopez de Gonçalves, in latitude 0 degrees 36 minutes 2 seconds south, longitude 80 degrees 40 minutes and 4 seconds east, is so called from its first discoverer. It is covered with wood, but low and swampy, as is also the neighboring country. The extensive bay formed by this cape is 14 miles in depth, and has several small creeks and rivers running into it. The largest is the river Nazareth, on the left point of which is situated King Gula's town, the only assemblage of huts in the bay. Here the cargo of the Panda was unloaded, the greater part was entrusted to the king, and with the rest Captain Gilbert opened a factory and commenced buying various articles of commerce, as tortoise shells, gum, ivory, palm oil, fine straw carpeting, and slaves. After remaining here a short time, the crew became sickly, and Captain Gilbert sailed for Prince's Island, to recover the health of his crew. Whilst at Prince's Island, news arrived of the robbery of the Mexican, and the pirate left with the utmost precipitation for Cape Lopez, and the better to evade pursuit, a pilot was procured, and the vessel carried several miles up the river Nazareth. Soon after the Panda left Prince's Island, the British brig of war Curlew, Captain Trotter, arrived, and from the description given to the vessel then said to be lying in the Nazareth, Captain Trotter knew she must be the one that robbed the Mexican, and he instantly sailed in pursuit. On nearing the coast she was discovered lying up the river. 3 boats containing 40 men and commanded by Captain Trotter started up the river with a sea breeze and flood tide, and colors flying to take the desperadoes. The boats kept in near the shore until rounding a point they were seen from the Panda. The pirates immediately took to their boats, except Francisco Ruiz, who seizing a firebrand from the caboose, went into the magazine and set some combustibles on fire with the laudable purpose of blowing up the assailants, and then paddled ashore in a canoe. Captain Trotter chased them with his boats, but could not come up with them, and then boarded the schooner which he found on fire. The first thing he did was to put out the fire which was in the magazine, below the cabin floor. Here he found a quantity of cotton and brimstone burning, and a slow match ignited and communicating with the magazine, which contained 16 casks of powder. The Panda was now warped out of the river and anchored off the negro town of Cape Lopez. Negotiations were now entered into for the surrender of the pirates. An officer was accordingly sent on shore to have an interview with the king. He was met on the beach by an ebony chief calling himself Duke. We followed the Duke through the extensive and straggling place, frequently buried up to the ankles in sand, from which the vegetation was worn by the constant passing and repassing of the inhabitants. We arrived at a large folding door placed in a high bamboo and palm tree fence, which enclosed the king's establishment, ornamented on our right by 2 old honeycombed guns, which although dismounted were probably, according to the practice of the coast, occasionally fired to attract the attention of passing vessels, and to imply that slaves were to be procured. On the left of the enclosure was a shed, with a large ship's bell suspended beneath, serving as an alarum bell in case of danger, while the remainder was occupied with neatly built huts, inhabited by the numerous wives of the king. We sent in to notify him of our arrival. He sent word out that we might remain outside until it suited his convenience. but as such an arrangement did not suit ours, we immediately entered, and found sitting at the table the king. He was a tall, muscular, ugly-looking negro about 50 years of age. We explained the object of our visit, which was to demand the surrender of the white men, who were now concealed in the town, and for permission to pass up the river in pursuit of those who had gone up that way. He now expressed the most violent indignation at our presumption in demanding the pirates, and the interview was broken off by his refusing to deliver up a single man. We will now return to the pirates. While at Prince's Island, Captain Gilbert bought a magnificent dressing case worth nearly $1,000, and a patent lever watch, and a quantity of tobacco, and provisions, and 2 valuable cloth coats, some guinea cloth, and black and green paint. The paint, cloth, and coats were intended as presents for the African king at Cape Lopez. These articles were all bought with the money taken from the Mexican. After arriving at the Nazareth, $4,000 were taken from the trunk and buried in the yard of a negro prince. 4 of the pirates then went to Cape Lopez for $11,000, which had been buried there. Boyga, Castillo, Guzman, and the state's evidence, Ferez, were the ones who went. Ferez took the bags out and the others counted the money. Great haste was made, as the mosquitoes were biting intolerably. $5,000 were buried for the captain in canvas bags about 2 feet deep. Part of the money was carried to Nazareth, and from there carried into the mountains and there buried. A consultation was held by Captain Gilbert, De Soto, and Ruiz, and the latter said if the money was not divided, there would be the devil to pay. The money was now divided in a dark room, and a lantern used. Captain Gilbert sat on the floor with the money at his side. He gave the mate about $3,000, and the other officers $1,000 each, and the crew from $300 to $500 each. The third mate having fled, the captain sent him $1,000, and Ruiz carried it to him. When the money was first taken from the Mexican, it was spread out on the companion way, and examined to see if there was any gold amongst it, and then put into bags made of dark coarse linen. The boxes were then thrown overboard. After the division of the money, the pirates secreted themselves in the woods behind Cape Lopez. Perez and 4 others procured a boat and started for Fernando Po. They put their money in the bottom of the boat for ballast, but was thrown overboard near a rock and afterwards recovered by divers. This was done to prevent detection. The captain, mate, and carpenter had a conversation respecting the attempt of the latter to blow her up, who could not account for the circumstance that an explosion had not taken place. They told him he ought to have burst a barrel of powder over the deck and down the stairs to the magazine, loaded a gun, tied a fish line to the lock, and pulled it when he came off in the canoe. The Panda, being manned by Captain Trotter and an English crew, commenced firing on the town of Cape Lopez, but after firing several shots, a spark communicated with the magazine and she blew up. Several men were killed, and Captain Trotter and the others thrown into the water, when he was made prisoner with several of his crew by the king, and it required considerable negotiations to get them free. The pirates having gone up the river, an expedition was now equipped to take them if possible. The longboat and pinnace were instantly armed, and victualled for several weeks. A brass gun was mounted on the bows of each, and awnings fixed up to protect the crew from the extreme heat of the sun by day, and the heavy dews at nightfall. As the sea breeze and the flood tide set in, the boats again started and proceeded up the river. It was ascertained the war canoes were beyond where the Panda was first taken. For fear of an ambuscade, great caution was observed in proceeding. As we approached a point, a single native was observed standing near a hut erected near the river, who, as we approached, beckoned and called for us to land. We endeavored to do so, but fortunately the water was too shallow to approach near enough. We had hardly steered about for the channel, when the man suddenly rushed into the bushes and disappeared. We got into the channel and continued some time in deep water, but this suddenly shoaled, and the boats grounded near a mangrove, just as we came in sight of a village. Our crew jumped out and commenced tracking the boat over the sand. While thus employed, I observed by means of my glass a crowd of natives and some of the pirates running down the other side of a low point, apparently with the intention of giving us battle, as they were all armed with spears and muskets. The men had just succeeded in drawing the boats into deep water, when a great number of canoes were observed coming round the point, and at the same instant another large party running down to launch, some more on the beach, when they joined those already afloat, in all made above 28 canoes, and about 150 men. Having collected all their forces, with loud whooping and encouraging shouts to one another, they led towards us with great celerity. We prepared instantly for battle. The awnings were got down to allow room to use the cutlasses and to load the muskets. The brass guns were loaded with grape shot. They now approached, uttering terrific yells and paddling with all speed. On board the canoes the pirates were loading the guns and encouraging the natives. Bernardo de Soto and Francisco Ruiz were conspicuous in maneuvering the negro boats for battle, and commenced a straggling fire upon the English boats. In them all was still. Each man had a cutlass by his side, and a loaded musket in his hand. On arriving within pistol shot, a well-directed fire was poured into them, seconded by a discharge of the 3-pounders. Many of the balls took effect, and 2 of the canoes were sunk. A brisk fire was kept up on both sides. A great number of the negroes were killed, and a few of the pirates. The English loss was small. The negroes now became panic-struck, and some paddled towards the shore, others jumped overboard and swam. The sharks caught several. Captain Gilbert and De Soto were now caught, together with 5 of the crew. Ruiz and the rest escaped to a village, some ways inland, and with the aid of a telescope it was perceived the negroes were rapidly gathering to renew the combat, urged on by Ruiz and the other pirates. After dislodging them from this village, negotiations were entered into by the King of Cape Lopez, who surrendered Ruiz and several men to Captain Trotter. They were carried in the brig Curlew to Fernando Po, and after an examination were put in irons and conveyed to England, and there put on board the British gun-brig Savage, and arrived in the harbour of Salem on the 26th of August, 1834. Her commander, Lieutenant Loney, waited upon the authorities of Salem, and after the usual formalities surrendered the prisoners into their hands, stating that the British government waived their right to try and punish the prisoners in favor of the United States, against whom the principal offense had been committed. The pirates were landed at Crowningshield Wharf, and taken from thence in carriages to the town hall. 12 of them, handcuffed in pairs, took their places at the bar. They were all young and middle-aged, and the oldest was not over 40. Physiognomically they were not uncommonly ill-looking in general, although there were exceptions, and they were all clean and wholesome in their appearance. They were now removed to Boston and confined in prison, where one of them, named Manuel del Garno, cut his throat with a piece of glass, thus verifying the old proverb that those born to be hung will never be drowned. On the 11th of November, Don Pedro Gilbert, captain, Don Bernardo de Soto, mate, Francisco Ruiz, carpenter, Nicola Coster, cabin boy, aged 15, Antonio Ferrer, cook, and Manuel Boiga, Domingo de Guzman, an Indian, Juan Antonio Portana, Manuel Castillo, Angel Garcia, Jose Velazquez, and Juan Montenegro, alias Jose Basilio de Castro, were arraigned before the Circuit Court of the United States, charged with the crime of piracy. Joseph Perez appeared as the state's evidence, and 2 Portuguese sailors who were shipped on board the Panda at Prince's Island as witnesses. After a jury was impaneled, Mr. Dunlap, the district attorney, rose and said, "This is a solemn and also an unusual scene. Here are 12 men, strangers to our country and to our language, indicted for a heinous offense, and now before you for life or death. They are indicted for a daring crime, and a flagrant violation of the laws, not only of this, but of every other civilized people." He then gave an outline of the commission of the robbery of the Mexican. Numerous witnesses were examined, amongst whom were the captain, mate, and several seamen of the Mexican, who recognized several of the pirates as being the individuals who maltreated them and took the specie. When Thomas Fuller, one of the crew of the Mexican, was called upon to identify Ruiz, he went up to him and struck him with a violent blow on the shoulder. Ruiz immediately started up, and with violent gesticulations protested against such conduct, and was joined by his companions. The court reprimanded the witness severely. The trial occupied 14 days. The counsel for the prisoners were David L. Child, Esquire, and George Hillard, Esquire, who defended them with great ability. Mr. Child brought to the cause his untiring zeal, his various and profound learning, and exhibited a labor and desperation which showed that he was fully conscious of the weight of the load, the dead lift, he had undertaken to carry. Mr. Hillard concluded his argument by making an eloquent and affecting appeal to the jury in behalf of the boy Costa and Antonio Ferrer, the cook, and alluded to the circumstance of Bernardo de Soto having rescued the lives of 70 individuals on board the American ship Minerva, whilst on a voyage from Philadelphia to Havana, when captain of the brig Leon. "If, gentlemen," said he, "you deem with me that the crew of the Panda, supposing her to have robbed the Mexican, were merely servants of the captain, you cannot convict them. But if you do not agree with me, then all that remains for me to do is to address a few words to you in the way of mercy. It does not seem to me that the good of society requires the death of all these men, the sacrifice of such a hecatomb of human victims, or that the sword of the law should fall till it is clogged with massacre. Antonio Ferrer is plainly but a servant. He is set down as a free black in the ship's papers, but that is no proof that he is free. Were he a slave, he would in all probability be represented as free, and this for obvious reasons. He is in all probability a slave, and a native African, as the tattooing on his face proves beyond a doubt. At any rate, he is but a servant. Now will you make misfortune pay the penalty of guilt? Do not, I entreat you, lightly condemn this man to death. Do not throw him in to make up the dozen. The regard for human life is one of the most prominent proofs of a civilized state of society. The Sultan of Turkey may place women in sacks and throw them into the Bosporus without exciting more than an hour's additional conversation at Constantinople. But in our country it is different. You well remember the excitement produced by the abduction and death of a single individual, the convulsions which ensued, the effect of which will long be felt in our political institutions. You will ever find that the more a nation becomes civilized, the greater becomes the regard for human life. There is in the eye, the form, and heaven-directed countenance of man something holy that forbids he should be rudely touched. The instinct of life is great. The light of the sun even in chains is pleasant, and life, though supported but by the damp exhalations of a dungeon, is desirable. Often too we cling with added tenacity to life in proportion as we are deprived of all that makes existence to be coveted. The weariest and most loathed worldly life that age, ache, penury, and imprisonment can lay on nature is a paradise to that we fear of death. Death is a fearful thing. The mere mention of it sometimes blanches the cheek, and sends the fearful blood to the heart. It is a solemn thing to break into the bloody house of life. Do not, because this man is but an African, imagine that his existence is valueless. He is no driftweed on the ocean of life. There are in his bosom the same social sympathies that animate our own. He has nerves to feel pain, and a heart to throb with human affections, even as you have. His life to establish the law, or to further the ends of justice, is not required. Taken, it is to us of no value; given to him, it is above the price of rubies. And Costa, the cabin boy, only 15 years of age, when this crime was committed, shall he die? Shall the sword fall upon his neck? Some of you are advanced in years, you may have children. Suppose the news had reached you that your son was under trial for his life in a foreign country, and every cabin boy who leaves this port may be placed in the situation of this prisoner. Suppose you were told that he had been executed because his captain and officers had violated the laws of a distant land, what would be your feelings? I cannot tell, but I believe the feelings of all of you would be the same, and that you would exclaim with the Hebrew, my son, would to God I have died for thee." This boy has a father. Let the form of that father rise up before you, and plead in your hearts for his offspring. Perhaps he has a mother and a home. Think of the lengthened shadows that must have been cast over that home by his absence. Think of his mother during those hours of wretchedness, when she has felt hope darkening into disappointment, next into anxiety, and from anxiety into despair. How often may she have stretched forth her hands in supplication, and asked even the winds of heaven to bring her tidings of him who was away? Let the supplications of that mother touch your hearts, and shield their object from the law. After a luminous charge by Judge Story, the jury retired to agree upon their verdict, and at 9 o'clock the next morning came in with their verdict. Clerk. Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon your verdict? Jury. We have. Clerk. Who shall speak for you? Jury. Our foreman. The prisoners were then directed severally to rise as soon as called and receive the verdict of the jury. The captain, Pedro Gilbert, was the first named. He arose, raised his hand, and regarded the jury with a firm countenance and steady eye. Clerk. Jurors, look upon the prisoner. Prisoner, look upon the jurors. How say you, gentlemen, is the prisoner at the bar, Pedro Gilbert, guilty or not guilty? Foreman. Guilty. The same verdict was pronounced against De Soto the mate, Ruiz the carpenter, Boyga, Castillo, Garcia, and Montenegro. But Costa the cabin boy, Ferrer the negro, Guzman, Portana, and Velasquez were declared not guilty. After having declared the verdict of the jury, the foreman read to the court the following recommendation to mercy. The sympathies of the jury have been strongly moved in behalf of Bernardo de Soto on account of his generous, noble, and self-sacrificing conduct in saving the lives of more than 70 human beings, constituting the passengers and crew of the ship Minerva, and they desire that his case should be presented to the merciful consideration of the government. Judge Story replied that the wish of the jury would certainly be complied with both by the court and the prosecuting officer. The appearance and demeanor of Captain Gilbert are the same as when we first saw him. His eye is undimmed, and decision and command yet sit upon his features. We did not discern the slightest alteration of color or countenance when the verdict of the jury was communicated to him. He merely slightly bowed and resumed his seat. With De Soto the case was different. He was much altered, has become thinner, and his countenance this morning was expressive of the deepest despondency. When informed of the contents of the paper read by the foreman of the jury, he appeared much affected, and while being removed from the court, covered his face with his handkerchief. Immediately after the delivery of the verdict, the acquitted prisoners, on motion of Mr. Hillard, were directed to be discharged, upon which several of the others loudly and angrily expressed their dissatisfaction at the result of the trial. Castillo, the half-caste, with an extremely mild and pleasing countenance, pointed towards heaven, and called upon the Almighty to bear witness that he was innocent. Ruiz uttered some words with great vehemence, and Garcia said all were in the same ship, and it was strange that some should be permitted to escape, while others were punished. Most of them, on leaving the court, uttered some invective against the picaro who had sworn their lives away. On Costa, the cabin boy, aged 16, being declared not guilty, some degree of approbation was manifested by the audience, but instantly checked by the judge, who directed the officers to take into custody every one expressing either assent or dissent. We certainly think the sympathy expressed in favor of Costa very ill placed, for although we have not deemed ourselves at liberty to mention the fact earlier, his conduct during the whole trial was characterized by the most reckless effrontery and indecorum. Even when standing up to receive the verdict of the jury, his face bore an impudent smile, and he evinced the most total disregard of the mercy which had been extended towards him. About this time vague rumors reached Corunna that a captain belonging to that place engaged in the slave trade had turned pirate, been captured, and sent to America with his crew for punishment. Report at first fixed it upon a noted slave dealer named Begaro, but the astounding intelligence soon reached Señora de Soto that her husband was the person captured for this startling crime. The shock to her feelings was terrible, but her love and fortitude surmounted them all, and she determined to brave the terrors of the ocean, to intercede for her husband if condemned, and at all events behold him once more. A small schooner was freighted by her own and husband's father, and in it she embarked for New York. After a boisterous passage, the vessel reached that port when she learned her husband had already been tried and condemned to die. The humane people of New York advised her to hasten on to Washington and plead with the President for a pardon. On arriving at the capital, she solicited an interview with General Jackson, which was readily granted. From the circumstance of her husband's having saved the lives of 70 Americans, a merciful ear was turned to her solicitations, and a pardon for De Soto was given her, with which she hastened to Boston, and communicated to him the joyful intelligence: Andrew Jackson, President of the United States of America, to all to whom these presents shall come, greeting. Whereas, at the October term, 1834, of the Circuit Court of the United States, Bernardo de Soto was convicted of piracy and sentenced to be hung on the 11th day of March last, from which sentence a respite was granted to him for 3 months, bearing date the 3rd day of March, 1835, also a subsequent one dated on the 5th day of June, 1835, for 60 days, and whereas the said Bernardo de Soto has been represented as a fit subject for executive clemency, now therefore I, Andrew Jackson, President of the United States of America, in consideration of the premises, divers good and sufficient causes me thereto moving, have pardoned, and hereby do pardon the said Bernardo de Soto, from and after the 11th of August next, and direct he be then discharged from confinement. In testimony whereof I have hereunto subscribed my name, and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed to these presents. Done at the city of Washington, the 6th day of July, Anno Domini 1835, and of the independence of the United States, and 60th, Andrew Jackson. On the fatal morning of June 11th, 1835, Don Pedro, Juan Montenegro, Manuel Castillo, Angel Garcia, and Manuel Boyga were, agreeably to sentence, summoned to prepare for immediate execution. On the night previous, a mutual agreement had been entered into to commit suicide. Angel Garcia made the first attempt by trying to open the veins of each arm with a piece of glass, but was prevented. In the morning, however, while preparations were making for the execution, Boyga succeeded in inflicting a deep gash on the left side of his neck with a piece of tin. The officer's eyes had been withdrawn from him scarcely a minute before he was discovered lying on his pallet, with a convulsive motion of his knees, from loss of blood. Medical aid was at hand, the gash sewed up, but he did not revive. 2 Catholic clergymen attended them on the scaffold, one a Spanish priest. They were executed in the rear of the jail. When the procession arrived at the foot of the ladder leading up to the platform of the gallows, the Reverend Mr. Varella looked directly at Captain Gilbert and said, "Spaniards, ascend to heaven." Don Pedro mounted with a quick step, and was followed by his comrades at a more moderate pace, but without the least hesitation. Boyga, unconscious of his situation and destiny, was carried up in a chair, and seated beneath the rope prepared for him. Gilbert, Montenegro, Garcia, and Castillo all smiled subduedly as they took their stations on the platform. Soon after Captain Gilbert ascended the scaffold, he passed over to where the apparently lifeless Boyga was seated in the chair, and kissed him. Addressing his followers, he said, "Boys, we are going to die, but let us be firm, for we are innocent." To Mr. Peyton, the interpreter, he said, "I die innocent, but I'll die like a noble Spaniard. Goodbye, brother." The marshal having read the warrant for their execution, and stated that De Soto was respited 60 and Ruiz 30 days, the ropes were adjusted round the necks of the prisoners, and a slight hectic flush spread over the countenance of each. But not an eye quailed, nor a limb trembled, not a muscle quivered. The fatal cord was now cut, and the platform fell, by which the prisoners were launched into eternity. After the execution was over, Ruiz, who was confined in his cell, attracted considerable attention by his maniac shouts and singing. At one time holding up a piece of blanket stained with Boyga's blood, he gave utterance to his ravings in a sort of recitative, the burden of which was, "This is the red flag my companions died under." After the expiration of Ruiz's second respite, the marshal got 2 surgeons of the United States Navy, who understood the Spanish language, to attend him in his cell. They, after a patient examination, pronounced his madness a counterfeit, and his insanity a hoax. Accordingly, in the morning of September 11th, the marshal, in company with a Catholic priest and interpreter, entered his cell, and made him sensible that longer evasion of the sentence of the law was impossible, and that he must surely die. They informed him that he had but half an hour to live, and retired. When he requested that he might not be disturbed during the brief space that remained to him, and turning his back to the open entrance to his cell, he unrolled some fragments of printed prayers, and commenced reading them to himself. During this interval he neither spoke nor heeded those who were watching him, but undoubtedly suffered extreme mental agony. At one minute he would drop his chin on his bosom and stand motionless; at another would press his brow on the wall of his cell, or wave his body from side to side as if wrung with unutterable anguish. Suddenly he would throw himself upon his knees on the mattress and prostrate himself as if in prayer, then throwing his prayers from him, he would clutch his rug in his fingers and like a child try to double it up, or pick it to pieces. After snatching up his rug and throwing it away again and again, he would suddenly resume his prayers and erect posture, and stand mute, gazing through the aperture that admitted the light of day for upwards of a minute. This scene of imbecility and indecision, of horrible prostration of mind, ceasing in some degree when the Catholic clergyman re-entered his cell. At 10 o'clock the prisoner was removed from the prison, and during his progress to the scaffold, though the hue of death was on his face, and he trembled in every joint with fear, he chanted with a powerful voice an appropriate service from the Catholic ritual. Several times he turned round to survey the heavens, which at that moment were clear and bright above him, and when he ascended the scaffold after concluding his prayer, he took one long and steadfast look at the sun, and waited in silence his fate. His powers, mental and physical, had been suddenly crushed with the appalling reality that surrounded him. His whole soul was absorbed with one master feeling, the dread of a speedy and violent death. He quailed in the presence of the dreadful paraphernalia of his punishment, as much as if he had been a stranger to deeds of blood, and never dealt death to his fellow men, as he plowed the deep under the black flag of piracy with the motto of "Rob, kill and burn." After adjusting the rope, a signal was given. The body dropped heavily, and the harsh abrupt shock must have instantly deprived him of sensation, as there was no voluntary action of the hands afterwards. Thus terminated his career of crime in a foreign land, without one friend to recognize or cheer him, or a single being to regret his death. The Spanish consul having requested that the bodies might not be given to the faculty, they were interred at night under the direction of the marshal in the Catholic burial ground at Charlestown. There being no murder committed with the piracy, the laws of the United States do not authorize the court to order the bodies for dissection. End of chapter 8.
The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 9. The Life of Benito de Soto, the Pirate of the Morning Star. The following narrative of the career of a desperate pirate who was executed in Gibraltar in the month of January, 1830, is one of two letters from the pen of the author of the Military Sketch Book. The writer says Benito de Soto had been a prisoner in the garrison for 19 months, during which time the British government spared neither the pains nor expense to establish a full train of evidence against him. The affair had caused the greatest excitement here, as well as at Cadiz, owing to the development of the atrocities which marked the character of this man, and the diabolical gang of which he was the leader. Nothing else is talked of, and 1,000 horrors are added to his guilt, which, although he was guilty enough, he has no right to bear. The following is all the authentic information I could collect concerning him. I have drawn it from his trial, from the confession of his accomplices, from the keeper of his prison, and not a little from his own lips. It will be found more interesting than all the tales and sketches furnished in the annuals, magazines, and other vehicles of invention, from the simple fact that it is true and not fiction. Benito de Soto was a native of a small village near Corna. He was bred a mariner, and was in the guiltless exercise of this calling at Buenos Aires in the year 1827. A vessel was there being fitted out for a voyage to the coast of Africa for the smuggling of slaves, and as she required a strong crew, a great number of sailors were engaged, amongst whom was Soto. The Portuguese of South America have yet a privilege of dealing in slaves on a certain part of the African coast, but it was the intention of the captain of this vessel to exceed the limits of his trade, and to run further down, so as to take his cargo of human beings from a part of the country which was proscribed, in the certainty of being there enabled to purchase slaves at a much lower rate than he could in the regular way, or, perhaps, to take away by force as many as he could stow away into his ship. He therefore required a considerable number of hands for the enterprise, and in such traffic it may be easily conceived that the morals of the crew could not be a subject of much consideration with the employer. French, Spanish, Portuguese, and others were entered on board, most of them renegados, and they set sail on their evil voyage with every hope of infamous success. Those who deal in evil carry along with them the springs of their own destruction upon which they will tread, in spite of every caution, and their imagined security is but the brink of the pit into which they are to fall. It was so with the captain of this slave ship. He arrived in Africa, took in a considerable number of slaves, and in order to complete his cargo went on shore, leaving his mate in charge of the vessel. This mate was a bold, wicked, reckless, and ungovernable spirit, and perceiving in Benito de Soto a mind congenial with his own, he fixed on him as a fit person to join in a design he had conceived, of running away with the vessel, and becoming a pirate. Accordingly, the mate proposed his plan to Soto, who not only agreed to join in it, but declared that he himself had been contemplating a similar enterprise during the voyage. They both were at once of a mind, and they lost no time in maturing their plot. Their first step was to break the matter to the other members of the crew. In this they proceeded cautiously, and succeeded so far as to gain over 22 of the whole, leaving 18 who remained faithful to their trust. Every means was used to corrupt the well-disposed. Both persuasion and threats were resorted to, but without effect, and the leader of the conspiracy, the mate, began to despair of attaining the desired object. Soto, however, was not so easily depressed. He at once decided on seizing the ship upon the strength of his party, and without consulting the mate, he collected all the arms of the vessel, called the conspirators together, put into each of their possession a cutlass and a brace of pistols, and arming himself in like manner, advanced at the head of the gang, drew his sword, and declared the mate to be the commander of the ship, and the men who joined him part owners. Still, those who had rejected the evil offer remained unmoved, on which Soto ordered out the boats, and pointing to the land, cried out, "There is the African coast. This is our ship. One or the other must be chosen by every man on board within 5 minutes." This declaration, although it had the effect of preventing any resistance that might have been offered by the well-disposed to the taking of the vessel, did not change them from their purpose. They still refused to join in the robbery, and entered one by one into the boat, at the orders of Soto, and with but one pair of oars, all that was allowed to them, put off for the shore, from which they were then 10 miles distant. Had the weather continued calm, as it was when the boat left the ship, she would have made the shore by dusk; but unhappily a strong gale of wind set in shortly after her departure, and she was seen by Soto and his gang struggling with the billows and approaching night, at such a distance from the land as she could not possibly accomplish while the gale lasted. All on board the ship agreed in opinion that the boat could not live, as they flew away from her at the rate of 10 knots an hour, under close reefed topsails, leaving their unhappy messmates to their inevitable fate. Those of the pirates who were lately executed at Cadiz declared that every soul in the boat perished. The drunken uproar which that night reigned in the pirate ship was in horrid unison with the raging elements around her. Contention and quarreling followed the brutal inebriety of the pirates. Each evil spirit sought the mastery of the others, and Soto, which was the fiend of all, began to grasp and grapple for his proper place, the head of such a diabolical community. The mate, now the chief, at once gave the reins to his ruffian tyranny, and the keen eye of Soto saw that he who had fawned with him the day before would next day rule him with an iron rod. Prompt in his actions as he was penetrating in his judgment, he had no sooner conceived a jealousy of the leader than he determined to put him aside, and as his rival lay in his drunken sleep, Soto put a pistol to his head and deliberately shot him. For this act he excused himself to the crew, by stating to them that it was in their protection he did the act, that Their interest was the other's death, and concluded by declaring himself their leader and promising a golden harvest to their future labors, provided they obeyed him. Soto succeeded to the height of his wishes, and was unanimously hailed by the crew as their captain. On board the vessel, as I before stated, were a number of slaves, and these the pirates had well secured under hatches. They now turned their attention to those half starved, half suffocated creatures. Some were for throwing them overboard, while others, not less cruel, but more desirous of gain, proposed to take them to some port in one of those countries that deal in human beings, and there sell them. The latter recommendation was adopted, and Soto steered for the West Indies, where he received a good price for his slaves. One of those wretched creatures, a boy, he reserved as a servant for himself, and this boy was destined by Providence to be the witness of the punishment of those white men who tore away from their homes himself and his brethren. He alone will carry back to his country the truth of heaven's retribution, and heal the wounded feelings of broken kindred with the recital of it. The pirates now entered freely into the villainous pursuit, and plundered many vessels. Among others was an American brig, the treatment of which forms the chef d'oeuvre of their atrocity. Having taken out of this brig all the valuables they could find, they hatched down all hands to the hold, except a black man, who was allowed to remain on deck for the special purpose of affording in his torture an amusing exhibition to Soto and his gang. They set fire to the brig, then lay to observe the progress of the flames, and as the miserable African bounded from rope to rope, now climbing to the masthead, now clinging to the shrouds, now leaping to one part of the vessel and now to another, their enjoyment seemed raised to its highest pitch. At length the hatches opened to the devouring element, the tortured victim of their fiendish cruelty fell exhausted into the flames, and the horrid and revolting scene closed amidst the shouts of the miscreants who had caused it. Of their other exploits, that which ranks next to turpitude, and which led to their overthrow, was the piracy of the Morning Star. They fell in with that vessel near the island Ascension in the year 1828, as she was on her voyage from Ceylon to England. This vessel, besides a valuable cargo, had on board several passengers, consisting of a major and his wife, an assistant surgeon, 2 civilians, about 25 invalid soldiers, and 3 or 4 of their wives. As soon as Benito de Soto perceived the ship, which was at daylight on the 21st of February, he called up all hands, and prepared for attacking her. He was at the time steering on an opposite course to that of the Morning Star. On reconnoitring her, he at first supposed she was a French vessel, but Barbazan, one of his crew, who was himself a Frenchman, assured him the ship was British. "So much the better," exclaimed Soto, in English, for he could speak that language. "We shall find the more booty." He then ordered the sails to be squared, and ran before the wind in chase of his plunder, from which he was about 2 leagues distant. The Defensor de Pedro, the name of the pirate ship, was a fast sailer, but owing to the press of canvas which the Morning Star hoisted soon after the pirate had commenced the chase, he did not come up with her so quickly as he had expected. The delay caused great uneasiness to Soto, which he manifested by muttering curses and restlessness of manner. Sounds of savage satisfaction were to be heard from every mouth, but his at the prospect. He alone expressed his anticipated pleasure by oaths, menaces, and mental inquietude. While Barbazan was employed in superintending the clearing of the decks, the arming and breakfasting of the men, he walked rapidly up and down, revolving in his mind the plan of the approaching attack, and when interrupted by any of the crew, he would run into a volley of imprecations. In one instant he struck his black boy a violent blow with a telescope, because he had asked him if he would like his morning coffee of chocolate. As soon, however, as he set his studding sails, and perceived that he was gaining on the Morning Star, he became somewhat tranquil, began to eat heartily of cold beef, drank his chocolate at a draught, and coolly sat down on the deck to smoke a cigar. In less than a quarter of an hour the pirate had gained considerable on the other vessel. Soto now, without raising from where he sat, ordered a gun, with blank cartridge, to be fired, and the British colours to be hoisted. but finding this measure had not the effect of bringing the Morning Star to, he cried out, "Shot the long gun and give it her point blank." The order was obeyed, but the shot fell short of the intention, on which he jumped up and cursed the fellows for bunglers who had fired the gun. He then ordered them to load the canister shot, and took the match in his own hand. He did not, however, fire immediately, but waited until he was nearly abreast of his victim, then directing the aim himself, and ordering a man to stand by the flag to haul it down. Fired with an air that showed he was sure of his mark, he then ran to haul up the Colombian colors, and having done so, cried out through the speaking trumpet, "Lower your boat down this moment, and let your captain come on board with his papers." During this fearful chase, the people on board the Morning Star were in the greatest alarm; but however their apprehensions might have been excited, that courage, which is so characteristic of a British sailor, never for a moment forsook the captain. He boldly carried on sail, and although one of the men fell from a wound, and the ravages of the shot were everywhere around him, he determined not to strike. But unhappily he had not a single gun on board, and no small arms that could render his courage availing. The tears of the women, and the prudent advice of the passengers overcoming his resolution, he permitted himself to be guided by the general opinion. One of the passengers volunteered himself to go on board the pirate, and a boat was lowered for the purpose. Both vessels now lay to within 50 yards of each other, and a strong hope arose in those on board the Morning Star that the gentleman who had volunteered to go to the pirate might, through his exertions, avert at least the worst of the dreaded calamity. Some people here, in their quiet security, had made no scruple of declaring that the commanding officer of the soldiers on board should not have so tamely yielded to the pirate, particularly as he had his wife along with him, and consequently a misfortune to dread, that might be though even worse than death. But all who knew the true state of the circumstances, and reflect upon it, will allow that he adopted the only chance of escaping that which was to be most feared by a husband. The long gun, which was on a pivot in the center of the pirate ship, could in a few shots sink the Morning Star, and even had resistance been made to the pirates as they boarded her, had they been killed or made prisoners, the result would not be much better. It was evident that the Defensor de Pedro was the best sailor; consequently the Morning Star could not hope to escape. In fact, submission or total destruction was the only choice. The commanding officer, therefore, acted for the best when he recommended the former. There was some slight hope of escaping with life, and without personal abuse, by surrendering, but to contend must be inevitable death. The gentleman who had gone in a boat to the pirate returned in a short time, exhibiting every proof of the ill treatment he had received from Soto and his crew. It appears that when the villains learned that he was not the captain, they fell upon and beat him, as well as the sailors along with him, in a most brutal manner, and with the most horrid imprecations told him, that if the captain did not instantly come, on his return to the vessel they would blow the ship out of the water. This report at once decided the captain in the way he was to act. Without hesitation he stepped into the boat, taking with him his second mate, 3 soldiers, and a sailor boy, and proceeded to the pirate. On going on board that vessel, along with the mate, Soto, who stood near the mainmast, with his drawn cutlass in his hand, desired him to approach, while the mate was ordered by Barbazan to go to the forecastle. Both these unfortunate individuals obeyed, and were instantly slaughtered. Soto now ordered 6 picked men to descend into the boat, amongst whom was Barbazan. To him the leader addressed his orders, the last of which was, to take care to put all in the prize to death, and then sink her. The 6 pirates, who proceeded to execute his savage demand, were all armed alike. They each carried a brace of pistols, a cutlass, and a long knife. Their dress was composed of a sort of coarse cotton checkered jacket and trousers, shirts that were open at the collar, red woolen caps, and broad canvas waist belts, into which were the pistols and the knives. They were all athletic men, and seemed such as might well be trusted with the sanguinary errand on which they were dispatched. While the boat was conveying them, Soto held in his hand a cutlass, reddened with the blood of the murdered captain, and stood scowling on them with silence, while another ruffian with a lighted match stood by the long gun, ready to support the boarding, if necessary, with a shot that would sweep the deck. As the boarders approached the Morning Star, the terror of the females became excessive. They clung to their husbands in despair, who endeavored to allay their fears by their own vain hopes, assuring them that a quiet submission nothing more than the plunder of the vessel was to be apprehended. But a few minutes miserably undeceived them. The pirates rapidly mounted the side, and as they jumped on deck commenced to cut right and left at all within their reach, uttering at the same time the most dreadful oaths. The females, screaming, hurried to hide themselves below as well as they were able, and the men fell or fled before the pirates, leaving them entire masters of the decks. When the pirates had succeeded in effectively prostrating all the people on the deck, they drove most of them below, and reserved the remainder to assist in their operations. Unless the circumstances be closely examined, it may be wondered how 6 men could have so easily overcome a crew of English seamen supported by about 20 soldiers with a major at their head. But it will not appear so surprising when it is considered that the sailors were altogether unarmed, the soldiers were worn out invalids, and more particularly that the pirate carried a heavy long gun, ready to sink her victim at a shot. Major Logie was fully impressed with the folly of opposing so powerful and desperate an enemy, and therefore advised submission as the only course for the safety of those under his charge, presuming no doubt that something like humanity might be found in the breast even of the worst of men. But alas! he was woefully deceived in his estimate of the villain's nature, and felt, when too late, that even death would have been preferable to the barbarous treatment he was forced to endure. Beaten, bleeding, terrified, the men lay huddled together in the hold, while the pirates proceeded in their work of pillage and brutality. Every trunk was hauled forth, every portable article of value heaped for the plunder, money, plate, charts, nautical instruments, and 7 parcels of valuable jewels, which formed part of the cargo. These were carried from below on the backs of those men whom the pirates selected to assist them, and for 2 hours they were thus employed, during which time Soto stood upon his own deck, directing their operations, for the vessels were within 100 yards of each other. The scene which took place in the cabin exhibited a lascivious brutality. The sick officer, Mr. Gibson, was dragged from his berth, the clothes of the other passengers stripped from their backs, and the whole of the cabin passengers driven on deck, except the females, whom they locked up in the round house on deck, and the steward, who was detained to serve the pirates with wine and eatables. His treatment no doubt hastened the death of Gibson. The unfortunate gentleman did not long survive it. As the passengers were forced up the cabin ladder, the feelings of Major Logie, it may be imagined, were of the most heart-rending description. In vain did he entreat to be allowed to remain. He was hurried away from even the chance of protecting his defenseless wife, and battened down with the rest in the hold, there to be racked with the fearful apprehensions of their almost certain doom. The labors of the robbers being now concluded, they sat down to regale themselves, preparatory to the chef d'oeuvre of their diabolical enterprise, and a more terrible group of demi-devils, the steward declares, could not be well imagined than commanded his attention at the cabin table. However, as he was a Frenchman, and naturally polite, he acquitted himself of the office of cupbearer, if not as gracefully, at least as anxiously, as ever did Ganymede herself. Yet, notwithstanding this readiness to serve the visitors in their gastronomic desires, the poor steward felt ill requited. He was twice frightened into an icicle, and twice thawed back into conscious horror, by the rudeness of those he entertained. In one instance, when he had filled out a sparkling glass for a ruffian, and believed he had quite won the heart of the drinker by the act, he found himself grasped roughly and tightly by the throat, and the point of a knife staring him in the face. It seems the fellow who thus seized him had felt between his teeth a sharp bit of broken glass, and fancying that something had been put in the wine to poison him, he determined to prove his suspicions by making the steward swallow what remained in the bottle from which the liquor had been drawn, and thus unceremoniously prefaced his command. However, ready and implicit obedience averted further bad consequences. The other instance of the steward's jeopardy was this. When the repast was ended, one of the gentlemen coolly requested him to waive all delicacy, and point out the place in which the captain's money was concealed. He might as well have asked him to produce the philosopher's stone. However, pleading the truth was of no use. His determined requisitor seconded the demand by snapping a pistol at his breast. Having misfired, he recocked and again presented, but the fatal weapon was struck aside by Barbazan, who reproved the rashness with a threat, and thus averted the steward's impending fate. It was then, with feeling of satisfaction, he heard himself ordered to go down to the hold, and in a moment he was bolted in among his fellow sufferers. The ruffians indulged in the pleasure of the bottle for some time longer, and then having ordered down the females, treated them with even less humanity than characterized their conduct towards the others. The screams of the helpless females were heard in the hold by those who were unable to render them assistance, and agonizing, indeed, must these screams have been in their incarcerated bearers. How far the brutality of pirates was carried in this stage of the horrid proceedings we can only surmise. Fortunately, their lives were spared, although, as it afterwards appeared, the orders of Soto were to butcher every being on board, and it is thought that those orders were not put into action in consequence of the villains having wasted so much time in drinking and otherwise indulging themselves, for it was not until the loud voice of their chief was heard to recall them that they prepared to leave the ship. They therefore contented themselves with fastening the women within the cabin, heaping heavy lumber on the hatches of the hold, and boring holes in the planks of the vessel below the surface of the water, so that in destroying the unhappy people at one swoop they might make up for the lost time. They then left the ship, sinking fast to her apparently certain fate. It may be reasonably supposed, bad as their conduct was towards the females, and pitiable as was the suffering it produced, that the lives of the whole left to perish were preserved through it, for the ship must have gone down if the women had been either taken out of her or murdered, and those in the hold inevitably have gone with her to the bottom. But by good fortune the females succeeded in forcing their way out of the cabin, and became the means of liberating the men confined in the hold. When they came on deck it was nearly dark. Yet they could see the pirate ship at a considerable distance. With all her sails set and bearing away from them, they prudently waited, concealed from the possibility of being seen by the enemy, and when the night fell they crept to the hatchway, and called out to the men below to endeavor to effect their liberation, informing them that the pirate was away and out of sight. They then united their efforts, and the lumber being removed, the hatches gave way to the force below, so that the released captives breathed of hope again. The delightful draught, however, was checked when the ship was found to contain 6 feet of water. A momentary collapse took possession of all their newly excited expectation. Cries and groans of despair burst forth, but the sailors' energy quickly returned and was followed by that of others. They set to work at the pumps, and by dint of labor succeeded in keeping the vessel afloat. Yet to direct her course was impossible, the pirates having completely disabled her, by cutting away her rigging, and sawing the mast all the way through. The eye of Providence, however, was not averted from the hapless people, for they fell in with a vessel next day that relieved them from their distressing situation, and brought them to England in safety. We will now return to Soto, and show how the hand of that Providence that secured his intended victims fell upon himself and his wicked associates. Intoxicated with their infamous success, the night had far advanced before Soto learned that the people in the Morning Star, instead of being slaughtered, were only left to be drowned. The information excited his utmost rage. He reproached Barbazan and those who had accompanied them in the boarding with disobeying his orders, and declared that now there could be no security for their lives. Late as the hour was, and long as he had been steering away from the Morning Star, he determined to put back, in the hope of eventually preventing the escape of those in the devoted vessel by seeing them destroyed before his eyes. Soto was a follower of the principle inculcated by the old maxim, "Dead men tell no tales," and in pursuit of his doctrine lost not a moment in putting about and running back. But it was too late. He could find no trace of the vessel, and so consoled himself with the belief that she was at the bottom of the sea, many fathoms below the keen cognizance of Admiralty courts. Soto, thus satisfied, bent his course to Europe. On his voyage he fell in with a small brig, boarded, plundered, sunk her, and that he might not again run the hazard of encountering living witnesses of his guilt, murdered the crew, with the exception of one individual, whom he took along with him, on account of his knowledge of the course to Corunna, whither he intended to proceed. But faithful to his principle of self-protection, as soon as he had made full use of the unfortunate sailor, and found himself in sight of the destined port, he came up to him at the helm, which he held in his hand. "My friend," said he, "is that the harbor of Corunna?" "Yes," was the reply. "Then," rejoined Soto, "you have done your duty well, and I am obliged to you for your services." On the instant he drew a pistol and shot the man, then coolly flung his body overboard, took the helm himself, and steered into his native harbor as little concerned as if he had returned from an honest voyage. At this port he obtained papers in a false name, disposed of a great part of his booty, and after a short stay set out for Cadiz, where he expected a market for the remainder. He had a fair wind until he came within sight of the coast near that city. It was coming on dark, and he lay to, expecting to go into his anchorage next morning. But the wind shifted to the westward, and suddenly began to blow a heavy gale. It was right on the land. He luffed his ship as close to the wind as possible, in order to clear a point that stretched outward, and beat off a windward, but his lee way carried him towards the land, and he was caught when he least expected the trap. The gale increased, the night grew pitchy dark, the roaring breakers were on his lee beam, the drifting vessel strikes, rebounds, and strikes again. The cry of horror rings through the flapping cordage, and despair is in the eyes of the demon crew. Helpless they lie amid the wraths of the storm, and darkened face of heaven, for the first time, strikes terror on their guilty hearts. Death is before them, but not with a merciful quickness does he approach. Hour after hour the frightful vision glares upon them, and at length disappears only to come upon them again in a more dreadful form. The tempest abates, and the sinners were spared for the time. As the daylight broke, they took to their boats, and abandoned the vessel to preserve their lives. But there was no repentance in the pirates. Along with the night and the winds went the voice of conscience, and they thought no more of what had passed. They stood upon the beach gazing at the wreck, and the first thought of Soto was to sell it, and purchase another vessel for the renewal of his atrocious pursuits. With a marked decision of his character, he proposed his intention to his followers, and received their full approbation. The plan was instantly arranged. They were to present themselves as honest, shipwrecked mariners to the authorities at Cadiz. Soto was to take upon himself the office of mate, or contramaestre, to an imaginary captain, and thus obtain their sanction in disposing of the vessel. In their assumed character, the whole proceeded to Cadiz, and presented themselves before the proper officers of the marine. Their story was listened to with sympathy, and for a few days everything went on their satisfaction. Soto had succeeded so well as to conclude the sale of the wreck with a broker. For the sum of $1,750 the contract was signed, but fortunately the money was not yet paid, when suspicion arose from some inconsistencies in the pirates' account of themselves, and 6 of them were arrested by the authorities. Soto and one of his crew instantly disappeared from Cadiz, and succeeded in arriving at the neutral ground before Gibraltar, and 6 more made their escape to the Caracas. None are permitted to enter the fortress of Gibraltar without permission from the governor, or a passport. Soto and his companion, therefore, took up their quarters at a posada, on the neutral ground, and resided there in security for several days. The busy and daring mind of the former could not long remain inactive. He proposed to his companion to attempt to enter the garrison in disguise and by stealth, but could not avail upon him to consent. He therefore resolved to go in alone, and his object in doing so was to procure a supply of money by a letter of credit, which he brought with him from Cadiz. His companion, more wise than he, chose the safer course. He knew that the neutral ground was not much controllable by the laws either of the Spanish or the English, and although there was not much probability of being discovered, he resolved not to trust to chance in so great a stake as his life, and he proved to have been right in his judgment, for had he gone to Gibraltar, he would have shared the same fate of his chief. This man is the only one of the whole gang who had not met with the punishment of his crimes, for he succeeded in effecting his escape on board some vessel. It is not even suspected to what country he is gone, but his description, no doubt, is registered. The steward of the Morning Star informed me that he is a tall, stout man, with fair hair and fresh complexion, of a mild and gentle countenance, but that he was one of the worst villains of the whole piratical crew. I believe he is stated to be a Frenchman. Soto secured his admission into the garrison by a false pass, and took up his residence at an inferior tavern in a narrow lane which runs off the main street of Gibraltar, and is kept by a man by the name of Basso. The appearance of his house suits well with the associations of the worthy Benito's life. I have occasion to pass the door frequently at night, for our barrack, the casement, is but a few yards from it. I never look at the place without feeling an involuntary sensation of horror. The smoky and dirty nooks, the distant groups of dark Spaniards, Moors, and Jews, their shallow countenances made yellow by the fight of dim oil lamps, the unceiled rafters of the room above, seen through unshuttered windows, and the consciousness of their having covered the atrocious Soto, combined this effect upon me. In this den the villain remained for a few weeks, and during this time seemed to enjoy himself, as if he had never committed a murder. The story he told Basso of his circumstances was, that he had come to Gibraltar on his way to Cadiz from Malaga, and were merely awaiting the arrival of a friend. He dressed expensively, generally wore a white hat of the best English quality, silk stockings, white trousers, and blue frock coat. His whiskers were large and bushy, and his hair, which was very black, profuse, long, and naturally curled, was much in the style of a London preacher of prophetic and anti-poetic notoriety. He was deeply browned with the sun, and had an air and gait expressive of his bold, enterprising, and desperate mind. Indeed, when I saw him in his cell and at his trial, although his frame was attenuated almost to a skeleton, the color of his face a pale yellow, his eyes sunken, and hair closely shorn, he still exhibited strong traces of what he had been, still retained his erect and fearless carriage, his quick, fiery, malevolent eyes, his hurried and concise speech, and his close and pertinent style of remark. He appeared to me such a man as would have made a hero in the ranks of his country, had circumstances placed him in the proper road to fame. But ignorance and poverty turned into the most ferocious robber, one who might have rendered service and been an honour to his sunken country. I should like to hear what the phrenologists say of his head. It appears to me to be the most peculiar I had ever seen, and certainly, as far as the bump of destructiveness went, bore the theory fully out. It is rumoured here that the skull has been sent to the savants of Edinburgh. If this is the case, we shall no doubt be made acquainted with their sage opinions upon the subject, and great conquerors will receive a further assurance of how much they resemble in their physical nature the greatest murderers. When I visited the pirate in the Moorish castle where he was confined, he was sitting in his cold, narrow, miserable cell upon a pallet of straw, eating his coarse meal from a tin plate. I thought him more an object of pity than vengeance. He looked so worn with disease, so crushed with suffering, yet so affable, frank, and kind in his address, for he had happened to be in a communicative mood, a thing that was by no means common with him. He spoke of his long confinement, till I thought the tears were about to start from his eyes, and alluded to his approaching trial with satisfaction. But his predominant characteristic, ferocity, appeared in his small piercing black eyes before I left him, as he alluded to his keeper, the provost, in such a way that made me suspect his desire for blood was not yet extinguished. When he appeared in court on his trial, his demeanour was quite altered. He seemed to me to have suddenly risen out of the wretch he was in his cell, to all the qualities I had heard of him. He stood erect and unembarrassed. He spoke with a strong voice, attended closely to the proceedings, occasionally examined the witnesses, and at the conclusion protested against the justice of his trial. He sometimes spoke to the guards around him, and sometimes affected an air of carelessness of his awful situation, which, however, did not sit easy upon him. Even here the leading trait of his mind broke forth, for when the interpreter commenced his office, the language which he made use of being pedantic and affected, Soto interrupted him thus, while a scowl sat upon his brow that terrified the man of words: "I don't understand you, man. Speak Spanish like others, and I'll listen to you." When the dirk that belonged to Mr. Robinson, the trunk and clothes taken from Mr. Gibson, and the pocket book containing the ill-fated captain's handwriting were placed before him, and proved to have been found in his room, and when the maid servant of the tavern proved that she found the dirk under his pillow every morning on arranging his bed, and when he was confronted with his own black slave between two wax lights, the countenance of the villain appeared in its true nature, not depressed nor sorrowful, but vivid and ferocious; and when the patient and dignified governor, Sir George Donne, passed the judge's sentence of the law upon him, he looked daggers at his heart, and assumed a hard silence, more eloquent than words. The criminal persisted up to the day before his execution in asserting his innocence, and inveighing against the injustice of his trial; but the certainty of his fate, and the awful voice of religion, at length subdued him. He made an unreserved confession of his guilt, and became truly penitent; gave up to the keeper the blade of a razor which he had secreted between the soles of his shoes, for the acknowledged purpose of adding suicide to his crimes, and seemed to wish for the moment that was to send him before his Creator. I witnessed his execution, and I believe there never was a more contrite man than he appeared to be, yet there was no drivelling fears upon him. He walked firmly at the tail of the fatal cart, gazing sometimes at his coffin, sometimes at the crucifix which he held in his hand. The symbol of divinity he frequently pressed to his lips, repeated the prayers spoken in his ear by the attendant clergyman, and seemed regardless of everything but the world to come. The gallows were erected beside the water, and fronting the neutral ground. He mounted the cart as firmly as he had walked behind it, and held up his face to heaven in the beating rain, calm, resigned, but unshaken; and finding the halter too high for his neck, he boldly stepped upon his coffin, and placed his head in the noose. Then watching the first turns of the wheels, he murmured, "Adios todos," farewell all, and leaned forward to facilitate his fall. The black slave of the pirate stood upon the battery trembling before his dying master to behold the awful termination of a series of events, the recital of which to his African countrymen, when he shall return to his home, will give them no doubt a dreadful picture of European civilization. The black boy was acquitted at Cadiz, but the men who had fled to the Caracas, as well as those arrested after the wreck, were convicted, executed, their limbs severed, and hung on tenterhooks as a warning to all pirates. End of chapter 9.
The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Section 10. The Adventures of Captain Robert Kidd. The easy access to the harbor of New York, the number of hiding places about its waters, and the laxity of its newly organized government about the year 1695 made it a great rendezvous of pirates, where they might dispose of their booty and concert new depredations. As they brought home with them wealthy lading of all kinds, the luxuries of the tropics, and the sumptuous spoils of the Spanish provinces, and disposed of them with the proverbial carelessness of freebooters, they were welcome visitors to the thrifty traders of New York. Crews of these desperadoes, therefore, the renegades of every country and every clime, might be seen swaggering in open day about the streets, elbowing its quiet inhabitants, trafficking their rich outlandish plunder at half or quarter price to the wary merchant, and then squandering their prize money in taverns, drinking, gambling, singing, carousing, and astounding the neighborhood with midnight brawl and revelry. At length, these excesses rose to such a height as to become a scandal to the provinces, and to call loudly for the interposition of government. Measures were accordingly taken to put a stop to this widely extended evil, and to drive the pirates out of the colonies. Among the distinguished individuals who lurked about the colonies was Captain Robert Kidd. His real name was William Kidd, who in the beginning of King William's War commanded a privateer in the West Indies, and by his several adventurous actions acquired the reputation of a brave man, as well as an experienced seaman. But he had now become notorious as a nondescript animal of the ocean. He was somewhat of a trader, something more of a smuggler, but mostly a pirate. He had traded many years among the pirates in a little rakish vessel that could run into all kinds of water. He knew all their haunts and lurking places, and was always hooking about on mysterious voyages. Upon the good old maxim of setting a rogue to catch a rogue, Captain Kidd was recommended by the Lord Bellamont, then governor of Barbados, as well as by several other persons, to the government here as a person very fit to be entrusted to the command of a government ship, and to be employed in cruising upon the pirates, as knowing those seas perfectly well, and being acquainted with all their lurking places. But what reasons governed the politics of those times I cannot tell. But this proposal met with no encouragement here, though it is certain it would have been of great consequence to the subject, our merchants suffering incredible damages by those robbers. Upon this neglect, the Lord Bellamont, and some others, who knew what great captures had been made by the pirates, and what prodigious wealth must be in their possession, were tempted to fit out a ship at their own private charge, and to give the command of her to Captain Kidd. And to give the thing a greater reputation, as well as to keep their seamen under better command, they procured the king's commission for the said Captain Kidd, of which the following is an exact copy. William Rex, William the Third, by the grace of God, King of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith, and so on. To our trusty and well-beloved Captain Robert Kidd, commander of the ship the Adventure Galley, or to any other, the commander of the same for the time being, greeting. Whereas we are informed that Captain Thomas Tew, John Ireland, Captain Thomas Wake, and Captain William Mays or Mace, and other subjects, natives or inhabitants of New York and elsewhere, in our plantations in America, have associated themselves with divers others wicked and ill-disposed persons, and do, against the law of nations, commit many and great piracies, robberies, and depredations on the seas upon the parts of America, and in other parts, to the great hindrance and discouragement of trade and navigation, and to the great danger and hurt of our loving subjects, our allies, and all others, navigating the seas upon their lawful occasions. Now, know ye, that we being desirous to prevent the aforesaid mischiefs, and as much as in us lies, to bring the said pirates, freebooters, and sea rovers to justice, have thought fit, and do hereby give and grant to the said Robert Kidd, to whom our commissions for exercising the office of Lord High Admiral of England have granted a commission as a private man of war, bearing date the 11th day of December, 1695, and unto the commander of said ship for the time being, and unto the officers, mariners, and others which shall be under your command, full power and authority to apprehend, seize, and take into your custody, as well the said Captain Thomas Tew, John Ireland, Captain Thomas Wake, and Captain William Mays or Mace, as all such pirates, freebooters, and sea rovers, being either our subjects or of other nations associated with them, which you shall meet with upon the seas or coasts of America, or upon any other seas or coasts, which are the ships and vessels, and all such merchandises, money, goods, and wares, as shall be found on board or with them. In any case, they shall willingly yield themselves, but if they will not yield without fighting, then you are by force to compel them to yield, and we also require you to bring or cause to be brought such pirates, freebooters, or sea rovers as you shall seize to a legal trial, to the end they may be proceeded against according to the law in such cases, and we do hereby command all our officers, ministers, and other our loving subjects whatsoever to be aiding and assisting to you in the premises. And we do hereby enjoin you to keep an exact journal of your proceedings in execution of the premises, and set down the names of such pirates, and of their officers and company, and the names of such ships and vessels as you shall by virtue of these presents take and seize, and the quantities of arms, ammunition, provision, and lading of such ships, and the true value of the same, as near as you judge. And we do hereby strictly charge and command you, as you will answer to the contrary, at your peril, that you do not in any manner offend or molest our friends or allies, their ships or subjects, by color or pretense of these presents, or the authority granted. In witness whereof we have caused our great seal of England to be affixed to these presents, given at our court in Kensington, the 26th day of January, 1695, in the 7th year of our reign. Captain Kidd had also another commission, which was called a commission of reprisals, for it being then wartime, this commission was to justify him in the taking of French merchant ships, in case he should meet with any. But as this commission is nothing to our present purpose, we shall not burthen the reader with it. Previous to sailing, Captain Kidd buried his Bible on the seashore, in Plymouth Sound, its divine precepts being so at variance with his wicked course of life that he did not choose to keep a book which condemned him in his lawless career. With these two commissions he sailed out of Plymouth in May, 1696, in the Adventure Galley of 30 guns and 80 men. The place he first designed for was New York. In his voyage thither he took a French banker, but this was no act of piracy, he having a commission for that purpose, as we have just observed. When he arrived at New York, he put up articles for engaging more hands, it being necessary to his ship's crew, since he proposed to deal with a desperate enemy. The terms he offered were that every man should have a share of what was taken, reserving for himself and owners 40 shares, upon which encouragement he soon increased his company to 155 men. With this company he sailed first for Madeira, where he took in wine and some other necessaries. From thence he proceeded to Bonavista, one of the Cape de Verde Islands, to furnish the ship with salt, and from thence went immediately to St. Jago, another of the Cape de Verde Islands, in order to stock himself with provisions. When all this was done, he bent his course to Madagascar, the known rendezvous of pirates. In his way he fell in with Captain Warren, commodore of 3 men of war. He acquainted him with his design, kept them company 2 or 3 days, and then leaving them, made the best of his way for Madagascar, where he arrived in February 1696, just 9 months from his departure from Plymouth. It happened that at this time the pirate ships were most of them out in search of prey, so that according to the best intelligence Captain Kidd could get, there was not one of them at that time about the island. Wherefore, having spent some time in watering his ship, and taking in more provisions, he thought of trying his fortune on the coast of Malabar, where he arrived in the month of June following, 4 months from his reaching Madagascar. Hereabouts he made an unsuccessful cruise, touching sometimes at the island of Mohila and sometimes at the Johanna between Malabar and Madagascar. His provisions were every day wasting, and his ship began to want repair. Wherefore, when he was at Johanna, he found means of borrowing a sum of money from some Frenchmen who had lost their ship, but saved their effects, and with this he purchased materials for putting his ship in good repair. It does not appear all this while that he had the least design of turning pirate, for near Mohila and Johanna both he met with several Indian ships richly laden, to which he did not offer the least violence, though he was strong enough to have done what he pleased with them. And the first outrage or depredation I find he committed upon mankind was after his repairing his ship and leaving Johanna. He touched at a place called Mabi upon the Red Sea, where he took some guinea corn from the natives by force. After this he sailed to Bab's Key, a place upon a little island at the entrance of the Red Sea. Here it was that he first began to open himself to his ship's company, and let them understand that he intended to change his measures, for, happening to talk of the Mocha fleet, which was to sail that way, he said, "We have been unsuccessful hitherto, but courage, my boys, we'll make our fortunes out of this fleet." And finding that none of them appeared averse to it, he ordered a boat out, well manned, to go upon the coast to make discoveries, commanding them to take a prisoner and bring him to him, or get intelligence any way they could. The boat returned in a few days, bringing him word that they saw 14 or 15 ships ready to sail, some with English, some with Dutch, and some with Moorish colors. We cannot account for this sudden change in his conduct, otherwise than by supposing that he first meant well, while he had hopes of making his fortune by taking of pirates, but now, weary of ill success, and fearing lest his owners, out of humour at their great expenses, should dismiss him, and he should want employment, and be marked out for an unlucky man, rather, I say, than run the hazard of poverty, he resolved to do his business one way, since he could not do it another. He therefore ordered a man continually to watch at the masthead, lest this fleet should go by them, and about 4 days later, towards evening, it appeared in sight, being convoyed by 1 English and 1 Dutch man of war. Kidd soon fell in with them, and getting into the midst of them, fired at a Moorish ship which was next him. But the men of war, taking the alarm, bore down upon Kidd, and firing upon him, obliged him to steer off, he not being strong enough to contend with them. Now he had begun hostilities. He resolved to go on, and therefore he went and cruised along the coast of Malabar. The first prize he met was a small vessel belonging to Aden. The vessel was Moorish, and the owners were Moorish merchants. But the master was an Englishman. His name was Parker. Kidd forced him and a Portuguese that was called Don Antonio, which were all the Europeans on board, to take on with him. The first he designed as a pilot, and the last as an interpreter. He also used the men very cruelly, causing them to be hoisted up by the arms and drubbed with a naked cutlass to force them to discover whether they had money on board, and where it lay. But as they had neither gold nor silver on board, he got nothing by his cruelty. However, he took from them a bale of pepper and a bale of coffee, and so let them go. A little time after he touched at Carawar, a place upon the same coast, where before he arrived the news of what he had done to the Moorish ship had reached them, for some of the English merchants there had received an account of it from the owners, who corresponded with men. Wherefore, as soon as Kidd came in, he was suspected to be the person who committed this piracy. And when Mr. Harvey and Mr. Mason, 2 of the English factory, came upon board and asked for Parker and Antonio, the Portuguese. But Kidd denied that he knew any such persons, having secured them both in a private place in the hold. where they were kept for 7 or 8 days, that is, till Kidd sailed from thence. However, the coast was alarmed, and a Portuguese man-of-war was sent out to cruise. Kidd met with her, and fought her about 6 hours, gallantly enough, but finding her too strong to be taken, he quitted her, for he was able to run away from her when he would. Then he went to a place called Porca, where he watered his ship and bought a number of hogs of the natives to victual his company. Soon after this he came up with a Moor ship, the master whereof was a Dutchman called Schipper Mitchell, and chased her under French colours, which they, observing, hoisted French colours too. When he came up with her, he hailed her in French, and they, having a Frenchman on board, answered him in the same language, upon which he ordered them to send their boat on board. They were obliged to do so, and having examined who they were, and from whence they came, he asked the Frenchman, who was a passenger, if he had a French pass for himself. The Frenchman gave him to understand that he had. Then he told the Frenchman that he must pass for a captain, and by, says he, you are the captain. The Frenchman durst not refuse doing as he would have him. The meaning of this was, that he would seize the ship as fair prize, and as if she had belonged to French subjects, according to a commission he had for that purpose, though one would think, after what he had already done, he need not have recourse to a quibble to give his actions a colour. In short, he took the cargo and sold it some time after, yet he still seemed to have some fears upon him, lest these proceedings should have a bad end, for, coming up with a Dutch ship some time after, when his men thought of nothing but attacking her, Kidd opposed it. Upon which a mutiny arose, and the majority being for taking the said ship, and arming themselves to man the boat to go and seize her, he told them, such as did, never should come on board him again, which put an end to the design, so that he kept company with the said ship some time, without offering her any violence. However, this dispute was the occasion of an accident, upon which an indictment was grounded against Kidd, for Moore, the gunner, being one day upon deck, and talking with Kidd about the said Dutch ship, some words arose between them, and Moore told Kidd that he had ruined them all, upon which Kidd, calling him a dog, took up a bucket and struck him with it, which breaking his skull, he died next day. But Kidd's penitential fit did not last long, for coasting along Malabar, he met with a great number of boats, all of which he plundered. Upon the same coast he also fell in with a Portuguese ship, which he kept possession of a week, and then having taken out of her some chests of India goods, 30 jars of butter, with some wax, iron, and 100 bags of rice, he let her go. Much about the same time he went to one of the Malabar islands for wood and water, and his cooper, being ashore, was murdered by the natives, upon which Kidd himself landed, and burnt and pillaged several of their houses, the people running away, but having taken one, he caused him to be tied to a tree, and commanded one of his men to shoot him. Then putting to sea again, he took the greatest prize which fell into his hands while he followed this trade. This was a Moorish ship of 400 tons, richly laden, named the Queda Merchant, the master whereof was an Englishman, by the name of Wright, for the Indians often make use of English or Dutchmen to command their ships, their own mariners not being so good artists in navigation. Kidd chased her under French colours, and having come up with her, he ordered her to hoist out her boat, and send on board of him, which being done, he told Wright he was his prisoner, and informing himself concerning the said ship, he understood there were no Europeans on board, except 2 Dutch and 1 Frenchman, all the rest being Indians or Armenians, and that the Armenians were part owners of the cargo. Kidd gave the Armenians to understand that if they would offer anything that was worth his taking for their ransom, he would hearken to it, upon which they proposed to pay him 20,000 rupees, not quite £3,000 sterling. But Kidd judged this would be making a bad bargain, wherefore he rejected it, and setting the crew on shore at different places on the coast, he soon sold as much of the cargo as came to £10,000. With part of it he also trafficked, receiving in exchange provisions or such other goods as he wanted. By degrees he disposed of the whole cargo, and when the division was made, it came to about £200 a man. And having reserved 40 shares to himself, his divided amounted to about £8,000 sterling. The Indians along the coast came on board and trafficked with all freedom, and he punctually performed his bargains, till about the time he was ready to sail, and then, thinking he should have no further occasion for them, he made no scruple of taking their goods and setting them on shore, without any payment in money or goods, which they little expected, for as they had been used to deal with pirates, they always found them men of honor in the way of trade, a people enemies to deceit, and that scorned to rob but in their own way. Kidd put some of his men on board the Quedagh Merchant, and with this ship and his own sailed for Madagascar. As soon as he had arrived and cast anchor, there came on board of him a canoe, in which were several Englishmen, who had formerly been well acquainted with Kidd. As soon as they saw him, they saluted him, and told him they were informed he was come to take them and hang them, which would be a little unkind in such an old acquaintance. Kidd soon dissipated their doubts, by swearing he had no such design, and that he was now in every aspect their brother, and just as bad as they, and calling for a cup of bamboo, drank their captain's health. These men belonged to a pirate ship, called the Resolution, formerly the Mocha Merchant, whereof one Captain Culliford was commander, and which lay at anchor not far from them. Kidd went on board with them, promising them his friendship and assistance, and Culliford, in his turn, came on board of Kidd, and Kidd, to testify his sincerity in iniquity, finding Culliford in want of some necessaries, made him a present of an anchor and some guns, to fit him out for sea again. The Adventure galley was now so old and leaky that they were forced to keep 2 pumps continually going, wherefore Kidd shifted all the guns and tackle out of her into the Quedagh Merchant, intending her for his man of war, and as he had divided the money before, he now made a division of the remainder of the cargo, soon after which the greatest part of the company left him, some going on board Captain Culliford, and others absconding into the country, so that he had not above 40 men left. He put to sea, and happened to touch at Amboyna, one of the Dutch Spice Islands, where he was told that the news of his actions had reached England, and that he was there declared a pirate. The truth of it is, his piracy so alarmed our merchants that some motions were made in Parliament to inquire into the commission that was given him and the persons who fitted him out. These proceedings seemed to lean a little hard upon Lord Bellamont, who thought himself so touched thereby that he published a justification of himself in a pamphlet, after Kidd's execution. In the meantime, was thought advisable, in order to stop the course of these piracies, to publish a proclamation, offering the king's free pardon to all such pirates as should voluntarily surrender themselves, whatever piracies they had been guilty of at any time before the last day of April, 1699. That is to say, for all piracies committed eastward of the Cape of Good Hope to the longitude and meridian of Socotora and Cape Cormoran, in which proclamation Avery and Kidd were accepted by name. When Kidd left Amboyna, he knew nothing of this proclamation, for certainly, had he had notice of his being accepted in it, he would not have been so infatuated as to run himself into the very jaws of danger, but relying upon his interest with the Lord Bellamont, and fancying that a French pass or two he found on board some of the ships he took would serve to countenance the matter, and that part of the booty he got would gain him new friends, I say all these things made him flatter himself that all would be hushed, and that justice would but wink at him. Wherefore he sailed directly for Boston laden with booty, with a crew of swaggering companions at his heels. But no sooner did he show himself in Boston than the alarm was given of his reappearance, and measures were taken to arrest him. The daring character which Kidd had acquired, however, and the desperate fellows who followed like bulldogs at his heels, caused a little delay in his arrest. He took advantage of this to bury the greater part of his immense treasure, which has never been found, and then carried a high head about the streets of Boston. He even attempted to defend himself when arrested, but was secured and thrown into prison. Such was the formidable character of this pirate and his crew, that a frigate was sent to convey them to England for trial. Accordingly, a sessions of admiralty being held at the Old Bailey in May 1701, Captain Kidd, Nicholas Churchill, James Howe, Robert Lumley, William Jenkins, Gabriel Loff, Hugh Parrott, Richard Barleycorn, Abel Owens, and Darby Mullins were arraigned for piracy and robbery on the high seas, and all found guilty except 3. These were Robert Lumley, William Jenkins, and Richard Barleycorn, who, proving themselves to be apprentices to some of the officers of the ship, and producing their indentures in court, were acquitted. The 3 above mentioned, though they were proved to be concerned in taking and sharing the ship and goods mentioned in the indictment, yet, as the gentleman of the long robe rightly distinguished, there was a great difference between their circumstances and the rest. For there must go an intention of the mind and a freedom of the will to the committing an act of felony or piracy. A pirate is not to be understood to be under constraint, but a free agent. For in this case, the bare act will not make a man guilty, unless the will make it so. Now a servant, it is true, if he go voluntarily, and have his proportion, he must be accounted a pirate, for then he acts upon his own account, and not by compulsion. And these persons, according to the evidence, received their part, but whether they accounted to their masters for their shares afterwards is the matter in question. And what distinguishes them as free agents, or men that did go under the compulsion of their masters, which being left to the consideration of the jury, they found them not guilty. Kidd was tried upon an indictment of murder also, viz. For killing Moore the gunner, and found guilty of the same. Nicholas Churchill and James Howe pleaded the king's pardon, as having surrendered themselves within the time limited in the proclamation, and Colonel Bass, governor of West Jersey, to whom they surrendered, being in court, and called upon, proved the same. However, this plea was overruled by the court, because there being 4 commissioners named in the proclamation, viz. Captain Thomas Warren, Israel Hayes, Peter Delanoy, and Christopher Pollard, esquires, who were appointed commissioners and sent over on purpose to receive the submissions of such pirates as should surrender, it was adjudged no other person was qualified to receive their surrender, and that they could not be entitled to the benefit of the said proclamation because they had not in all circumstances complied with the conditions of it. Darby Mullins urged in his defense that he served under the king's commission, and therefore could not disobey his commander without incurring great punishments. That whenever a ship or ships went out upon any expedition under the king's commission, the men were never allowed to call their officers to an account, why they did this or why they did that, because such a liberty would destroy all discipline. That if anything was done which was unlawful, the officers were to answer for it, for the men did no more than their duty in obeying orders. He was told by the court that acting under the commission justified in what was lawful, but not in what was unlawful. He answered, he stood in need of nothing to justify him in what was lawful. But the case of seamen must be very hard. if they must be brought in such danger for obeying the commands of their officers, and punished for not obeying them, and if they were allowed to dispute the orders, there could be no such thing as command kept at sea. This seemed to be the best defense the thing could bear, but his taking a share of the plunder, the seamen's mutinying on board several times, and taking upon them to control the captain, showed there was no obedience paid to the commission, and that they acted in all things according to the custom of pirates and freebooters, which weighing with the jury, they brought him in guilty with the rest. As to Captain Kidd's defense, he insisted much on his own innocence, and the villainy of his men. He said he went out in a laudable employment, and had no occasion, being then in good circumstances, to go a-pirating. That the men often mutinied against him, and did as they pleased, that he was threatened to be shot in the cabin, and that 95 left him at once, and set fire to his boat, so that he was disabled from bringing his ship home, or the prizes he took, to have them regularly condemned, which he said were taken by virtue of a commission under the broad seal, they having French passes. The captain called one Colonel Hewson to his reputation, who gave him an extraordinary character, and declared to the court that he had served under his command, and been in 2 engagements with him against the French, in which he fought as well as any man he ever saw, that there were only Kidd's ship and his own against Monsieur de Casse, who commanded a squadron of 6 sail, and they got the better of him. But this being several years before the facts mentioned in the indictment were committed, proved of no manner of service to the prisoner on his trial. As to the friendship shown to Culliford, a notorious pirate, Kidd denied, and said he intended to have taken him, but his men being a parcel of rogues and villains, refused to stand by him, and several of them ran away from his ship to the said pirate. But the evidence being full and particular against him, he was found guilty as before mentioned. When Kidd was asked what he had said to say why sentence should not pass against him, he answered that he had nothing to say, but that he had been sworn against by perjured and wicked people. And when sentence was pronounced, he said, "My lord, it is a very hard sentence. For my part, I am the most innocent person of them all. Only I have been sworn against by perjured persons." Wherefore, about a week after, Captain Kidd, Nicholas Churchill, James Howe, Gabriel Loff, Hugh Parrott, Abel Owen, and Darby Mullins were executed at Execution Dock, and afterwards hung up in chains at some distance from each other down the river, where their bodies hung exposed for many years. Kidd died hard, for the rope with which he was first tied up broke with his weight, and he tumbled to the ground. He was tied up a second time, and more effectually. Hence came the story of Kidd's being twice hung. Such is Captain Kidd's true story, but it has given birth to an innumerable progeny of traditions. The report of his having buried great treasures of gold and silver, which he actually did before his arrest, set the brains of all the good people along the coast in a ferment. There were rumors on rumors of great sums of money found here and there, sometimes in one part of the country, sometimes in another, of coins with Moorish inscriptions, doubtless the spoils of his eastern prizes. Some reported the treasure to have been buried in solitary, unsettled places about Plymouth and Cape Cod, but by degrees various other parts, not only on the eastern coast, but along the shores of the Sound, and even Manhattan and Long Island, were gilded by these rumors. In fact, the vigorous measures of Lord Bellomont had spread sudden consternation among the pirates in every part of the provinces. They had secreted their money and jewels in lonely, out-of-the-way places, about the wild shores of the sea-coast, and dispersed themselves over the country. The hand of justice prevented many of them from ever returning to regain their buried treasures, which remain to this day thus secreted and are irrecoverably lost. This is the cause of those frequent reports of trees and rocks bearing mysterious marks, supposed to indicate the spots where treasure lay hidden. And many have been the ransackings after the pirates' booty. A rocky place on the shores of Long Island, called Kidd's Ledge, has received great attention from the money diggers, but they have not as yet discovered any treasures. End of section 10.